In this tutorial series, you will learn how to build a complete application from scratch using Spring Boot and Angular. We are going to build a video streaming application like YouTube. Of course, we're not going to build the complete clone of YouTube, but only a minimal set of functionality which are common for video streaming applications like YouTube. The best way to follow these tutorials is to code along with me. In that way, you can really practice whatever concepts you are learning by watching this tutorial. To be able to follow along with this tutorial, you need to have a basic understanding of Java, Spring Boot and Angular. If you're completely new to any of these technologies, then this course is not for you. We're also going to use AWS S3 to store our media content. And if you want to check out the source code as well as written version of this tutorial or any of the code snippets, check out the blog article in the description section of this video. And lastly, if you're interested in the full stack projects like this using Spring Boot and Angular, you can check out my other project-oriented tutorials in this channel. You can find the link to the playlist in the description section. So without any further delay, let's start the video. So the first step we are going to follow in this tutorial is to define the functional requirements of this application we are going to build. These are the requirements that are essential for any project to analyze before starting the development or technical design of the project. So here are some functional requirements for our application. So the first one is a user can upload new videos to our application, and he or she can also upload thumbnails for the videos, can view the videos, can like or dislike a particular video, and can subscribe to other user to receive updates about the future videos, and can log in, log out using single sign-on, and users can comment on videos and can view the history of the videos, and lastly can also view the list of liked videos of the particular user. So now let's see a small demo of how the application will look like. So this is how the homepage of the application looks like. So you can see a list of featured videos on this page. Of course, we only have 2 videos as of now, but once I upload more videos, you can see more and more of them. And on top of them, we have the header bar with the title to the left side called YouTube clone, and to the right side we have the login button. If I click on login, you will be redirected to Auth0 website, which is an external authorization server. So we are going to use Auth2 features of Spring Security to implement user authorization. So now on the login page, you can either register with your email and password, or you can directly log in using your Google account. I'm going to use my existing Google account to log in into the application, and now I'm able to see the option to upload a video with a video icon. So if I click on that video icon, the page redirects to an upload video page. This is not so pretty, but hey, we are not going to focus on the design part of it, but only the functionality of the application. So bear with the bad design of this application. So now here we have the drag and drop component to upload the video. So I'm going to quickly drop a video here and click on button upload. So now the app will make a call to the Spring Boot backend, and the backend will upload this video to AWS S3. Once the upload is completed, you will be redirected to the save video details page, where you can see the video you just uploaded and you can type in some metadata about the video. So in here, I'm going to provide some random title for the video, followed by the description of the video status. So when I upload a video, I can choose to mark it as public, private or unlisted. So for now, let's select public, and we can also upload an image to be shown as the thumbnail for this video. So let me select a random thumbnail also, a random image. And after I selected the image, let's click on upload. So the thumbnail will also be uploaded to AWS S3 from our backend application. And lastly, I'm also going to provide some tags for this video. So let me add some random tags here. And notice that you can actually see that each tag is shown as a chip component, very similar to how you see in YouTube. So now if I click on save, you can see a cool snack bar menu with the details that the video is saved. So these are the components which we are using from the library called Angular Material, and also the link where you can watch this video. So if I click on it, you will be taken to the video detail page, where you can watch the actual video similar to YouTube. And here we have the option to subscribe for the user of the video, like or dislike the video, add comments to the video, and browse through the suggested videos section. So if you go to the home page of the application, you can also view the history of the you can view the like history of the user followed by the watch history. So notice that some of the functionalities are not fully developed. Of course, we are going to build this together. This is not yet a completed project. We will complete this project by the end of the course. So this is a quick demo of the application. Hope you're excited to code along with me. I'm also excited to complete the course as soon as possible. I will try to make the video duration larger so that I cover as much as content possible with each video. So now let's go ahead and discuss the application architecture. So in the previous section, we already covered the functional requirements of the application we are going to build. Now let's go ahead and have a look at the architecture of the application. So we are going to follow a 3-tier architecture where we have a client application, that is the front end, which will be developed using Angular. The backend application will be running on an embedded Tomcat server, will be developed using Spring Boot. So the Angular application will communicate with the Spring Boot server using the REST API over HTTP. And the database we are going to use is going to be MongoDB. So why MongoDB? So there is no special reason for it. I already created a couple of full stack tutorials using MySQL relational database. So my plan is to cover also the non-relational database concepts too. So that's the only reason for choosing it. But in a real world project, picking the database would be a more thoughtful exercise. So you have to think about the kind of data you will be working with as part of the application and the project, and you should pick the database based on that. Alright, as this is a video streaming application, we are going to host video files as well as image files, which are going to be thumbnails uploaded by the user. So instead of hosting them on our machine, we can host them on a remote object server like AWS S3. So in this way, we don't need to think about the storage of the files and how to store those files and how to render them and etc. So we can just simply focus on implementing the main functional requirements and business logic of the application. So we are also going to outsource the authentication and authorization part in our application by using an external authorization server like Auth0. So you can certainly use also other authorization servers like AWS Cognito, Microsoft Azure AD, and Okta, which is a parent company of Auth0. So you can also maintain your own authorization server by using a software like Keycloak. So if you want to learn how to implement authentication and authorization using Spring Boot and Keycloak, I can recommend you one of my tutorials, Spring Boot OAuth 2 with Keycloak course. It's a 90-minute course where you can learn about OAuth 2 and how to implement OAuth 2 patterns in Spring Boot using Keycloak authorization server. So going back to our architecture diagram, so if we zoom in a bit into the individual components, we have our front-end client where we are going to implement a component-oriented architecture, which means we will try to divide each meaningful element on the screen into a component, and in that way we can reuse those components across different places. Coming to the backend architecture, we are going to follow a standard 3-layer architecture. We are going to expose the REST API and maintain it in a presentation or controller layer. So this layer will only deal with receiving REST calls from the client, validating whether the requests are valid or not, and then delegating the request to the service layer. The service layer will perform the actual business logic of our application. So it is the core of our application. So this layer will not deal with storing or persisting of the data. So this will be the responsibility of the persistence layer. The persistence layer is responsible to make sure that the objects are stored properly in the database, and it will not deal with any kinds of business logic. So you can observe that each layer has a set of responsibilities, and we are not going to mix the responsibilities between each layers. So by following this kind of layered architecture approach, we can keep the code clean and maintainable. Okay, now it's time to start developing the project. So to create the project, I'm going to open the website start.spring.io. So this is the place where we can generate our starter project. So in here, I'm going to select the default values here. I'm just going to leave the default values. We are going to generate a Maven project in Java using the version 2.5.2. As of creating this video, the latest version is 2.5.2. So when you are watching this video, it may have been changed. So for the group ID, I'm going to provide the value com.programming.techie. You can provide any value like. So the artifact ID, you can provide it as YouTube clone, and that's it. So we are going to select the packaging as jar, and I'm going to select Java 16. This is the latest Java version which is available. You can also select either Java 11 or Java 8. So coming to the next step, we have to add the dependencies for our project. So I'm going to click on add dependencies, and first of all I'm going to add the dependency of Spring Web, followed by the dependency of Spring Data MongoDB, as we are dealing with the MongoDB database. I'm going to select the Spring Data MongoDB but not the Spring Data React to MongoDB dependency. Just make sure you select this one. And the next one is going to be Lombok. So we are going to use Lombok library to reduce the boilerplate code we have to write. And so yeah, that's it for now. So we will be adding some other dependencies to connect with AWS and also to enable the Spring security later in the later parts of the video. Once I click on generate, the project will be downloaded to your machine. So I'm going to click on save. So once you have downloaded the project to your machine, you just have to extract the zip file into a folder. So you can see the YouTube clone zip. I've extracted it to the YouTube clone folder, and if you double click, and you can see the pom.xml and the source folder and the .maven folder, it's downloaded without any problems. So if you want to access the complete source code of this project, you can have a look at this particular GitHub project. Provide the link in the description section of this video, and I've organized this GitHub project in such a way that I've created different branches for each part of the video, right? So if you're working on part 10, and if you're or for some reason you are stuck or you are not able to follow along, you can just go to this particular branch for part 10 and have a look at the source code, whether it's matching your local source code or not. So in this way it will help you to follow along the tutorial more easily, right? The next step is to open this project inside your IDE, inside your favorite IDE. I'm going to use IntelliJ IDEA. You can use any IDE you like, Eclipse, Spring Toolsuite, or VS Code, anything you like. The process of development will not differ. So I've opened the IntelliJ IDEA, and in here I'm going to click on the button open, and here I'm going to go to the location where I've downloaded the project. So it's going to be YouTube clone, and make sure you select the pom.xml and click on OK. Now it will ask whether you want to open this project. I'm going to click on open as project. Yes, I trust this project. Okay, now the project is opened in IntelliJ, so you can see that it's starting to index the project, and make sure that you have installed the Java 16 version if you have selected Java 16, and whatever Java version you have, make sure that you have installed it and configured it in the IDE. And let's have a look at the project structure here. So under the YouTube clone folder, we have the source folder, and inside we have main and test folders. So under that we have the Java folder, and we have this YouTube clone application class. So this is the main class of our Spring Boot application, and under the resources we have the application.properties file. So this is the place where we can configure the properties and all the configuration which we need. And we also have this pom.xml where all the dependency information is maintained for our project. So here you can see that we have added the dependency for Spring Data MongoDB, dependency for Spring MVC. So these are the starter dependencies which will enable the libraries in our project. So we also have the dependency for Lombok, which will enable us to write less boilerplate code. So yeah, that's it. So this is the main pom.xml and the initial project which will be generated for us. So now let's go ahead and generate also the front-end project, the Angular project in our application. Alright, so now before we generate the Angular project, so let's just discuss how we are going to structure our source code. So we have this YouTube clone project, a single module, and we are going to develop the project using a multi-module approach. That is, we are going to maintain two modules, one for the backend code and another for the front-end code. So Maven provides us the option to modularize our code into different pieces, so which will help us to maintain each area of our code base as independent projects. So our Spring Boot project will be a different one Maven project, and our Angular project is going to be another Maven project. So if you want to know how Maven works and how also the multi-module system in Maven works, check out my YouTube tutorial check out the video tutorial from my YouTube channel. I'm going to link this in the description section. So let's go ahead and create these two new modules in our existing project. But I'm going to to right click on the root project, the YouTube clone project, and click on new and module. It will open a new pop-up called as new module. Make sure you selected the Maven option and click on next. And I'm going to provide the name of the module as Backend. And if you just expand the artifact coordinates, you can see the same group ID we've created before, com programming techie, and the artifact ID now will be Backend. So just click on finish. So what it will do is it will create a new module called as Backend. And if you open the pom.xml, the root pom.xml, you can see that IntelliJ has added the modules section here and also defined the backend as one of the Maven module. So now it's time to create the module also for the front-end code. So for that, I'm going to follow the similar process as before. I'm going to right click on the YouTube clone project and click on new module. Click on next inside the Maven module pop-up. And now I'm going to name this module as front-end, and the same thing, the group ID will be com programming techie and the artifact ID is going to be front-end, and I'm going to click on finish. So you can see that we also have the front-end module which is now created in our YouTube clone project. And the next thing we are going to do is you can observe that we still have this source folder which is generated from our from Spring Initializer project. And what we're going to do is I'm going to move this source folder one level down into the backend project. So if I expand the backend project, you can see that we already have the source and source folder. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these two folders, source and target, and delete. So I'm just going to move this source folder one level down. So I'm going to move it into the backend folder. So IntelliJ is going to ask me for the confirmation. Yes, I want to move this folder. And it looks like it's working now. What's going to happen is now inside the backend folder, we have the source code for the Spring Boot application, but inside the pom.xml, we don't have any dependencies. Why? Because all the dependencies are stored inside the pom.xml of the YouTube clone under the YouTube clone project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all this information inside the XML file. So right from the group ID, not the parent tag. I'm going to leave the parent tag as it is, but I'm going to copy everything right from the group ID, and I'm going to scroll down and until the build section. So I'm going to copy them, I'm going to cut them, and I'm going to paste it inside the pom.xml of the backend project. So back into the pom.xml, and here I'm going to copy the properties. I'm just going to paste it. Let's see what it says. So we should not copy the group ID and artifact ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave the group ID and artifact ID version and the name tags in the top level. So I'm just going to copy this back into the root project. Yeah, this makes sense, right? Because the Maven module, the root Maven module should have the group ID, artifact ID, and all the data. But our backend module already have this information like the artifact ID. And the only thing we need are the dependencies and the Maven plugin, which is used to build the jar file of our project. So let's click on this Maven icon to the top right side corner. Okay, so everything looks fine. So now just quickly test this whether it's working fine or not. I'm going to open the Maven tab to the right side of the IntelliJ IDEA and click on the M button here, so which will execute the Maven goal. And in here I'm going to type the command maven clean verify. So you need not do this one. You can just open a terminal window and type the command maven clean verify inside the YouTube clone project. You can also do that. So once I run the maven clean verify, you should see that the project should be built without any issues. So you can see that it mainly detected 3 projects: the YouTube clone, this is the root project, the backend, and the front-end project, and the build is success. So now you may have observed that the pom.xml, there is just a strike true on the pom.xml. This is because for some reason IntelliJ has ignored the Maven projects we just created. So if you just open the Maven tab to the right side, you see that the backend and the front end modules are grayed out. So you can just unignore them by just clicking or right clicking on the Maven module and click on unignore projects. So once you click on that section, if you just click on the refresh button, you can see that the strike through is gone now. We go ahead and run our backend application. I'm just going to add another small plugin configuration to our backend project. So I'm going to scroll down to the plugin section, and in here I'm going to add a compiler plugin to the backend module, because IntelliJ may have problems running the YouTube clone, our main class, when we just moved these classes around into the backend project. So just in case, just to be sure, that I'm going to add another plugin. So I'm just going to go inside the plugin section, and there I'm going to type in plugin, and I'm going to type in group ID, and the group ID is going to be org.apache.maven.plugins. And the artifact ID is going to be a compiler plugin. So I'm going to type in Maven compiler plugin, and the version as of now is 3.8.1. so I'm going to select the same version, and inside the configuration I'm going to provide the target JDK version. For that I'm going to use the configuration tag, and inside that I'm going to add the source as 16, because as we are using Java 16, and also target as 16. So once you did that, just click on the Maven icon on the top right side corner, and now we are ready to run our YouTube clone application, the main class. So I'm going to open the YouTube clone application, click on the green button to the left side, and click on debug YouTube clone application. So now the application should start up without any problems. So now you can see that the application is started in 1.7 seconds at port 8080. Right, so now let's continue and create the front-end project. So we went on a bit of tangent there. So the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure that we have installed Angular CLI. So for that I'm going to open Google and type Angular CLI download. And you can just click on this first link, CLI overview and command reference from the angular.io website. And in here you can see that we have some documentation on how to install Angular CLI. You can just run the command npm install -g Angular CLI. So this will make sure that the Angular CLI is downloaded globally in your machine. I've already installed the Angular CLI, so I'm not going to demonstrate how to do that. So let's go ahead and create the project directly. So for that I'm going to open the terminal, and we have to go inside the front-end module, because we have created the front-end module for the front-end code. So I'm going to type in cd front-end, and in there I'm going to type the command ng new YouTube clone UI - directory. So this will make sure that it will create a new directory called YouTube clone UI, and it will create the project. So the first thing, it's going to ask whether we want to add Angular routing or not. So yes, we need Angular routing, and we are going to just use CSS. And after you click on enter, then it will start to create the packages, like to create the files, and then we'll start installing all the npm packages we need for our application. So you can see that the npm install has failed. So what I'm going to do now is this, because we are not inside the YouTube clone UI package. So what I'm going to do now is going to go cd into the YouTube clone UI folder. So cd YouTube clone UI, and in there I'm going to run npm install. So this should now recognize the package.json file, and the npm install should work fine. So as you can see, it's working fine. Now we can start the application by typing npm start. So it will first start the ngserve command internally, and it should start the application soon at port 4200. So if I click on this localhost 4200 link, you can see that it's opening the home page of the Angular application. So everything is installed perfectly. So now let's go to the next step. So the next step is to install Angular material in our Angular project. So for that, I'm going to open a new terminal, and in there make sure you are under the YouTube clone, you are under the front-end project. So I'm going to cd into front-end and YouTube clone UI, and in there I'm going to type the command ng add Angular material. So this will add the Angular material library to our project. So after you type in the command, it will ask for some questions. So of course I would like to proceed, and now it's installing the package, and it will ask for some, so it will ask you to choose a pre-built theme name. So I'm going to choose the theme Deep Purple and Amber. So you're free to choose any option you like. And this will ask some follow-up questions. So I'm going to set up the global Angular material typography styles, yes, and also set up the browser animations for Angular material, yes. And after adding all these, selecting all these options, it will install the package in our project. So we have our Angular project up and running, and also the Spring Boot project up and running. But as of now, to build the Angular project, we have to use the Angular CLI. So we can only build the project using the ng build command. So if I type ng build, it will start building the Angular application. But what we want to do is to use Maven to build also the front-end project. So for that, I'm going to use a plugin called as front-end Maven plugin. So I'm going to first open the pom.xml here, and in here we have to configure the Maven frontend plugin. So we can do that by copying the pom.xml from the written tutorial. So you can find the written tutorial in the description section of the video, and if you scroll down to the build Angular project using Maven section, you can find the pom.xml here. So I'm just going to copy the whole build section and paste it inside the pom.xml of the front-end project, and make sure to click on the Maven icon to the top right side corner. So let's see what is inside this plugin configuration. So first of all, we have the Maven front-end Maven plugin. We have defined the front-end Maven plugin, and in there we have some execution configuration where it's going to install Node and npm, because as we are using npm as the package manager for our Angular application, this plugin will first install Node and npm into our project, and after that it will run the npm install command followed by the npm build command. So this npm build command is tied to the phase of generate resources. So this generate resources will usually run at the time of Maven compile. So this will make sure that the Angular project is also built at the time of running the Maven project. So we also have another configuration, the node version and node download route. So what it will do is it will download the node version, whatever node version you have defined here. We will download it at the time of building the Angular project from the download route URL which we have provided here. So whenever you run the ng-build command, it will basically create some distribution folder where it will contain all the build files. So these will be usually the minified JavaScript files and the CSS and the HTML files. So these files should be stored in a separate folder. We can specify under which folder Maven should store these files by configuring it under the resources section. So we have configured a resource called as dist meta-inf and resources. So as Maven is triggering the ng build command, it will store all the build files which are generated as part of the ng build command under this folder. So now let's test whether this front-end Maven plugin is able to build our Angular project or not. So for that, the first thing we are going to do is to remove this source folder. We don't need this anymore under the front-end module. So I'm going to delete this folder. And if you observe, we have the pom.xml under the front-end project, but we have actually the package.json under the YouTube clone UI directory. So what we can do is we can add a configuration under the front-end Maven plugin configuration tag, the working directory as YouTube clone UI. So as the package.json is under the YouTube clone UI folder, we have to mention the working directory as that folder name, or else the npm install command will not work because Maven will not find the package.json file. So I'm just going to again click on the Maven icon to the top right side corner. So we have to click that because we have to force Maven to download the Maven dependencies whenever we have changed something in the pom.xml. So alright, so I'm going to click on the Maven section to the right side. I'm going to click on the M button and run the Maven clean verify command. So what this will do is now it will build the backend as well as the front end project. And you can see that it's installing Node version 14.17.3. It installed load locally and now it's running npm install. So this is mainly useful when you're running the project in a CI environment. So in a CI environment like Jenkins, or if you're using GitHub Actions, so there is usually they won't provide us the Node and npm installations if it will work in your local. But on a CI environment, it won't work. So for this reason, we want to start building the project like a clean slate. So we will download everything which is required and we will build the project in the CI server. So let's see whether the build is successful or not. You can see that the ng build command is also running now. It's compiling the Angular project. So shortly it should complete building the Angular project also, and the build should also be successful. As you can see, the front end module took 58 seconds and the back end module took 9 seconds. And if you just scroll up, you can see that a jar was created, and you can find the jar under the front end target folder. Okay, so before we start the development of our project, the last thing we need to do is to download MongoDB, the database MongoDB, to our machine. For that, you can open a browser window and type download MongoDB. And in here, select the first link here, the MongoDB community download, and make sure you download the community server. So just select whatever platform you would like to install against and just click on the download, and after that what you need is like a GUI where you can manage the MongoDB. So for that we can download MongoDB Compass. So this is a MongoDB GUI provided by the MongoDB itself. So this is also a good software where you can manage the MongoDB through a graphical user interface. So I'm also going to click on download, and as I've already installed these softwares, I'm not going to walk you through this, and you can just download and install them. So we will go to the next step. So once you have downloaded and installed MongoDB on your local machine, so the next step is to configure the MongoDB properties inside our Spring Boot project. For that, I'm going to open the application.properties file under the backend folder. I'm going to source main resources application.properties. So under this file, I'm going to type in the properties of MongoDB. So for that, I can type spring.data.mongodb.host equals localhost, and spring.data.mongodb.port is equal to 27017. So this is the default port where MongoDB is usually running, and the next one is going to be the name of the database schema we are going to create. So for that, I'm going to type in spring.data.mongodb.database equals YouTube-clone. So it's just enough to add these three properties when we are running the database, when you want to connect the database which is running on your local machine. But if you want to connect to an external database, you have to add some other properties like the username and password. So next we are going to check what is the MongoDB schema which we'll be working with in our application. Alright, so before we start the development of our backend project, so let's have a look at the MongoDB schema which we are going to create. So I'm going to open the blog article here. Here you can find the schema diagram. I'm going to click on the section MongoDB schema, and here you can see that we have the two collections mainly. First collection is a video collection where we store the metadata related to the videos. So that would be the description of the video, the title, the user ID which is associated with the video, and the counts of the likes and dislikes. So a user can like or dislike a video, so we will maintain this count in these fields. And we will also maintain what are the list of tags which are associated to the video, followed by the URL. So this URL will be the S3 URL. So once we upload the video to AWS S3, we will get a URL where we can access this particular video. So we'll store it in this field, and a video can have different statuses, as I have mentioned before in the first part. A video can be a public video or a private video, or it can also be an unlisted video. We have this view count where we are going to record the number of views for each video, which is similar to your YouTube videos you see. And we also have a thumbnail URL where the user also has the option to upload an image. And we will also store this image inside AWS S3, and we will store that image URL inside the video collection. And next we have a list of comments. So the users can of course also comment on the videos, and we are going to store this comment as a document inside the video collection, but we are not going to maintain it as a different collection itself, because the main idea of MongoDB is we have this flexibility to store the documents inside one document, so we can have very large documents. So we are going to leverage that, and we are going to not going to create any relationship between the video collection and video and comment. So if you're talking about a relational database, so for sure we will have a video table and we have a comment table, then we will have a one-to-many relationship between them. But as we are using MongoDB, we don't need to do that actually. So we can just embed the comments, all the comments inside the video document itself. Yeah, the next one we have is the user collection, where we will store the metadata of the user itself. So we have the usual first name, last name, full name, field email is missing here. So we have the subscribed to users and subscribe users. So we will just maintain the subscribers, we maintain the list of users which are subscribed to a particular user. Yeah, we also have the video history. So we'll have maintain the list of videos which the user has visited in this particular field, and we will also have the list of liked videos and the disliked videos. So this is how the database schema looks like. So now let's go ahead and implement this schema in our Spring Boot project. All right, I'm back to the IntelliJ IDEA, and here I'm inside the backend project. And what I'm going to do here is to create a new package. So I'm going to right click on the root package and go to new and package. And I'm going to name the package as model. So here we're going to create the database entities for the MongoDB. So I'm going to create a new class called as video. And in here, the first field which I'm going to create is going to be the ID. So it's going to be private string ID. So this is going to be an identifier. So I'm going to use the Spring Data MongoDB annotation called ID. So just to make sure that we will inform MongoDB that this is the identifier for this particular collection. And next we have the title field. So this is going to be a string variable followed by the description. And we also have the user ID. So this is also going to be a string here. So notice that while storing this ID inside the MongoDB database, this will be converted into a different format. So this will be stored as an object ID, but we are just informing that an object ID should be of the type string. So whenever you read the read the entity from the database, you will be having this ID in the string form, but not in an object ID format. Okay, so that's one thing we have to keep in mind. Okay, moving ahead, we have the likes count. So we are going to maintain an integer variable called likes, and I'm also going to define an integer variable called dislikes, followed by a set of strings. So I've mentioned tag should be a list inside the schema diagram, but this should be a set of strings. So I'm going to define a set of string, and this is going to be, we are going to name it as, and this we are going to name it as tags. And let me also make sure to import this into the class. And the next field I'm going to define is going to be URL. So private string URL. You know what, let's name this as video URL, because we also have a thumbnail URL. So the next one is going to be an enum called as video status, because whenever we have multiple possible values, we usually use an enum type. So let me quickly create an enum. So create enum video status. Okay. And the possible values here are public, private, and unlisted. Okay, so the values inside the enum should be all capital, so I just capitalized each possible values here, so public, private, and unlisted. Okay, so let me go back to the class, and the next one is going to be an view count. So we will maintain the count of the video. So we will maintain the count, how many times a video is being viewed, followed by the thumbnail URL. So this is also going to be a string, and I'm going to name it as thumbnail URL, followed by the list of comments. So we don't have any comment class yet, so let's leave it like that and name it as comment list. So what I'm going to do now is to create the class called as comment. I'm going to create it inside the model package, and in this class we are going to again create an ID from the Spring Data Annotation Spring Framework data.annotation package, and I'm going to name this and create the field called ID here, followed by the text. A comment can have a text, and we also need to store the user ID of the author. So I'm going to name it as author ID. I think that's fine. We can also have the possibility to like or dislike a comment. So we can also store the like count of a comment. So that's going to be an integer. And let's do the same thing also for the dislike count. Alright, so let's import this into our video class. So looks like everything is fine, but what we are missing here are the getters and setters, and the no argument constructor and the all arguments constructor, which are essential for the for any Java Pojo class. But before that, we have to define this particular class as a MongoDB document by using the document annotation, and we can name it this document as video. I'm going to name it as video, followed by the Lombok annotation. So instead of generating the getters and setters and the no args and the all args constructor, I can use the Lombok library, which we have added before. So to add all this boilerplate code, I can use the data annotation from the Lombok library. So if you go ahead and open the structure tab, so if you're using IntelliJ, if you open the structure tab, you can see that Lombok has automatically created all the getters and setters for all the fields which you have specified. So you can also see that it has created the equals and the hash code and the toString methods automatically. So this is created dynamically by Lombok at the time of compilation. So you don't need to implement them manually. Let's also add the arguments constructor. So I need one no arguments constructor and all arguments constructor. Okay, so let's now create the user collection. So I'm going to go back to the model package, and I'm going to click on new Java class, and I'm going to call it as user. And let's do the same thing also. I need to define it as a document, add all the Lombok annotation. So I'm just going to copy it from the document class and paste it here, and I'm going to rename it as user. And inside we will have our first field. So this is going to be again an ID. So I'm going to add the ID annotation from Spring Data, and I'm going to name it as private string ID, followed by the next field. So this would be the first name, last name, and the full name. So these are the three attributes of a user. The name of the user, followed by the email address. So I can create another variable called email address, and I'm going to create a set of string. I'm going to create a subscribed to users. Let me import this set, and I'm going to again create a field called as subscribers. So this list will maintain the list of users which are subscribed to our given user, and the subscribed to user will maintain the list where our user is subscribed to another set of users, right? Hope it makes sense. And the next one, the next field we are going to create is going to be a video history. So this is also going to be a set of, going to be a list. So list of string, and we are going to name it as video history in this field. Let me also quickly import this field, followed by the set of liked videos. So this is going to be again a set of strings. So we're going to name it as liked videos. Let me copy again and paste it, and I'm going to rename this as disliked videos. Alright, so we have the main collections. We have created main entities inside the Spring Boot project. So we have the video entity, we have the user entity, and we also have the comment class, which is going to be an embedded document inside our video document. And one thing I've missed is I did not add the getters and setters here. So let me quickly add the data, the noargs constructor, and allargs constructor annotations here. So yeah, now there are no squiggly lines under the field names. So let's test this out. I'm going to start the YouTube clone application, and it should be started without any errors. So yeah, you can see that it has already started up quickly. Alright, so the next step is to start developing the first feature of the application, that is to create an endpoint to upload the videos to our server, and from there we will upload the video to the AWS S3. So let's briefly have a look at how we are going to approach this this feature, right? So we'll have some users who are going to upload a video to our backend server. Our server will mainly expose a REST API, REST endpoints, that is mainly handled by a controller. So we will have a controller which will expose a REST API, and then will process the files which the user is uploading. And after processing the file, we will delegate the logic to upload the files to the service. So we will also have a service class which will mainly deal with uploading the file, like processing the file, and then we will upload this file to AWS S3. So here we have AWS S3, right? And after that, we are going to mainly store the metadata of the video inside the database. So we'll also have a repository which will talk to the MongoDB database, right? So this is the high-level overview of how we are going to structure our backend project. And so we will have a controller, service, and a repository. This is common for all the APIs we are going to create. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement our first API to upload the video. For that, I'm going to open the IntelliJ IDEA, and then under the root package, I'm going to right click and create a new package called as controller. And under this package, I'm going to create a new class called as video controller. And as this is going to be a REST controller, which is going to expose a REST endpoint, I'm going to annotate this class with the REST controller annotation, followed by the request mapping annotation, because this is where we will tell to Spring Boot where we can find the REST API. So I'm going to name this mapping as /API/videos. All right, and now inside the class, I'm going to create one method, public void upload video. All right, and this method will take a request body as a file as a request body, right? So this is going to be, we have to define a request param as a file, and the kind of file which we are going to receive is going to be a multi-part file. This endpoint is going to listen for the post request, right? So this we have to also add the post mapping annotations on top of this class, and the HTTP response of this request is going to be created. So I'm going to use the annotation response status, and in there I'm going to type in HTTP status dot created. So I'm going to select the option HTTP CSS.created. So usually whenever we make a post request, we are creating some resource at the server side. So the appropriate return type whenever you're doing a HTTP post request, the response type should be created. So just keep that in mind, okay? All right, so moving along, we have to send this file to the service, so that we have to process this file and we have to delegate it to the service layer. So for that, I need to create the video service class, and I'm going to create this inside a package called as service. And inside the package, I'm going to create a new class called as video service. All right, so now I'm going to annotate this class as a service. And in there, I'm going to create a method called as upload video. And I'm going to take in the multipart file as the input parameter. All right, so now inside this upload video method, what we are going to do is to upload the video file to AWS S3. So I'm just going to list down here, upload file to AWS S3 and save video data to database. So this is what we want to do. And here, as this is a video service, it makes sense to not code the logic, upload the file to AWS S3 inside this class, right? So it makes sense to create a separate class called as maybe an S3 service. What I'm going to do is I'm going to first create an interface called as file service, because we are just going to follow along with the best practice that we have to program against an interface, so that in future, if we want to create more implementations, we can just extend that interface and create some other class and make it polymorphic, right? So I just made a mistake here. This is going to be a file service. So let me rename that quickly. Perfect. So now I'm going to create a class called as S3 service, which will implement this file service. So in the future, if I don't want to upload the files to S3, but I just want to maintain it on my own server, right? I can implement whatever logic I want to have, right? So now let's create the class called as S3 service. So this S3 service is going to implement the file service, and this is also going to be a service. So I'm going to quickly add the annotation here. So this class is going to implement the method called as upload. So I'm going to create a method with public, and the return type of this method is going to be a string, because we will once we upload the file, we will get the URL of that particular video. So this is going to be return type, and I'm going to name this method as upload file, right? So this is going to take a multipart file as an input parameter. Now we have to also add this the method declaration inside the file service. So for that, I'm just going to add the override parameter, and now the IDE will complain that this upload file method definition is not present inside the file service. We don't need to add this manually, so we can just make use of our IDE. So I'm just going to Alt enter, and I'm going to add select the option pool method upload file. So if you go back to the file service, you can see that the method definition is added automatically to the interface. That's perfect. Now we have to add the logic to upload the file to AWS S3. All right, so now let's go ahead and create an account for Amazon AWS so that we can access the S3 service. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go to the aws.amazon.com. So in here, create an AWS account. So if you don't have an existing account, you can create a new account, and they provide a free tier for 1 year. So we can visit this aws.amazon.com/free link. So to see what are the free services Amazon AWS will provide us. So we'll get 5 GB of free storage for 12 months. So you can easily use this free tier, and can just experiment with all these services. So we will mainly use AWS S3 for this project. And once you have created the account, we can log in into the AWS portal. And in there, the first thing you have to do is to create an access key and a secret. for your account. So you can do that by clicking on the account name to the top right side corner. My account is called as Programming Techie, and in there you can go to the My Security Credentials section. So in here you will have your credentials and the secrets which are associated to your AWS account. And if you expand the access keys section, here you can see the access keys which you can use to communicate with the AWS services from your application. So in our case, when our Spring Boot server want to upload a video file to AWS S3, we need to provide the access key ID and the secret for us to authenticate and then start the video upload. Right, so I already have the access key already created before, so you can click on this create new access key button. So it will show you this confirmation that the access key is created successfully. And if you expand this show access key section, you will see an access key ID and a secret. So make sure you save these two details. You can also download the key file. So I'm just going to close it here, and I don't need it. I will just delete it. And yeah, the next thing we have to do is to then configure AWS S3. So for that, I'm going to search for S3 here in the search bar. So I'm going to select S3. And in here, we want to create a bucket. So Amazon S3 stores all our files in something called as a bucket. So we need to create them. I already created one bucket. So you can just click on the create bucket option, and in there, make sure you provide some unique name, because AWS S3 buckets have a unique name. So you just provide some unique name and the region you will based on the country you are in. And then you can just click on create bucket. The bucket will be created, and now you're ready to access Amazon S3 from your Spring Boot application. So let's go ahead and configure S3 in our project. All right, so now to enable the AWS support, we're going to use the AWS Spring Cloud AWS project. Go to the website awsspring.io. So now if you click on the get started button, it will open some introduction section, and if you click on the reference documentation, it will open the reference documentation here, and inside the reference documentation, if you just scroll down, we'll just have a nice overview about this project. So it provides some nice abstraction to access different AWS services from our applications. So you can see S3 is one of the service. We also have CloudFormation, EC2, relational database of Amazon, and some other services. So if I scroll down, you can see the dependency management section, and in here I'm going to copy this section, and I'm going to open our project, and in there I'm going to open the pom.xml of the backend module, and I'm going to scroll up and paste it inside our project. So I don't need the dependencies section here. So we have copied the dependencies, but for version we don't know what is the right version for this library. So what I'm going to do is press Control Space, and IntelliJ will suggest what is the latest version which is available for this library. It is 2.3.0-RC2. I'm going to select that, and make sure you force IntelliJ to download this dependency by clicking on the Maven icon to the top right side corner. Alright, so now IntelliJ should download this dependency and let's go back again to the documentation section, and this will download the AWS SDK to our project, but we need to also enable the auto configuration, the Spring Boot support for AWS. So for that, we need to add another library. So I'm just going to scroll down here, and I'm going to go to the section Spring Boot auto configuration, that's 2.3.3. And here we have another dependency. So I'm just going to copy the dependency part here. So this is for the dependency Spring Cloud AWS auto configure. So I'm going to open IntelliJ again, and just below the dependency of Spring Cloud AWS context, I'm going to paste in the dependency Spring Cloud AWS auto configure, and we are going to provide the same version number also for this dependency, and again, make sure to force Maven to download this by clicking on that button. Okay, so now we have configured our pom.xml to download this Spring AWS support. Now the next thing we need to do is to configure the credentials inside our application.properties file. So I'm going to open the application.properties, and in here we need to configure the Amazon S3 credentials. So if I open the documentation website, go to the configuring credentials section under the Spring Boot auto configuration. So you can see that we have this properties cloud.aws credentials access key and cloud AWS credentials secret key. So I'm just going to copy this property and paste it here. So here we have to provide the access key which you have copied from your S3 portal, from Amazon S3 portal, and similar to the access key, we also have to copy the secret key for your Amazon account. So now the tricky thing is you cannot just maintain this access key and secret key inside the application properties, right? So because we have to maintain this files inside GitHub, we will upload the file into the GitHub, and it's not a good idea to maintain the access key and secret key of your Amazon account inside GitHub. So right, so for that what we can do is we can make use of the VM properties in your IntelliJ in your IDE. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure my credentials in the VM configuration by clicking on this YouTube clone application drop down here, and I'm going to click on edit configurations, and in here if I just expand the environment option, we see the options called as VM option. So here what I can do is I can inject the access key and secret key so that I don't need to maintain the these two properties inside the application.properties, but whenever Spring Boot this application YouTube clone application is started, IntelliJ will inject these properties automatically to our application. So I can just type in here -d cloud.aws.credentials.secret key. You can first provide the access key information here. So I'm just going to copy this one more time and add -d cloud.aws.credentials.access key equals my access key, and then again I'm going to press enter and type -d cloud.aws.credentials.secret key equals my secret key. So what you need to do is to paste this access key and secret key of your account here and just click on apply and OK. So now whenever you start the application, IntelliJ will inject these two properties to our application, so we don't need to maintain it anymore now. And moving along, we have the next property we are going to define inside the application.properties is going to be the region. So I'm going to type in cloud.aws.region.static equals EU West 2, because I'm choosing EU West 2 because this is where I'm located at, because you can see that under the Amazon S3 portal, you can see the AWS region where you have created the bucket. So I can just copy the EU West 2 text here and paste it back inside the application.properties. And the last property we need to add is cloud.aws.stack.auto equals false. So this property will make sure that it will not enable any properties regarding the cloud formation. We don't need that right now. Alright, so now let's open the S3 service class and let's go ahead and implement the logic to upload the file to AWS S3. So the first thing I need to do is to get the extension of the file. So what we have to do is first to prepare a key, so that a unique key for a file, so that we can upload this file with this unique key to AWS S3. So to prepare this unique key, first I need to retrieve the extension of the file. So I can do that by first getting the name of the file. So I can now type file.get original file name. And after I get the original file name, I can retrieve the extension by using the utility class from Spring Framework called as string utils. So make sure you select the string utils from Spring Framework package, and then type get file name extension. Right, so I'm just going to pass in the original file name, and then we will receive the file name extension of the file we just created. I'm just going to rename this as var. Alright, so now we got the extension. Now to prepare the key value, I have to generate a random UUID and append the extension to that UUID to create a unique value. So what I want to do is create a UUID.randomUUID.toString and concatenate the file name extension. right? So this is what I want to do, and let's introduce a new variable and let's call it as key. Use a var instead of a string. All right, now what we have to do is to create the object metadata. So I'm going to create a variable called as metadata and create an object metadata. So this object metadata is a class from this Amazon S3 module we just added. So now I'm going to add the content length. So I'm going to just add set content length is going to be file.getSize, and another metadata I'm going to add is the content type. So it's going to be file.get content type. And once we have the metadata object ready, now we can just directly send this file to the Amazon S3 using an Amazon S3 client. So quickly auto-wire this S3 client field. So I'm going to do a constructor injection here. So I'm just going to define a private final variable called Amazon S3 client. So again, I'm going to import the Amazon S3 client from com Amazon AWS services.s3 package. So I'm going to name this as Amazon S3 client. And now IntelliJ is going to complain that there is no constructor. So I'm going to press Alt Enter and add the constructor parameter. Using Lombok, we can also remove this constructor. So what I will do is I'll remove this constructor and I'm just going to add the annotation required args constructor. So what Lombok will do, it will automatically generate the argument constructor for us. So I'm just going to use the AWS S3 client variable here inside the method. AWS S3 client dot put object, and I'm going to select the object. So the first argument should be the Amazon S3 bucket. So if I open S3, so this is the bucket I've just created, YouTube demo ptechie. You can just provide the name of the bucket you have created. So I'm just going to type in my bucket name, YouTube demo ptechie, followed by the key which we just created. So I'm going to provide the key as a next argument, followed by the input stream of the file. So I'm just going to type in file.get input stream, followed by the metadata we just created. So I'm just going to add also the metadata there. And as we are accessing the input stream, it is throwing an exception here. So we have to handle this exception, surround this statement using a try-catch block. And I'm going to catch the IO exception here. And I'm going to rethrow this exception called as response status exception. And whenever this exception occurs, we are going to provide the HTTP status as internal server error. So that means something went wrong while processing this request. And we can just provide the message as an exception occurred. Just let me add it to the next line. An exception occurred while uploading the file. Right. So this will make sure that it will create a response automatically to the client, and it will send this message as the exception message. So after we have uploaded the object to Amazon S3, what we can do is we can add some access control list. So to make this video file public, so that we can read this video publicly from our Angular application. So for that I need to do Amazon AWS S3 client dot set object ACL, and in there I'm going to provide again the bucket name. So I'm just going to copy this here and paste it, and followed by the key which we just provided above. And now I'm going to provide the access control list as scanned access control list dot public read. So this will make sure that we are able to read this particular file publicly without any authentication. So next we have to retrieve the URL of this particular video we just uploaded to S3. We can do that by typing AWS S3 client dot get resource URL, and we are going to again pass in the name YouTube demo ptechie. Again, this would be the bucket name you have just created, followed by the key. Alright, so we can just return this URL we retrieved from AWS S3 back to the video service method. So that's what we need, right? We want to first upload the file to AWS S3 and return the video URL back to the video service. So let's just do some cleanup here. I'm just going to remove these comments, and we can do some improvements here because we have this YouTube demo ptech key string multiple times. What we can do is we can extract this string into a constant. So what I'm going to do is make sure to select this particular string and type and press the key combination Ctrl-Alt-C if you're on Windows. So what this will do is it will create the constant and it will ask whether to replace all the occurrences of this string or not. So we want to replace all these occurrences, so I'm just going to click on replace all occurrences, and I can also type in the bucket, and I can also decide what name I have to provide for this constant. So I'm just going to type in bucket underscore name. So if you just scroll up, you can see that IntelliJ has automatically created the constant called as bucket name. And yeah, if you want to change the bucket name, you can just change this constant, and you don't need to change it everywhere inside the code. Alright, so we have implemented the file upload functionality. Now all it's remaining is we have to call the upload file method of the S3 service from our video service. So what I'm going to do now is to auto wire the S3 service class into the video service. So I'm going to type in private final S3 service, and we are going to use Lombok to create the required arguments constructor. So I'm going to add this annotation, and inside this method I'm going to remove the comments and type in S3 service dot upload file, and I'm just going to pass in the multi-part file to this method. So as a return type, we will get the video URL from the S3. So we are just going to name this variable as video URL. I need to create an object for the video class. So what I'm going to do is create a variable called video and create the object for the video class, and I'm going to set the video URL through the set video URL method, and I'm just going to pass in the video URL. Okay, so this is the minimum functionality we need to save the video. So what we need now is we need to create a repository to save this video to the MongoDB database. For that, I'm just going to create a new package called as repository, and inside this package I'm just going to create an interface called as video repository. Right, and this repository will extend a Mongo repository interface, and we are going to create this repository for the entity video, and the primary key will be of type string. So we have to pass in these two generic arguments for the Mongo repository interface. So that's all we need to do, and next I'm going to again auto wire also the video repository to our video service class. So I'm just going to type in private final video repository, and inside the upload video method I'm just going to call the video repository dot save video. So what this will do is it will save the video to the MongoDB database, and all that's remaining now is to call this upload video method of the video service from our controller. So let me open the video controller, and again I'm just going to add the required args constructor annotation on top of the class, and inside the video controller I'm just going to auto wire the video service, and inside the upload video method of the controller I'm just going to again call the upload video of the video service class and just pass in the file as the input argument. Alright, so I think we are done here. So we just created the endpoint method to upload the video, and this is returning the HTTP status created as the response. And if you go inside the upload video method, it's first calling the S3 service the upload file of the S3 service, and as part of this class we are uploading the video. We are just first creating the unique key and then uploading the video to the bucket we just created, and we are also setting the access control as public read so that the video will be visible to the Angular client. And then we are retrieving the video URL from AWS S3, and after that we are just saving the metadata to the MongoDB database. Welcome to part 3 of the Spring Boot and Angular full stack project series, where we are going to build a YouTube clone application. In part 2 of this tutorial series, we built the backend API of the application, where we developed the logic to upload the videos to AWS S3. In this video, we are going to test that implementation and also implement the front-end parts of the things. So we are going to implement a drag and drop interface in the Angular application. So without any further delay, let's start the video. Alright, so a quick recap of what we have developed in the last video. We have created a video controller class which is exposing a post endpoint, which is taking a multi-part file as a request parameter, and we are passing this parameter into the upload video method of the video service class, which is in turn passing this file to the S3 service, where we are reading the input stream from the file and passing it to the put object of the AWS S3 client, which will upload a file to the AWS S3. And we are also setting the object access control to public read so that the video is accessible from our Angular application. And lastly, we are also retrieving the URL of the video, and we are passing it as we are returning it from this method. And back inside the upload video, we are creating a video object, setting the video URL and saving the video object to the MongoDB database. Alright, so now it's time to test whether how this implementation is working. So I'm just going to start the YouTube clone application. So you can do that by going into the YouTube clone application class and clicking on the debug YouTube application button. So now the application should start in the debug mode. So you can see that the application is started at port 8080, and to test it, I'm going to use a Postman client. So I've already configured the required details here. So I just added the URL as localhost 8080/API/videos, and I've selected the HTTP method as post. And inside the body, I'm going to select the option form data, and we are going to provide the request parameter, the name of the request parameter as file. So just make sure that you have the key name as file and select the type as file. So I think by default the text option will be selected, so just make sure you select the option file. And in here in the value, you can go to this option and select some random video. So I'm just going to select a video file .mp4 file. So it's called as input.mp4, and now you can click on send, and you can see that we are receiving a 500 error. So let's see what is the problem here. So I've opened the IntelliJ IDEA, and I'm just going to scroll down, and the error says size limit exceeded exception. The request was rejected because its size exceeds the configured maximum. So what this error says is like our video file has exceeded the default maximum limit of a file. So I think it's around 10 MB, the default file limit, and our video file is around 14 MB. So for that, what we can do is you can open the application.properties file, and here I'm going to add a couple of properties. So the first one is Spring Servlet multipart max file size, and I'm going to add it as 100 MB. And the second one is Spring Servlet multipart max request size 100 MB. So by adding these two properties, we are configuring the max file size as 100 MB and the request size as 100 MB. So after adding these two properties, I'm just going to restart the server. Okay, the server is restarted. Now let's go back to the Postman client and try this request again. So you can see that it's taking some time. That's good, but we are still getting this 500 error. So let's go back and see what's the problem now. Okay, so we are getting a different error now. So it says Amazon S3 exception access denied. So this is because we did not allow the public access for the bucket we have just created in the last video. So let's go ahead and change the bucket settings. So I logged into my Amazon account and I have chosen the service Amazon S3. And here you can see the bucket we have created in the last tutorial. So it's the YouTube demo PTKey. This is the bucket I've created. And you can see in the access column, the text bucket and objects not public. So this is the reason why we are getting the access denied exception, because the bucket is not set as public and we are not able to access this bucket from our Spring Boot application. So what we are going to do is I'm going to first click on the YouTube demo PTKey bucket, and I'm going to click on permissions. So here you can see that we are blocking the public access of the bucket. So what we can do is we can click on edit, and I'm going to uncheck this and click on save changes. So it's asking us to confirm the changes. So I'm just going to type confirm here, and okay, and now we are allowing the public access to this bucket. So let's go back to the Postman client and try the request again. I'm going to click on the button send. Okay, now you can see that we have received the response as 201 created. So that's good. That means the request is processed successfully, and we also don't see any error messages. That's also good. Now let's open the Amazon S3 and let's see whether video is uploaded or not. So I'm just going to refresh here. Alright, now you can see that the object we have created is uploaded to S3, but there is a small error here. So just before the extension there is no dot here, so it should be some random UUID .mp4. Let's quickly fix this error. So I'm just going to open the video service and going into the S3 service upload file method, and while creating the key, I'm just going to add a dot before the file extension. So right, so now it should be a random UUID .mp4. To reload this, I'm just going to make use of the IntelliJ features. I'm just going to right click on the editor and click on compile and reload file. As this is just a small change, IntelliJ should be able to reload the class without any problems. Notice that if you have added any annotations or changed any classes, you need to restart the server. This reload will not work. And as an alternative, you can use the Spring DevTools extension, which will reload the server based on some changes. Alright, so now let's try this again. I'm just going to open the Postman client again, and I'm going to click on send. Okay, we have got the 201 response again. Now let's open Amazon S3 again and refresh. So now you can see that the file is created successfully with a valid key, and you can also see that it's recognized as an MP4 file. Alright, so we have completed the implementation of the Backend API to upload the videos to Amazon S3. So now we are going to start working on the front-end side of things. So we are going to start off by creating the component to upload the videos. So for that, I'm going to open the terminal and make sure that you are inside the front-end module. So for that, I'm going to cd into front-end and YouTube clone UI. And in here, I'm going to first generate the component to upload the videos. So for that, I'm going to type in the command ng, g, which means generate, and c, which is component. So I'm just going to type the command ng generate component, upload video. So what it will do is it will mainly create files. The first one is upload video component.html and upload video component.spec.ts and upload video component.ts. So the spec.ts is like a test file for the component TypeScript file, and the last one is the upload video component.css file, where we can store our CSS for this particular component. So the next thing we are going to do is add a library called as ngx file drop to our Angular project. For that, I'm going to open Google, and I'm just going to search for ngx file drop, and I'm just going to click on the first link, which is coming from the npmjs.com. And in here you can see that this is an Angular module which is used to create the drag and drop interface. We can just install this library by just copying this command here. So I'm just going to copy this command and open IntelliJ and paste it here. So it will install this ngx file drop library to our project, and it will also save this dependency to our package.json file. So I'm just going to type enter, and you can see that the library is installed successfully, but we have found 11 vulnerabilities in our project. Here we have the message to fix them by running this npm audit fix command. So just let's run this command, npm audit fix. You can see that it has fixed 10 out of 11 vulnerabilities, and the one vulnerability we have to review it manually, so we will do that soon. But let's continue. So I'm going to open the documentation again, and here it defines the usage, how we have to use this library inside our Angular project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first copy these 3 modules. So we need a forms module to work with the reactive forms in our application, and we also need HTTP client module to be able to call the backend from our Angular application, and the ngx file drop module, which will enable all the drag and drop functionality in our Angular project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy these 3 lines, and here I'm going to go into the source app folder, and I'm going to open app-module.ts, and in here I'm just going to paste these 3 lines under the browser animations module. So I'm just going to paste these 3 lines here, and of course we have to import these modules into our app-module.ts file. So I'm just going to press alt enter and import these modules to our app-module.ts file. So if you're not using IntelliJ or maybe you're using VS Code, just make sure to type in these import commands manually into the app-module.ts file. So let's see what is the next step. So I'm just going to scroll down here inside the documentation, and this is to enable the file drag functionality. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the whole app component file here and paste it inside the upload video.component.ts file. Okay, so it will complain that the class name is different, so let's rename this upload video component, and also the template URL. So I'm going to select as upload video component.html, and here I'm going to, in the styles URL, I'm going to select upload video component.css, and I'm going to rename the selector as app upload video. All right, and here if you scroll down, it's complaining that it is not has any type. So I'm just going to add type of any here for the file over method, and the same thing I'm going to do for the file leave method. So for the event, I'm just going to add the type as any. Okay, now I'm going to open the documentation again, and here now I'm going to copy the HTML part and paste it inside the upload video component.html file. So here we basically have the ngx file drop directive, which is basically enabling the file drag and drop functionality in our application. And here we also have a table which is actually showing the information of the files which are uploaded to the application. So let's see this in action by starting the server. So I'm just going to again open the terminal and type in the command npm start. So this is going to start the application at the port 4200. So right now it's generating the application bundle. So I will be back once the application is up and running. All right, so the server is up and running. So I'm going to open the browser. I'm just going to type in localhost 4200. And you can see that we are greeted with the home page of the Angular application, but we want to go to the upload video component, and we did not yet create any route to go to the upload video component. So the next thing we are going to do is to create the route. For that, I'm going to open the app routing module.ts file, and we can define the route inside the const, the routes array const. So for that, I'm just going to create an object, and I'm going to add a path. So this path is going to be upload video. So whenever the user has typed in upload video as one of the URL path, we're going to route this to the component upload video component. right? So if I type localhost 4200 upload video, then the page will be redirected to the upload video component, and we should be able to see the drag and drop file interface we just added. And the other thing we have to do is to open app.component.html file, and here I'm just going to delete the whole default HTML. So I'm just going to leave out the router out, delete everything else. So alright, now if I open the localhost 4200, you will not see anything because we don't have any HTML file configured in the default homepage. So what I'm going to do is type in upload video, and now you can see that the drag and drop interface here. So you see the default text which is configured as part of the HTML file we saw before, and if I click on browse files, you can see that it has opened the file window, and now I'm going to select the video file here, and now you can see that it has automatically understood the file name, and it is showing it just below the drag and drop area. Now we are also going to test the drag and drop interface. So let me quickly drop a video file under the drag and drop interface. So now you can see that it will also recognize the MP4 file, and it's showing the name, the input.mp4. And the next thing we are going to do is to change this default text which is coming from the ngx file drop HTML file. So let me open IntelliJ and the upload video component.html file, and here under the ng template we have the default text, this optional custom content. So I'm just going to remove this and replace it with drag and drop videos in this section or browse files. So if I just save it and open the browser, you can see that this text is reflected immediately. So either the user can drag and drop the videos, or we provide the option to browse files and select the video. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is to add a button called as upload just below the name of the file. So for that, what we are going to do is back to IntelliJ and under the upload video component.ts. So as soon as the file is dropped, we need to understand that actually the file is dropped, and we have to show the upload button. For that, we can add a boolean variable just under this dropped file section. So if it is a file, like if it is a file system, if it is a file of type file system file entry, then we are going to process the file. Or if it is a directory which is of the type file system directory entry, then we are going to process it as a directory. And as we are only interested in files, so we are going to identify whether the file is uploaded or not with the help of a boolean variable. So what I'm going to do is right below the console log statement, I'm going to define a boolean variable called file uploaded equals true, right? So of course IntelliJ is complaining that this variable is not yet present. So I'm going to define this variable on the class level. So file uploaded. So this is going to be a boolean variable and a default value of false. So I'm going to replace this as this dot file uploaded equals true, right? So the file uploaded variable is false by default, and whenever a file is dropped into the section, then the file uploaded boolean variable will be assigned the value true. So what I'm going to do now is to go back to the upload video component.html file, and just under the div section, the upload table div class, I'm going to add a button. So this button is going to be of type mat button. So remember that we are using Angular material as our styling library. So it provides different kinds of components, UI components, which we're going to have a look at in depth in this tutorial. So as of now, we are just using the mat button module. So I'm just going to add it, and IntelliJ is already suggesting me to import the mat button module into the Angular into the app module.ts file. So I'm just going to select this option. If you're not using IntelliJ, if you're using VS Code, you have to add this mat button module under the import section of the app module.ts file, and make sure also to import this mat button module from the Angular material button package. Right, so I'm going to go back to the HTML file, and here I'm just going to add an ng if statement. So we have to display the upload button whenever this file uploaded variable is true. So I'm just going to add file uploaded here and just going to name this button as upload, or I'll name it as upload video, right? I'm just going to save it, and if I open the browser again, and you can see the page is refreshed, so I just have to upload the video again. So I'm going to drop the video one more time, and just below the name you can see the upload video button now. So what we're going to do next is to, whenever we click on the upload button, we have to make the API call to our Spring Boot backend, and then the Spring Boot backend will upload this video to AWS S3. So let's go ahead and implement that functionality next. Right, so now whenever I click on the upload video button, I have to make an API call to our Spring Boot backend API. So for that, I'm going to open the upload video component.html, and in the button tag, I'm just going to add a click directive. So whenever this button is clicked, I have to call the upload video method, which should be defined inside the upload video component. Of course, it is not defined yet, so I'm going to create this method inside the component. And now we have to define the logic here to upload the video to backend. So for that, what we are going to do is we need a video service. So we need a service class which will make the HTTP calls to the backend. So for that, I'm going to go again to the terminal and go to cd into frontend and YouTube clone UI. And now I'm going to create a service class called video. So for that, I'm going to type in nggs, so which is ng generate service video. So what this will do is we'll create two files, videoservice.ts and videoservice.spec.ts files. So let's open the videoservice.ts here. And in here, we have to first auto inject the HTTP client, which we will use to make HTTP calls to our Spring Boot backend. So I'm going to type in HTTP client, and this is HTTP client. I'm going to select the HTTP client class coming from the Angular common package, right? And I'm going to define also the method called as upload video here inside the video service. So back to the upload video component.ts file. So what we are going to do is we should pass in the file which we have just uploaded, which the user has just uploaded. For that, what I'm going to do is, so the file is actually the file is actually defined here, right? So as soon as we identify that the file entry is actually a file, we are assigning it to a const variable called file entry. So we need this file entry inside this upload video method. So what we can do is we can also make it a class level variable. So I'm going to define a variable called as file entry, and this is going to be a file system entry, and I'm going to add a default value as undefined. Okay, so I'm going to replace this const as this dot file entry, and I'm also going to replace this usage with this dot file entry. I hope this is the only places. Yeah, these are the two places. Now I'm going to file entry inside the upload video button, so inside the upload video method. So we are going to process this file only if it is undefined. So I'm going to add this if condition dot this dot if condition, where if this dot file entry is not equal to undefined, right? And then only we will call the video service then only we'll call the upload video method of the video service. For that, we need to first inject the video service into our component. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and do that. We need to first define a constructor here for the upload video component. I'm going to, inside the constructor parameters, I'm going to first inject the video service. So private video service, and I'm going to call the video service class. So let's use this video service variable under the upload video method. So I'm going to call this dot video service dot upload video, and I'm going to pass in the file entry as the input argument for the input argument for the upload video method. So I'm going to refactor it so that the upload video also has the file entry as the input parameter. So file entry file system file entry, right? So we have the file entry here already. Now what we are going to do is to make a HTTP post call. HTTP post call. I think it's not visible because the IntelliJ is adding some warning text or something like that. So let's add some return here so that IntelliJ is okay. So now it's happy. It's not blurring out the method body here. So I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is, what we are going to do now here is we are going to make a HTTP post call to upload the video, and yeah, that's what we are going to do. So for that we need the HTTP client. So I'm going to use this .http client .post, and I'm going to call the URL HTTP localhost 8080/API/videos. If I'm not wrong, this is the correct request mapping. So let's confirm this. I'm going to open the backend project, source main Java controller, video controller, and you can see it's /API/videos, and it's a post mapping. So we got it correct. So back to the video service.ts file, and as a request body we have to pass in the file entry as the request parameter. So we can do that by copying this from the component upload video component.ts. So inside the example code we have already defined, we already have this how to do this. So first we have to upload the file by defining the form data. So I'm going to copy these two lines here, so and paste it inside the upload video method. Okay, so what we are doing is we are creating a new form data object, and we are appending the whatever metadata we need to send, we are appending it to the form data. But the name of the request parameter should be file, because if I open the video controller class again, here you can see the request parameter is named as file. So we need to provide the same name, or else the request will not work, or else the post call will not work. So I'm going to name it as file, and here the file entry, the file should be a file entry, as this is the file system entry we are receiving, right? And this is going to be file entry dot name. Now we can see that we have got an compilation error because the form data dot append method is expecting a file object, but whereas we have provided the file entry object which of the type file system file entry. So to fix that we need to pass in a file object. For that I'm going to for that we need to pass in a file as an input argument from the upload video component. So so now I'm going to open the upload video component.ts file, and in here we have this file entry. So I'm going to first retrieve the file from inside this file entry by typing this file entry file. So this provides a callback. So I'm going to provide this callback as file, and I'm going to move this upload video method call inside the callback, right? So now I'm going to, instead of passing the file entry, I'm going to pass just file to the upload video method. And of course we need to change the method signature. I'm going to also do that. So now if you go inside the upload video method, you can see that it is taking a file as the entry now, and it's not throwing any compilation error. So we are also returning the object, and we are also returning the observable after making the post call to the backend API. So let's go back to the upload video component, and here we are also subscribing to the observable, and whenever we receive successful data, we are printing the message video uploaded successfully to the console. So now let's go ahead and test how this is working. So I'm going to open the browser, and I'm going to also open the DevTools to make sure that I monitor the network calls, right? So I'm going to drag and drop the MP4 file again, that input.mp4 file. And now I'm going to click on the button upload video, and you can see that we are making a post call to our backend. So that's good, but what's not good is we got a CORDS error back. So Let's see what is this CORDS error and how to fix this. So you can see that we have received the error access to XML HTTP request at localhost 8080 API videos from origin localhost 4200 has been blocked by CORDS policy. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. So to understand this error, we have to understand what we mean by origin, right? An origin is a combination of a host name, a port, and a HTTP scheme, right? So if you observe this error message, we are trying to call the backend, which is running at localhost 8080 with HTTP scheme, from our frontend, which is running on localhost 4200, which is using HTTP scheme. So whenever our backend is receiving request which is of different origin, then the backend will panic and it will not accept the request from a different origin. So what we have to do is we have to configure our backend to accept also the request from different origins. So we can do that by configuring a class inside our backend. So I'm going to first create a package called as config, and I'm going to create a class called as web MVC config, right? I'm going to add the component configuration annotation on top of this class, as this is going to be a MVC configuration, and this class is going to implement web MVC configure. So what I'm going to do now is to add a method called as add CORDS mapping. So it's going to be public void add CORDS mappings. It's not mapping but mappings, and this is going to take an input parameter of type CORDS registry, and I'm going to name it as CORDS registry, the variable, and I'm also going to add the override annotation on top of this method. So inside this method we are going to add the CORDS configuration. That means we will define what our request can our backend accept. So first of all, we want our backend to accept requests from all the mappings. So for that, I'm going to type in CORDS registry dot add mappings, and we are going to allow all the requests coming to our backend. So it's going to be slash and star star, which will allow all the requests which are coming to the backend. And the next one is we need to define what origins are allowed to access our backend. So I'm going to add allowed origins, and here I'm going to add allow all origins. This is not usually recommended, but we will restrict that in shortly, like in the further sections. For now we are going to allow all the origins to our backend. And the allowed methods, we need to allow a list of methods. So for that, I'm going to allow the HTTP get methods, followed by HTTP post, and followed by HTTP put, HTTP delete, patch, and options call. So all the possible HTTP methods we are allowing to our backend. Again, if you need it based on your requirement, we can also restrict post calls, or we can also restrict delete calls, patch calls, whatever you need. You are free to configure as you like, but we are going to allow all the methods to our backend. And the next one is going to be allowed headers. So we are also going to allow all the headers to our backend as part of the backend request. And the max age parameter we are going to provide as 3600. Okay, so this is the global configuration which is applicable to all the REST controllers we are exposing. So as we have done the changes, we need to restart our server. So I'm going to open the debug tab and click on restart button. So our server will be restarted now, and now we can try the upload functionality from our Angular application. So you can see that the server is restarted. Now let's go back to the browser, and I'm going to clear out this console message, and also the network tab I'm also going to clear it. And now I'm going to try to upload the video again. So I'm going to drag in and drop the video, and I'm going to click on the button upload. So now you can see that the network call is in pending, and you can see that we got a success response and the 201 status. That means the created status back from the REST API. Now let's see whether the video is uploaded to Amazon S3 or not. So I've already opened the S3 management console in the Amazon portal, and I'm going to select the YouTube demo ptechie bucket. And in here you can see that we have just, you can see the video we have just uploaded. So that means the backend functionality is also working, and also from the front end side we are able to upload the video and upload it to S3. Welcome to part 4 of the Spring Boot Angular tutorial series, where in the last video we developed the drag and drop interface in our Angular application to upload the videos to AWS S3. So now what we are going to do is to create a header bar section on top of each page of our Angular application. So for that, the first thing I'm going to do is to create a component inside our Angular application. For that, make sure you are inside the YouTube clone UI frontend project, and I'm going to type in the command ng-gc header, which means ng generate component header. So this will create a component called as header, and I'm going to just press enter. This will create 4 files as we have saw before. So the first one is going to be header component.html, the header component.spec.ts file, which is a test file for the header component.ts, and also the header component.css file. So the next thing is I'm going to open Angular material, the material.angular.io website, where we can find some built-in components provided by Google using the Angular material framework. I'm going to click on the link components here, and I'm going to scroll down until I find the section toolbar. So you can find it to the end of the components page. I'm going to click on the toolbar section, and I'm going to copy the toolbar, the last toolbar, because this is what we want. We need to have so we want the name of the application to the left side, and to the right side we need a couple of icons, where the first one would be to upload the video and the second one is to show the profile information, right? So I can copy this code by clicking on this view code option, the second hyperlink, and if I scroll down to the end, you can see the mat toolbar option here. So just copy this code and open in IntelliJ. Go to I'm just going to expand the front end folder, YouTube clone UI, source app, header, and I'm going to open the header component.html file, and I'm going to paste in the HTML code. So now you can see that IntelliJ is already complaining because this mat toolbar row and mat icon, these are the directives which are inside different modules of the Angular material library. So to be able to use these directives, we need to import the modules, the respective modules, into our Angular into our app module.ts file. So IntelliJ is already suggesting to import this toolbar module. So I'm just going to select the import mat toolbar module option. So what this will do is, if I open the app module.ts file, it has automatically added this mat toolbar module to the ng module imports declaration. If you're using VS Code or any other IDE, make sure to add the mat toolbar module under the import section of the ng module decorator, and also make sure to import the mat toolbar module from Angular material toolbar package, right? And the next module we need to import is to be able to use icons. So for that, I'm just going to again import the mat icon module also to our app module.ts file. You can see that the mat icon module is automatically added to the app module.ts file. Okay, now we don't have any error messages inside the component.html file. So what we need to do is, first I'm going to remove the first toolbar row, because I don't need 2 rows. I just need 1 row where I can have the name of the application to the left side. So instead of second line, I'm going to write YouTube clone, and to the right side we need to have the icons. The first icon should be an icon called as video_call. So these are the predefined icons inside Angular material, and if you type video_call, it will automatically display the particular icon for this name, right? And the second icon, I'm going to name it as account_circle, right? So now let's see how this is displayed inside the Angular application. So I'm going to open our website, and we don't yet see the header inside the Angular application inside the browser because we did not add it to the app component.html file. So yeah, I'm going to open the app component.html file, And on top of the router outlet tag, I'm going to add app header, and make sure you close also the tag, app header tag. So what it will do is inside each page of our Angular application, it will add the app header component. So now if I open the browser, you can see the YouTube clone to the left side, and we have the icons, the video upload icon and the profile icon just to the side of the YouTube clone text. So what we need to do is to pull these two icons to the right side. So for that, we don't need to write any code specifically. Once I open the Angular material website, under the CSS section, we have this CSS where it will automatically rearrange the text of the header bar and the icons. It will automatically rearrange the text to the left side and the icons to the right side. So I'm just going to copy this CSS and paste it in the header.component.css file. So what it is doing inside this CSS file is it's using the flex attribute of the CSS to automatically rearrange the components. Now if I open the Angular application, you can see that the text YouTube clone is to the left side and the icons are to the right side. So which is exactly what we need. So this is how we want to display our header bar, right? So in the future videos, once we implement the authentication, when the user is first logged in, we can replace these icons with the login button. And once the user is logged in, we can just display these two icons. Welcome to part 5 of the Spring Boot and Angular project series. Alright, so the first thing we are going to do is to create an API in our Spring Boot backend to update the video metadata. So for that, the first thing I'm going to do is to open the video controller class. Here you can see that we already have an endpoint which will upload the video. Now we are going to need an endpoint which will edit the video metadata. So for that, I'm going to name this method name as edit video metadata, right? And this is going to be a put request. So whenever we want to update an existing resource, according to REST terminology, we have to make a put request. Put HTTP method request. So for that, we have a separate annotation in Spring Boot called as put mapping. So I'm going to make use of that annotation. And as a response, once the request is processed, we have to return a 200 response. That means HTTP status OK response. So I can also represent that response using the annotation called as response status. And I'm just going to type in the HTTP status here, HTTP status dot OK. Right. So after adding these annotations, Spring Boot will expose this API with a put mapping, and it will return the response as HTTP status as OK. Coming to the method itself, as I said before, we are going to expose a put mapping put API, and we are going to of course receive a request body from the client as part of the request. Right. So for that, I'm going to create a new class called as video DTO. This class still does not exist. We are going to create this class now, and I'm going to add the annotation called as request body to tell Spring Boot that this is the request body we are receiving for this particular request. So let's go ahead and create this class video DTO, and I'm going to create this class under a package called as DTO. So now inside this class, I'm going to define the attributes or fields which will be part of the request body. So the first thing I'm going to do is to add the data annotation from the Lombok library, which will generate the boilerplate code like the getters and setters, equals and hashcode method for the video DTO class. And we also need to have the no argument constructor and the argument constructor. So for that, I'm going to use the allogs constructor annotation from Lombok to create the argument constructor, and the no args constructor annotation to create the no args constructor. And after that, I'm going to add some attributes or fields inside this class, as these attributes or fields are similar to what we have inside the video class. I'm not going to type each of these fields one by one and make you watch that. So I'm just going to copy and paste the required field names. So the first one is the video ID, and the next one is the title of the video, followed by the description, and the tags for a given video, followed by the video URL, the video status, and the thumbnail URL. So these are the fields which we need for now to update the metadata of the video. So now let's go back to the video controller class, and in here we have defined the video DTO as the request body. Now let's add also the the access modifier, so it's going to be public, and we are also going to return video DTO back from the method. So here I'm going to type in video service dot edit video. I'm going to create a method called as edit video, and I'm going to pass in the video DTO as the input argument for this method. So let's go ahead and create this method called edit video here. So what I'm going to do here is first find the video by video ID, right, and map the video DTO fields to video and save the video to the database, right? So to find the video by video ID, we are going to use the video repository, the Spring Data repository, and we are going to use the find by ID method, which is a built-in method inside Spring Data MongoDB. So what I'm going to do is pass the video DTO dot get ID property to the find by ID method. So this will return an optional of the video object. If the optional is not present, we have to throw an exception. So for that, I'm just going to use the or else throw method, and in here I'm going to throw an illegal argument exception, right? So the message is going to be cannot find video by ID, and we are going to print the video ID by typing in video DTO dot get ID. Let's add this in a new line so that it's visible. So as you can see, we are retrieving the video from the database, and if there is no video with a given ID, we are throwing a illegal argument exception. So now let's store this inside a new local variable called as saved video, right? And now what we have to do is we have to map the fields which are coming in from the video DTO to the saved video, and then save the object, the saved video object, to the database. So now let's do that. So first I'm going to do say saved video dot set name, set title. I'm going to pass in the video DTO dot get title field name here. So in similar way, I will also map the other fields. Okay, so you can see that we have mapped all the required fields, all the fields which are coming in from the video DTO object, but we are not mapping the ID because it doesn't make sense, because the ID is already created when we are uploading the video. So the ID should be unique and it should not be changed, right? So we mapped the fields from video DTO to video object, and we are going to save the saved video to the database. So I'm going to type in video repository dot save and pass in the saved video object. So we are receiving the new video details from the as a request body. First we are retrieving the video with the given video ID, and then we are mapping the fields from the video DTO to video object, and then saving the object to the database. And lastly, we can return the video DTO back to the controller, right? And also change the return type of the edit video method to video DTO, and I'm also going to return this from the edit video metadata method inside the video controller. So now let's start the application and see whether we are able to map the required details or not. So the application is now started. You can see that it has started at port 8080, and now let's see which video we are going to edit. So if I open Compose and if you go to the YouTube clone database and inside the video collection, you see that in the previous lessons we have uploaded a video from our Angular application. So this is the document you are seeing. So you can see the ID is form of an object ID notation. So let's copy this ID because we need to provide this as a request to be able to identify the video and update the metadata. So just copy this video ID, and now I'm going to open Postman client so that I can make some REST calls. So I have added the URL as http localhost 8080/API/videos, which is the request mapping of the video controller class, and the HTTP method I have selected as put, right? And to create the request body, I have selected the option called raw and selected the option JSON here. And in here, now let's try to construct the request body. The first field is going to be ID, and we have already copied this value from the database, right? So the next field is going to be title. So I'm just going to name the video as sunset, and the description also I'm going to provide as sunset. And now I'm going to provide a set of strings, so it would be a JSON array. So the field is going to be tags, and I'm going to create a JSON array called sunset video and river, right? So these are the tags I'm going to add for the video. And the video status, I'm going to add the enum value. So let's see what is the enum value for the video status. So if I open the video DTO class and go to the video status, it's either public, private, or unlisted, all caps, right? So let's go back and add the video status as public in all caps. And yeah, so these are the things we need. We also have the thumbnail URL, but we will create an endpoint to upload the thumbnail also shortly. But let's try to test whether these details are saved to the database or not. So I'm just going to click on the field, on the button send, and here you can see that we have received a 200 OK response, and this is the response which is returned back from the server. So we have the ID field, the title as sunset, description as sunset, and we have provided a set of tags. The video status is public, the thumbnail is null, but the video URL is also null. So now let's go to the database and see whether these fields are saved or not. So I'm just going to click on the button find, and here you can see that the whatever data we have provided from the Postman client is saved to the database. Alright, so now let's implement the API to also upload the thumbnail. So we already have the API to upload the videos. So it's pretty straightforward to also create an API to upload the thumbnails. So all we have to do is we can just copy the existing upload video method and paste it inside the video controller class. And I'm going to change first the post mapping by extending the request mapping with the term thumbnail, right? And the response status is created as we are creating a resource, and I'm going to name this method as upload thumbnail, right? It also receives a request parameter, a file request parameter, which is a multi-part file, and we need another request parameter called as video ID. So let me add this request parameter called as video ID. This would be a string, so it would be string video ID, right? So if you want to upload a thumbnail, we want to upload a thumbnail for a given video, so that's why video ID is also added as a parameter to this request parameter to this method. So now let's create a new method called as upload thumbnail inside the video service, and we also need to add the video ID as a method argument for this method. So let's create this upload thumbnail method inside the video service class. What we have to do here is, again, we have to find the video by the video ID, and we've already implemented this inside the edit video method. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method called as video get video by ID, which takes in input parameter of called video ID of type string. So what I'm going to do here is cut this particular piece of code and paste it inside the video by ID method. So instead of video.getID, I'm just going to replace this with video ID, and also here I'm going to replace with video ID, and I'm just going to return this from the get video by ID method. So let's call this get video by ID from the edit video method. So get video by ID, and let's pass in the video dto.getID as the input parameter. So now we are receiving the video from the get video by ID method. So here IntelliJ is complaining that we can define a local variable with var instead of defining it as video. So let's do that. Use the video by ID method inside the upload thumbnail. So let's call get video by ID, and I'm going to pass in video ID, and the local variable I'm going to call it as saved video, and let's change it as declare it as a var variable. And next what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload this file, upload the multi-part file we received from the client to S3. So for that we have already created the helper method for us called as s3.service.upload file. So this is a generic method which will construct a key based on a random UUID and a file name extension. We are calculating the file name extension using the string utils.get file name extension method. So this is pretty generic, no matter if you are using if you are uploading a video file or a thumbnail file or a image file, whatever file you are uploading, this method can handle it because we have created it in a generic way. So let's go to the video service class, and under the upload thumbnail method I'm going to call s3 service.upload file, and I'm going to pass in the multi-part file which we are receiving as the input argument, the input parameter. So now let's also store this return type inside a new local variable called as thumbnail URL, right? So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to set the thumbnail URL to the saved video. So I'm going to do that by typing saved video dot set thumbnail URL, and I'm going to pass in the thumbnail URL, and finally I'm going to save this video to the database. So I'm going to type in video repository dot save saved video, and that's it. So I'm going to return the thumbnail URL to the back to the controller, and I'm also going to change the return type of the method to string. So back to the upload thumbnail method inside the video controller, I'm going to update the return value as string, right? So whenever the user uploads the thumbnail file along with the video ID, we will upload this file to Amazon S3, and we will create the thumbnail URL and return it back to the client as a response. So now let's restart the application again and test whether the upload thumbnail functionality is also working or not. Alright, so now the server is up and running. Now I'm going to open the Postman client, and I'm going to add a new tab inside Postman client, and I'm going to select the HTTP method as post and the URL as http localhost 8080/API/videos/thumbnail. So this is the request mapping we have selected before, we have created for the upload thumbnail endpoint, right? And as a body we have to send some form data. The first one is going to be the multi-part file. So for that, first I'm going to select the key type as file instead of text, and I'm going to select the thumbnail file. So first I'm going to name and next I'm going to select the thumbnail. So I'm going to select one random file here, some image file, and I'm going to provide the video ID parameter here. So I'm going to copy the video ID from the previous request we made to the server. So I'm just going to copy the ID from here, from the response, and I'm going to paste it here, and just click on the send button. Looks like we have an error, so it's not HTTP, but just one P here. That's why Postman is not able to send the request. So let's click on the send button again, and now you can see that we have received the URL, the S3 URL of the thumbnail as a response back from the server. Now let's test whether this thumbnail is really uploaded correctly or not. So I'm going to first open an incognito window and open this URL, and you can see that we have uploaded the thumbnail and we have uploaded the image file successfully to S3. Before going ahead and implementing the Angular part, we have to make a small change inside the upload video API implementation. So after uploading the video, here after uploading the thumbnail, we are returning the URL of the thumbnail back to the client as a response. But for the upload video method, we are not returning any response. We are just returning a blank response. Like instead of that, we have to provide the video ID and as well as the video URL as a response for the upload video endpoint call. So in this way, the Angular application will understand what is the video URL we just uploaded, and also will understand what is and will also get to know about the video ID we just created. So for that, I'm just going to create another class inside the DTO called as upload video response, right? And I'm going to add the data annotation, allocs and noaux constructor annotation on top of the class. And this class contains two fields. The first one is video ID, right? And the second one is video URL. So the video URL will be automatically generated whenever we upload the video to Amazon S3, and the video ID will be generated after saving the video to the database. So to map this particular class, map these particular values to this class, we have to open the video service class, and under the upload video method, so we can see that we just saved the database, we just saved the video to the video repository, and the return type and the return value for this save method, we can store it under a variable called as saved video. Again, let's change this type as var. So from this saved video, we can get the video URL as well as the video ID. So from here, we can actually construct the object of upload video response, and I'm going to pass in the video ID. So I'm going to type in saved video.getID as the first parameter, and as the next parameter, I'm going to type in saved video.getVideo URL. So in this way, we can construct the object for the upload video response class, and I'm going to change the return type of the upload video method from void to upload video response. So similarly, I'm going to also change the return type of the upload video inside the video controller class from void to upload video response. So it should be returned. So let's fix this spelling mistake here. So once the video is uploaded, it should return the video ID and as well as the URL as the response. Next step is to enhance the Angular application, the video service file inside the Angular application. Use the response body upload video response. So for that, we need to create an interface inside the Angular application. So under the upload video project, under the upload video folder, I'm going to right click and click on and select new, and I'm going to select the option file, and in here I'm going to type upload video response.ts, and this file is going to be an interface. So I'm going to type in export interface upload video response, and inside this interface I'm going to type in the two fields. The first one is video ID, which is of type string, and the second one is going to be the file URL. So I hope this is file URL. Let's have a look at the DTO. So yeah, this is called video URL. Let's name it as video URL, and this is also going to be a string, right? And after we created this TypeScript file, we have to enhance the return type of the upload video post endpoint with the upload video response class. So I'm going to just add the generic argument upload video response, so to suggest that this post endpoint, this call to the HTTP call to the post endpoint will return the upload video response as the response body. And of course, we also have to enhance the observable here, an observable of type upload video response, so this type. And now let's go back to the upload video component.ts, and here we are subscribing to the response, which is just showing a success message inside the console as of now. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the response, and we are going to, so once we receive the success response, we are going to navigate to another component called as save video details component. We did not create this component yet, so we are going to create this component, and as soon as the video is uploaded, we are going to navigate to that component so that the user can type in the metadata of the video and can save those details. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create the component. For that, I'm going to open the terminal and make sure you are inside the YouTube clone UI folder. So I'm going to first cd into the front end and then YouTube clone UI. And now I'm going to type in ng-gc save video details. So this will create a component called save video details along with the HTML and the CSS and the TypeScript files. So you should be able to see these 4 files here. So and inside the upload video method, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to first retrieve the video ID. So I can do that by typing data.video, and we are going to use this video ID as a URL variable. So our URL will look something like http localhost 4200 save video details / video ID, right? So whatever video ID we have receiving from the response, we will add it to the URL variable. So whenever this save video details component is loaded, we can read this URL parameter video ID, and then we can read this particular video from the backend. So let's go ahead and implement this. So the next step is to create the save video details create a route for the save video details component. For that, I'm going to open the app routing module.ts file, and just under the upload video path, I'm going to create another path. I'm just going to duplicate this line by pressing the key combination Ctrl D, and instead of upload video, I'm going to rename it as save video details, and the component is going to be save video details component. So yeah, I made a mistake here. I cannot just add 2 paths inside one object, so I have to create another object here, and I'm going to set the path and component details here. So as this is a routes array, I cannot just stack these 2 paths inside one object. I have to create another object with different path and component than the one which I have defined before. Right? So now this seems to be working. What I'm going to do now is go back to the upload video component, and once we have received the success response, I have to navigate to the save video details component. So for that, I have to first inject the router class into the component. So I'm just going to scroll up until I find the constructor, and here I'm going to inject the router from the Angular router module. Right, so just copy this variable called router, and I'm going to type this router navigate by URL, and I'm going to navigate to the URL save video details, and I'm going to add the video ID here. So it's going to be data.video ID, right? So what it will do is, as soon as we received success response after the upload video, we are going to navigate to the save video details component with this video ID as the URL parameter. Now let's go ahead and test our implementation. I opened the Angular application inside the browser, and opened the URL localhost 4200 upload video, and in here let's upload a video. I'm going to select a sample video here and click on the upload button. So let's wait until we receive the upload confirmation for here, the 201 response, but we still did not navigate to the save video details component. Let's see what is the error. I'm going to open the console, and here you can see that the there is an error message that cannot match any routes. URL segment, save video details / video ID. So you can see that whatever video ID we received as response, we try to navigate to this we save video details component with the video ID as URL parameter, but we made a small mistake when defining the route. So what we did is, I'm going to open the application, I'm going to open the IDE, and inside the app routing modules, so we just mapped the path save video details, but we are also have to append the video ID here. So I'm just going to add this video ID template variable, right? And now we are going to try again. I'm going to select the video again and click on upload video and wait for the video to be uploaded. Okay, so we got the 201 response back, and as you can already see, we have navigated to the save video details component. Let's go also check the console, and yeah, we don't see any error messages. Welcome to part 6 of the Spring Boot and Angular project series. So the first thing we are going to do is to install a library called as Angular Flex Layout in our Angular project. So for that, I've just searched for Angular Flex Layout in Google, and I'm going to first click on the first link, which is from the GitHub page. So if I click on the Angular Flex Layout link, you can see that this library is created by Angular itself, and it has like 5,600 stars. The GitHub project has 5,600 stars, so it's quite popular. So mainly it provides a HTML UI layout for our Angular application. So if I want to structure our components inside the Angular application, I can make use of the HTML, the UI layout provided by this Flex Layout library. So see how to use this library soon. So first, to install this library, I'm just going to scroll down here under the getting started section. We already have the command here, so in install command. So with this command, we are actually going to install the Flex Layout library and also the Angular CDK. So I'm just going to copy this particular command, and I'm going to open my IDE. I'm just going to cd to the front-end project, and here I'm just going to paste the command npm install and Angular Flex Layout and Angular CDK, and I'm just going to press enter. Now you can see that the library is installed successfully, but to continue the installation, we need to add the Flex Layout module to the app module imports sections. So I'm just going to make sure to add the Flex Layout module inside the imports array. And again, if you're not using IntelliJ, you can just import the Flex Layout module from Angular Flex Layout library, right? And after we have added this library, now we can use the Flex Layout to organize the components inside the HTML. So for that, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to use the directive fx layout, and I'm going to create a layout of and I'm going to create a row, and I'm going to use the wrap attribute here so that we will have a row, and I'm going to divide the screen into 4 different sections. So I'm going to create 4 different divs for that. So I'm just going to copy and paste it 4 times, and I'm going to create first the 20%. So I'm going to first allocate the 20% of the screen through the fx flex attribute. I'm going to assign 20% of the screen. I'm just going to add text called as hi, right? And similarly, I'm going to allocate the next 30% of the screen, so that here we will have the form. This particular div will contain the form where the user can type in the metadata of the video. So save video details form, and in the next div sections, we are going to assign 30% of the component to this particular section, and here we are planning to display the video player. So video player, and also the last 20% of the section we're going to leave it as blank. So but for now, just to show you how the layout is, I'm just going to add the text hi here also. And yeah, once this is done, make sure you restart the Angular application, because we have made some changes. Because we have made some changes in the app module.ts file. So just make sure you restart the Angular application. I'm going to type again npm start. And once the application is compiled successfully, you can just open the browser to the previous URL. So we can just open the browser to the previous URL, and now you can see that the screen is divided into 4 nice sections. So the first section is taking 20% of the screen, and the second section is taking 30%. The third section is taking 30%, and also the last section is taking 20%. So what we're planning to do is, in the second section, we are going to display the form where the users can type in the video details, and in the second section we will display the video player. So now let's go ahead and create the form. So I'm going to open the Angular material website, and I'm going to click on the section components. So let's pick some. So let's see whether Angular material provides us any examples of how to use the forms. So I'm just going to scroll down until I find the section form field, and I'm going to click on the section examples. And yeah, if you scroll down, this simple form field, so this form looks like something we can use, right? So we need 3 inputs, like one for title, one for description. Input is to select the video status, so whether it's public, private, or unlisted. So these are the 3 fields we need mainly in our form. And we also need another component called as a chip component to display the tags, so which looks something like this. So you can add the chips automatically. We can use this chips component, but for now, let's go ahead and add this simple form field component to our Angular application. For that, I'm just going to click on the second link here called view code, and I'm going to copy the whole code here. So actually I don't need the whole code, but I just need the first 2 components, because the first one is the input field and down. So we just need these 2 fields. I'm just going to copy these 2 fields, and I'm going to open IntelliJ, and I'm going to open the save video details component and paste it just under the save video details form. So I'm also going to rename this save video details form to div with class called as mat title. So I'm going to provide the title as add video metadata. So as we have added a new component called as a form field, so this form field should exist inside a form tag. So just quickly create the form tag and embed this form field inside the form tags. And the next thing we are going to do is to import the form field module into the app module.ts file. So for that, as I'm using IntelliJ, I'm just going to press the key combination Alt Enter, and I'm going to import the Angular module for mat form field module, and I'm also going to import the mat select module followed by the mat option module, right? So once you have imported all the modules, so if I'm just going to open the app module.ts file, and this is how it should look like, right? So you should first import the mat form field module, which is coming from the Angular material form field package, the mat select module coming from the material select package, and mat option module coming from the Angular material core package. So after you have added all these modules inside the app module.ts file, now we are free to use these components inside the HTML file. So the next thing I'm going to do is to rename the labels here for these components, for the input component and also the drop-down component here. So the first field inside our form is going to be for the title. So I'm just going to rename this input to the label as title, and the input is going to be a text field. For that, I'm just going to leave it as mat input, and I'm going to add another attribute to this tag called as required, because a title of the video is a prerequisite for us. The next thing I'm going to do is copy this mat form field and paste it again. I'm going to create a duplicate form field, and I'm going to rename this label as description. So firstly, we are going to create fields for the title, description, and the video status, and we will try to save the video with these details from the Angular application. We are going to make a call to the backend. After that, we are going to also make sure that we can upload the thumbnail from the form. Coming to the next step, as we have already changed, so coming to the next step, we are going to rename this select to video status. And the video status, if you remember, can have two options, like can have the options public, private, or unlisted. So for now, we're just going to use the options public and private. So I'm just going to rename this first option to public and the second option to private. And the value also, I'm going to provide it as private. So we have created the form fields inside the form, but we have to create a form inside the save video details.component TypeScript file. So I'm just going to open the component.ts file, and here I'm going to create a form group, and I'm going to name this form group as save video details form, and this is going to be a form group. So I'm going to first define this save video details variable, and I'm going to initialize this form inside the constructor. So I'm just inside the constructor, I'm going to type in this dot save video details form equals new form group. Here we are going to create the controls inside the form group. So as we have mainly three fields like title, description, and video status, as of now we're going to first create three form controls. Again, I'm going to create the variables on the component level. For title, this is going to be a form control, and I'm going to also create this form control and assign it to the form control, the title form control variable. And the same thing I'm going to do for the description and also the video status. So if you're wondering how did I duplicate this particular line, it's by pressing a key combination Control D in IntelliJ. So you can make use of that particular shortcut to code faster. So what I'm going to now do is to define these three form control variables inside the form group. So I can do that by typing title and typing this dot title, and description is this dot description, and video status would be this dot video status. So this is going to be a comma instead of a semicolon. And okay, so we have created the form group and also the three form controls and defined these form controls inside the form group. So the next thing is to bind these form controls to the HTML. So what I'm going to do is going back to the component.html save video details component HTML file, and in here first I'm going to bind the form group to save video details form. So okay, it's asking me to import the reactive form modules inside the Angular module. So I'm just going to select that, and if I go to app-module.ts file, here you can see that the reactive forms module is automatically added to the import section of the app module file. So that's nice. If not, you also have to make sure that you add these to the import section. The reactive form module is coming from the Angular forms library. Okay, so moving ahead, so the next form control we are going to define is going to be the title. So for that, I'm just going to add the directive form control for the title input. I'm just going to select the title form control which is defined inside the component, so that whenever we type any data inside the title field, it will be bound to this particular variable inside this particular form control inside the component. So the same thing I'm going to also do it for the description, and I'm just going to rename it to description. And the next thing is going to be for the drop down. So I'm going to also copy the form control option here, and I'm going to name it as video, and it to the video status form control. Alright, so the next thing is to create a button so that we can save these particular details after filling these details. The next thing we have to do is to create a button, create a save button. For that, just below the mat form field, I'm going to create a button tag, and I'm going to make this of a type submit, and we are going to use the mat raised button. We are going to use the mat raised button attribute of this button, mat raised button attribute from Angular material, and I'm going to use the color as primary so that we will get a blue button with the the text save. So I'm going to name it as save. Alright, so I think after doing all this coding, we should have a simple form with a title input and the description input and a drop down with values public and private, followed by a button called save. So let's check if these components are displayed according to our expectations or not. But first, as we have done some changes to the app module.ts file, I'm just going to quickly restart the server. Once the server is restarted, I'm going to open the application again, and here you can see that we have the title, the description, and also the video status drop down. You can see the two options, public and private, and you can see that the save button is defined just beside the drop down. This is the drop down component, but it's not a problem, we can change it later. And welcome to part 7 of the Spring Boot and Angular full stack project series, where we are going to build a video streaming application like YouTube. So in the last part, we have started creating the form for the video to save the video metadata. So to continue along, so we have just created a form with 3 inputs and a button. Align this save button in the next line. So you can see that the drop down, the video status drop down, and the save button are aligned next to next, are aligned side by side. So I'm going to put it into the next line. So I can do that by opening my IDE, and I'm just going to enclose this button tag inside a div tag. I'm going to type in div, and I'm going to just copy paste the button tag inside the div tag. And if I open the application again, you can see that this save button is now shifted to the next line. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do to enhance this form is to add the chips component so that we display the tags, the video tags inside the form. So for that, I'm going to open the material.angular.io website, and in here I'm going to go to the components section and click on the link called chips to the left side. And examples, I'm going to go to the tab examples, and I'm just going to scroll down until I find the chips with input component. So this component is showing some predefined elements called lemon, lime, and apple, like these are the fruits. And we can also type whatever text we want. So it's a free text, so I can type in banana and some random text here, and you can see that whatever text we type, we can see the text in the form of a chip. So we call it as a chip component, and it's similar to how YouTube will also display the tags. So to view the code, I can click on this view code hyperlink, and I'm going to just copy this whole HTML code and paste it just under the mat form field. So here you can see that under the mat form field, we have a new tag called as mat chip list. So chip list is another module we have to import to make it work inside our component. So for that, I'm going to just click on this import mat chips module option. So this will import this mat chips module inside to the app module.ts file. So here you can see that under the imports array, the mat chips module is added automatically. And I'm going to show you also the import statement. So make sure to add this import statement if you're not on IntelliJ, the Angular material from the Angular material chips library. Alright, so next thing you can see that we are getting some errors because we we don't have this variables called fruits, removable, selectable, and the method remove yet. So let's go ahead and create this methods and variables also in the TypeScript file. For that, I'm going to open again the Angular material website, and now I'm going to go to the tab TS, the TypeScript files, where you can file the TypeScript files. And I'm just going to copy everything inside this class, chips input example class. So all the way until the last bracket, I'm just going to copy and open the save video details.component.ts file, and I'm just going to paste it just above the constructor. So there are some errors. We can fix them right away by first importing the mat chip input event class. So I'm just going to import it, mat chip input event class from Angular material chips module. And the next one is an array called as for the object fruit. So as we are maintaining a list of tags, like these are strings, so I'm just going to rename this fruit to an array of strings, and this tags is, I'm going to leave it empty, right? And this tags we will populate whenever we read the video when loading this component. So I'm just going to rename this fruits variable. So I'm just going to rename this fruits variable to tags. So I'm just going to find all the usages. I'm typing Alt J if I'm on Windows. So to select all the occurrences one by one, I'm typing a key combination Alt J. So I'm going to type this Alt J again, so you can see that it has just selected the fruits variable on the line 39. And if I type again, nothing happens. It says not found. Try again to search from the top. So what I'm going to do is, without typing any other keys, I'm just going to type the new variable name called as tags. So you can see that all the occurrences of fruits is selected, and the editing was done simultaneously across all the locations. So it's called as, I think, multi-charactered editing. So I'm just going to press on escape, and this is the easiest way to rename the variable. So yeah, the other errors we are seeing is like inside the add method, it is taking whatever event which is occurred, which is being coming from our HTML, and we are pushing that event value to the tags array. So as we renamed from a fruit object to a string, so I'm just going to, instead of adding an object name value key pair, I'm just going to add the value here to the array. So in this way, whatever value which is typed in inside the input component will be added to the array. Similarly, to remove a particular tag, I'm just going to select again. Similarly, to remove a particular value, I'm just going to rename this fruit object to a string, and I'm going to rename this fruit variable to value. So what is this doing is, it's finding the particular index of a particular value of an object based on a value, and we are removing this value from the array using the splice method of the Java, using the TypeScript splice method. And now you can see that we don't have any errors inside our component class, but we do have some, we do have to reorder the methods, because usually in TypeScript usually the naming convention should be the variables followed by the constructor and the ng on init blocks followed by the methods of the component. So I'm just going to move this ng on init and constructor to the just below the variable declarations. For that, I'm not going to cut and paste it. I'm just going to show some other shortcuts for you. So what I'm going to do is press the key combination Control Shift and up. So if I type this, you can see that this particular block, what I have selected, is moved one block up. So it was defined before below the remove method. Now it's showing it. Now it's displayed. Now it's moved above the remove method. I'm going to type this combination again, Control Shift up arrow, and you can see that it is moved now above the add method. So in this way you can quickly reformat the existing code. So if you want to move a particular piece of code above or below particular piece of code between the source code, you can just make use of these key combinations. I hope you are finding this key combinations useful. If yes, you can please leave a comment inside the comment section. I will try to show you these kind of shortcuts and tips as much as possible in the videos. So moving along, I am going to open the savevideodetails.component.html file, and here you can see that the errors disappeared, and the only error we have is this declaration of the fruits variable. I'm going to rename it as tags, and I'm also going to rename the fruit variable to tag, and I'm going to also replace the occurrences of the fruit variable. And here we don't have a value called as a variable called as name inside the tag, a name for a tag, because a tag is just a string, it's not an object. So I can just remove this .name declaration here. So whatever tags are defined inside are coming from our backend. So what you're going to do here is we are going to just loop through them and display each tag inside the matchship component. So let's see whether these changes are visible inside our form or not. So I'm just going to open the application again, and here you can see that we have a fourth component just below the drop down called as, we have the text called as placeholder called as favorite fruits. Let's go ahead and change that placeholder. I think you can find it here. So it's not a placeholder but a label. So I'm going to add tags, the text tags here for the label. And yeah, you can see that we have the text called as tags, and it should be called as add tag, something like add tag instead of new fruit. So let's find out where this new fruit is defined. So here, instead of new fruit, I'm going to type in the text add tag, and it's showing the text add tag. So for the video, I can add it as sunset, river, water. Yeah, so whatever text, so whatever tag we want for a particular video, we can type any tag for here, any special text also, you should not find any problem. So the next step is to display the video player just beside our add video metadata form. For that, we are going to use a library called as ngx video gealer. So if I type for ngx video gealer in Google, you can click on the first link from npmjs.com. So here we can find out the command to install the library ngx video gealer. So to install this, I'm going to first click on this getting started guide, and in here we have all the steps to install this particular library in our project. So the first thing I'm going to do is to type this npm install command. I'm just going to copy this command and open the terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal and make sure you're under the front end and YouTube clone UI folder, and just paste in the npm install command. So once this library is installed, I'm going to also install the core.js library. For that, I'm just going to copy this command again, paste it in the UI, paste it in the terminal, and press enter. So okay, also this library is installed successfully, and now the next step is to add the icon font to the angular.json file. So I'm just going to copy the text here. So this is actually the location of the videogealer.css file inside the node modules. So once the node modules are installed, this is the exact location where you can find the videogealer.css file. So you have to add it to the angular.json, because by adding this particular line, we can make use of the official font from the videogealer website to our video player. So I'm just going to copy this whole line, and I'm going to open IntelliJ. And here you can see that we have already added this .css file from pre-built themes from Angular material library. So now what I'm going to do is just duplicate this particular line and just replace the node modules, this complete line, until this deep purple amber.css, and just paste in whatever we have copied from the videogealer documentation website. And the next step it says is that we have to update the application module, that is the app.module.ts file with the required modules. So for that we mainly need the browser module, VG core module, VG controls module, VG overlay module, and VG buffering module. So I'm just going to copy the all 4 of these modules and open the app module.ts file under the source app module.ts and just paste in all these modules here. I think the browser module we have already defined it, so there is no need to define the browser module again. So for the VG core module, I'm going to add the import statement automatically with the help of the IntelliJ, and I'm going to do the same thing also for the other modules. So once all modules are imported, the import statement should look something like this. So if you don't want to type all these import statements manually, you can also copy them from this particular from the documentation website. And welcome to part 8 of the Spring Boot Angular full stack project series, where we are going to build a video streaming application like YouTube. So in the previous videos, we are continuing creating the save video details functionality, and we have created a tags component from Angular material. So in this video, we are going to finish up the save video details functionality on the Angular side, and we are also going to upload the thumbnails and the videos from Angular side. So without any further delay, let's start the video. So the first thing we are going to do is to create a HTML control to upload the files from our Angular application. For that, I'm going to copy some HTML and paste it inside the save video details.component.html file. So let's go through what I've just pasted inside this HTML file. So we have this label called as upload thumbnail, followed by an input control of type file. So whenever we click this upload thumbnail file control, so it will open a window where you can browse through the files inside your file system. And whenever you select a file and click on the button upload, so we are supposed to display the name of the file here inside the text selected file. And we are also going to upload this file finally to our backend, which is going to upload this thumbnail to AWS S3 and store it there. So if I open the application now, the HTML file looks something like this. So just below the save button, we are displaying this upload thumbnail file control. So what we need is this upload thumbnail section above the save button, but not the upload thumbnail section above the save button, but not below. So I'm just going to go back to IntelliJ, and I'm just going to cut it out and paste it just above the save button, right? So save it and it should be automatically reloaded, right? So this is what we need. So if I click on the choose file button, so this is the input type, the HTML input file control. So this will open the file system window, and here I can select any file I like. So click on open, and here you can see that the name of the file is displayed automatically. And what we need is, if I click on the upload button, it should be uploaded to the backend. So for that, I'm going back to IntelliJ. And what I'm going to do here is, in the input tag, whenever a change is detected, a change event is triggered, we are going to capture that event, and from that we are going to capture the file which is uploaded to our application. So for that, I'm going to use the change directive from Angular, and here I'm going to call the method onFileSelected and pass in the event which will be triggered whenever this file control is accessed. So of course, this onFileSelected button method, this onFileSelected method is not yet existing in our component. So I'm going to create this method onFileSelected. And inside this onFileSelected method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to retrieve the file, whatever file which the user has selected. So for that, I'm going to first define a variable called as selected file, right? This variable, I have to declare it on the component level. So I'm going to go all the way up, and here I'm going to define a variable called as file, right? So this file, whenever a change occurs, so whenever we click on the file control and upload the file, we want to assign that file to this particular selected file variable. So for that, I'm going to do this dot selected file equals event dot target dot files. So this is complaining that the object is possibly null because we did not define it. So I'm just going to, for now, add the suppress with csignore block here. So alright, so now we also need to retrieve the file name from the file. So for that, I'm going to type in selected file dot name, and I'm going to store this variable, and I'm going to store this file name inside a variable called selected file name. Of course, this is not yet defined, so I'm going to copy this and define it as a variable of a class. Define it as an empty string, the selected file name variable. So again, to recap, whenever the user selects the file from the file system window, we are going to trigger a change. So Angular is going to detect a change and trigger an event. And whenever that event is triggered, we are going to call the onFileSelected method. And in there, we are going to grab onto the file and assign it to the selected file variable. And from that file, we are going to retrieve the file name and assign it to the selected file name variable. So what I'm going to do now is display the selected file name inside the HTML in the selected file section. So I'm just going to bind the selected file name variable, and let's see how it works in our application. I'm going to open the browser and select the file, select the image file, click on open, and here you can see that apparently the file is uploaded successfully, and we are also able to see the file name here, right? So what I'm going to do now next is to, whenever I click on the upload button, we have to upload this thumbnail to our backend. So let's do this next. So I'm going to open IntelliJ, and in here in the button upload, we are going to add a click directive. So whenever this button is clicked, we are going to call the onUpload. We are going to call the onUpload method, which let's go ahead and create this method. And inside this method, we are going to upload the file to this particular video. Upload this file to the backend. For that, first of all, we need the video ID, because without the video ID, we cannot correlate to which video ID this thumbnail belongs, right? So for that, we already have the video ID as part of the URL. So if I open the browser again, here you can see the URL localhost 4200 save video details /1. So here 1 is the video ID, which is coming actually after uploading the video to our backend. So what we need is we need to read the video ID from the URL. So for that, I can do that by using a class called as activated route from Angular. So I'm going to first inject a class called as activated route from Angular router module, right? And access this. So I'm going to type in, so inside the constructor, I'm going to type in this dot activated route dot snapshot dot params. So as we are retrieving the URL parameters, I'm going to access the variable params here under the snapshot, and I'm going to type in the variable name which is assigned to this particular route. I can find the variable name by opening the app routing module.ts file, and in here we have assigned the variable name as video ID. So also, while reading this particular value inside a component, I have to provide the same variable name. so that I will be able to read the value, right? And let's store this value inside a new variable called as video ID, right? Video ID, and assign this value. All right, so now we got the video ID. So what we need is, we have the video ID and we also have the file which the user has uploaded in our component. So what we need is, we have to send this file and as a video ID to the backend. So let me open the controller inside the video controller, inside the backend folder, video controller. If I open the endpoint, we have an endpoint called as /thumbnail, which takes in a file as a request parameter and also the video ID as a request parameter, and we have to make a post request. So for that, I'm going to go back to front-end project and open the video service.ts file. So this is the place we are going to make all the calls to our backend, the service file. We already have a method called as upload video. I'm just going to make this use of this as a template and rename this method as upload thumbnail. All right, and we are going to receive a file entry followed by the video ID. This would be a string, right? We are also going to create a form data just like we did for the upload video method. I'm going to create the form data and append the file as file entry and also the name. And we need some additional request parameters here. So like our form data dot append video ID, as our backend is also expecting the video ID as a parameter. And lastly, we are going to make HTTP post call to upload the thumbnail, not the video, right? And add and update the URL as /thumbnail. And one more thing is we have to check what is the response we are getting back from the endpoint. So we are receiving a string as a response. This would be the URL of the thumbnail, which is we are getting back from S3. So if we are receiving a text as a response, we have to define it when calling. When making the post call. So I'm going to create a new object as a third argument for the post method, and I'm going to type in response type text, right? So IntelliJ is complaining because it's expecting upload video response, but we are just going to return a string. So I'm just going to update the return type as string. All right, so now I'm going to call this upload thumbnail method from our component. So I'm going to go back to the save video details.component.ts file, and I'm going to first inject the video service inside the component. I'm going to type in video service and inject the video service class, and I'm going to use this video service inside the onUpload method. Inside the onUpload method, I'm going to type in this dot video service upload thumbnail, and to this thumbnail I'm going to pass in this dot selected file and this dot video ID, right? And this is returning an observable. So to be able to retrieve the return value, I'm going to have to first subscribe to this observable by type in subscribe, and I'm going to type in define a variable called as data. And what we have to do, and for now I'm just going to log this particular data response we are getting back, and log this particular data we are getting back. But what we do to do is show a notification, show an upload success notification, right? So we are going to do it next. Once we have received the confirmation that the thumbnail is uploaded successfully, we are going to show an upload success notification inside a new by using a new component. So for now, let's test this functionality, and before testing it, also make sure that you are running the backend application, the YouTube clone application. It should be running, up and running. Now let's open the browser, select a file, click on open and click on upload. So it looks like we have an error. Of course, we are not able to find any video by ID 1. We have already uploaded the video. We need actual video ID. So for that, what I'm going to do is take the real ID from the database. Go to this, open this route again, and I'm going to upload the thumbnail one more time. I'm going to also open the network tools, developer tools, just to show you the response. So I'm going to click on upload. So here you can see that we have successfully made a call to the backend, and we received a 201 response. If you see the payload and also the response, we are able to see the URL of where we can find this particular thumbnail, right? So that means our upload thumbnail functionality is working fine from our Angular application. All right, so we need some kind of confirmation whenever we upload the thumbnail that the upload is successful or not, right? For that, what we can do is right after we receive the response from the backend, we can show a notification, thumbnail upload is successful. So for that, we are going to use a component called as snack bar from Angular material. So I'm going to open a new tab and search for Angular material snack bar, right? And I'm going to click on the first result in the Google search results, and so yeah, we are going to use a component called as Mat Snack Bar, which is a service for displaying snack bar notification. So if you're wondering what is a snack bar notification, so I'm going to just click on this show snack bar. So it's nothing but a notification which is coming in the bottom middle section of the screen. So we are going to display the notification like this. So if I click on dance, it will be closed. So let's see an example how to implement this. I'm just going to scroll down, and I'm interested in this particular basic snack bar. So when I click on show snack bar, it should display this particular notification here. So let's see how we can implement it. I'm going to click on the section view code, and as we don't need any HTML, this should appear automatically whenever the upload is successful, right? So I'm just going to go to the TypeScript file, and here you can see that in the implementation, we have first have to inject the Mat Snack Bar class into our component, and then we can use the open method of the snack bar to display the notification, right? So I'm going to open our IntelliJ, and inside the save video details component, I'm going to inject table Mat Snack Bar from the class Mat Snack Bar, and I'm going to scroll down all the way down into the upload method, and just below the show and upload success notification comment, I'm going to type in this dot Mat Snack Bar dot open, and to this open method I have to pass in two arguments. The first one is going to be the message which we have to display whenever the whenever the thumbnail upload is successful, right? For that I'm going to type in the text thumbnail upload successful, and the second argument is going to be an action. So this is going to be a close action. So for what is the text we have to display for the close action, right? I'm just going to type in the text as okay. So whenever the upload is successful, we are going to see the snack bar thumbnail upload successful, and if you click on OK, the button OK, then the snack bar will be closed, right? So let's see how this works. I'm going to open the browser, go to the route save video details, and I'm going to access this URL again. Okay, looks like we have some error. Let's see. Let's check the console. And here it says null injector, no provider for mat snack bar. So the reason for this is I think we did not define the mat snack bar module inside the app module.ts file. So let's go inside app module.ts, and inside the imports array, I'm going to add in mat snack bar module, right? So once we have added the snack bar module, then our Angular application will understand that we have to use a mat snack bar. Okay, and I'm going to open our browser again and go to the URL save video details. Now you can see that this component is loaded without any problem. I'm going to again upload the thumbnail and click on upload, and now you can see that we are able to see the notification thumbnail upload successful, and I'm just going to click on OK, and this notification is going to disappear. All right, so the last thing we're going to do is to implement some visual improvements here. So as you can see that we are displaying this selected file text and the upload video whenever the user did not upload the thumbnail yet. So ideally what we have to do is only display the selected file text and also the upload button only when the user has selected the file, right? So for that, I'm going to implement these changes. I'm going to open IntelliJ inside the save video details component.ts file under the on file selected. Inside the on file selected. So first of all, what I'm going to do is create a Boolean variable called as file selected and set it as false by default. And inside the on file selected method, after the file name is assigned to the selected file name variable, I'm going to type in this dot file selected is equals true, right? And I'm going to use this variable inside the HTML file to toggle on and to hide or show the selected file name text, right? So if I open the browser, now you can see that the selected file text is hidden by default, and we can also hide the upload button, right? So I'm going to do the same thing also for the upload button, and I don't need the separator anymore. So you can see that we are repeating ourselves by specifying this ngIf statement twice. What I can do now instead of repeating is create a new div and add this ngIf statement to that newly created div and move these two new divs, the selected two divs, the selected file and also the div which is containing the upload button into that new div, right? So in this way we don't need to repeat ourselves, we don't need to repeat the code, and we can control these two elements inside the UI with just single ngIf statement, right? So let's see how it looks like. So now it looks quite better instead of before. So if I try to select a thumbnail, it should see, now we should see the selected file text and also the upload button, right? So that's welcome to part 9 of the Spring Boot Angular full stack project series, where we are going to build a video streaming application like YouTube. All right, so to be able to display the video player and the video inside this add video metadata page, first we need to create a component for the video player. If you remember in the previous parts, we have already installed the required dependencies in our project to display the video player. So now let's go ahead and create the necessary components to display the player, right? So I'm going to open IntelliJ and open the terminal and make sure you are inside the relevant folders. So I'm going to cd into front end, YouTube clone UI. And in here I'm going to create a new component called as video player. So for that I'm going to type in ngGC video player, right? ngGC stands for ng generate component video player. So if I press enter, the Angular CLI will create 4 files. So if I open the front end project, go to source, app, Now you should be able to see the video player folder and all 4 files which we have just created. Let me quickly add this to my local Git repository, all these files. All right. So now what we have to do is to paste in the relevant code, HTML code for the video player inside this video player component.html file. We can find that by referring the documentation of the ngx video gear library. So I'm going to search for ngx video gear, and I'm going to open the npm.js page, but I'm just going to scroll down until I find the documentation. And if I click on the using the API section, here you can see the complete HTML of how we can display a video inside our browser. So I'm just going to copy everything and paste it inside the video player component.html file. So here you can see that in the onPlayerReady directive, it's complaining that we don't have the onPlayerReady method. We don't need as of now, so I'm just going to remove it. If needed, we can add it later. So let's open the video player component.ts file, and in here you can see if we want to use this component in other places, we can use the selector app video player, right? So I'm just going to copy this and go to the save video details component, and inside the second div which contains video player, so I'm just going to type in app video player, and let's see what it says in our application. We are getting an error inside the VG media directive because Angular is not able to identify the binding expression, the type of this binding expression inside the media during the AOT compilation phase. So for that, to remedy this error, what we can do is we can add in the method called any, so that the compiler will not be so strict and it will treat this as any other type. Right. So once we enclose this media variable inside the any method, the error should now be gone. Like the code should be compiled successfully. So if I open the browser again, you can see that we are able to display the video player here. And if I just try to play the video, which is defined inside the video gear documentation, right? So it looks like this is working. So what we really need is we need to really display the video which the user has uploaded in the previous step, right? In the upload video phase, whatever video the user has uploaded, we have to display it inside this, inside the video player. So for that, we need to first get the video details like the video URL from the backend. So if you remember, we have just created 3 endpoints in our backend application. One is to create the video, one is to upload the video, and the other one is to upload the thumbnail, and the other one is to edit the video metadata, right? So we have to create yet another endpoint here inside our controller to get the video details. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to name this method as get video details. So it's going to return a video DTO, right? And it's going to take in the video ID as a path variable. So path variable is going to be video ID. Let's annotate this method with the get mapping annotation followed by the video ID path variable, right? And the response status is going to be HTTP status. Okay. All right. So now we have to define also this get video details method inside the video service. So let's go ahead and do also that. Video service.get video details, and let's pass in the video ID. Of course, this get video details method is still not existing inside the video service. So I'm just going to go ahead and create this get video details method. Oh, so you know what? We actually have this get video by ID method already. So we can just reuse this get video by ID, this get video details method, and this method should not return void, but it should return a video. So I'm just going to call get video by ID and pass in the video ID. And now we will receive the video saved video. So the video details which are saved in the database. Now what we have to do is we have to map this video to the video DTO. Okay, so I'm just going to create video DTO, an object for video DTO, video DTO, and I'm going to add the video URL, right? Saved video dot get video URL and video DTO dot set thumbnail URL, saved video dot get thumbnail URL. Alright, so I have manually mapped all the required fields inside the video DTO, right? The ID, title, description, tags, video status, video URL, and the thumbnail URL. So now we have implemented the get video details method. So let's go back to the controller and we are going to add the return statement inside our controller. And to be able to access this endpoint, we have to first restart our server. I'm just going to quickly restart the server, and let's test this newly created endpoint in Postman. So I'm going to open the Postman HTTP client, and I'm going to make a get call to localhost 8080/API/videos, and I'm going to pass in the video ID, like the specific video ID I want to get. So I'm just going to click on send, and here you can see in the response we have got all the video details which are available as of now. So we only have the ID, video URL, and the thumbnail URL. So these are the only details we have. So this response looks good. So now we can go ahead and implement this get video details call, HTTP call, inside our Angular application. So let's do this next. Alright, so now let me open the save video details component.ts file. And in here you can see inside the constructor, we are already using the video service. Now what we have to do here is we have to call Spring Boot backend and make a REST call for the get video details API, right? So if you remember from our Angular application, we are going to make HTTP calls always from a service class. In this case, if you want to get the video details, we want to do it from the video service, right? So I'm going to open the video service class and just scroll all the way down, and I'm going to add a new method here called as get video, right? And this method is going to take in a parameter called as video ID, which is of type string. And in here we are going to make a HTTP get call to our backend. For that, we already have the HTTP client injected into our video service class through the constructor. So I'm just going to use the HTTP client variable. So I'm going to type in this dot HTTP client dot get, and to this method call we have to pass in the URL of the API. So I'm just going to type in HTTP localhost 8080/API videos, and I'm going to pass in the video ID. So I'm just going to append this video ID to the string. And this method and this REST API call is going to return a response of type video DTO, right? We are going to get the response object in the form of a video DTO. So we have to define also the same structure inside our Angular application, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file inside the app folder on the root level. I'm going to create a new file called as video DTO.ts. So this is going to represent the response which is coming from the Spring backend, so which is coming from our backend, right? So I'm going to define this object as an interface called as video DTO. So you may have a doubt why we have to define this as an interface instead of a class, right? By default, if you are making a HTTP call and we are receiving some response, Angular suggests to represent that response as an interface so that you don't need to define some default values for that response, right? So if I open the video controller and go into the video DTO, so let's see what we have, what all fields we have. We have ID, title, description, tags, video URL, status, and thumbnail URL. So I'm just going to copy everything, and just to make my life easier, I'm just going to type it here. Of course, this will throw an error, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all the Java syntax, and I'm going to define it in the TypeScript syntax. Right, so we have defined this fields ID, title, description as string, and we have defined the tags as an array of string, and the video URL, video status, and the thumbnail also we have defined it simply as a string. So what happens if I define it as a class? If I define it as a class, you can see that we have some errors, Because Angular expects all the fields inside the class to have a default value. It expects all the fields inside the class to be initialized to some default value, right? As we don't want to initialize it to some default value, we can just define this structure as an interface. So now I can define the return type of this get call as a video DTO, right? Now Angular understands while making the HTTP get call that the return type will be of type video DTO, and I'm just going to add the return statement also here. So this will be returning an observable of video DTO. So now the get video method is implemented, and let's call this get video method from the save video details component.ts file. So I'm inside the constructor. Once we retrieve the video ID from the URL parameters, I'm just going to make a call to the video service, this.video service.get video, and I'm going to pass in the video ID. And as it's returning an observable, we have to subscribe to that observable, and then we will get the access to the response which we are getting from the backend, right? And in here now we will have all the information we required, like the video URL, thumbnail URL, ID, title, whatever we need. So what we need now is a video URL, right? So we will fetch the video URL from the response, and then we will have to pass this video URL to the video player component. So let's define a variable called as video URL here of type string, and I'm going to assign this video URL variable to the video URL coming in as a response from the HTTP call. And now let me open the HTML file, and what we have to do is, if I open the video player component and go to the HTML, you can see that under the video tag we have another tag called as source, and in that, for the src attribute, we have to pass in the URL of the video. So by default, some video from the video dealer website is hard-coded here. So what we need to do is we have to pass in the video URL which is coming in as a response inside the video player component.ts file. I can define an input attribute. So we can pass in the video URL as input to the video player component from the save video details component. So something like this, right? So video URL equals video URL. So this video URL, we can define it as a property inside the app video player. I'm going to first add the input decorator here and define the video URL as a string. Let's add the import statement, and by default we'll make this string as empty, right? And I'm going to bind this video URL property to the source attribute here inside the source tag. So I'm just going to add the video URL property here. So if you open the save video details component.html file, there is no error. Everything looks fine. So if I open the browser now, so you can see that our video is not loading properly. This is maybe due to an error. So I'm just going to pull up the developer tools, and under the network tab, you can see that while loading the video from Amazon S3, we are getting a coarse error, right? This has nothing to do with our Spring Boot backend or also with AWS S3 in this case. I think this is because of our video player settings. In our video player, by default, the cross origin settings, the coarse settings are activated. So if I open IntelliJ, you can see that in the video player component HTML file, under the video tag, we have one attribute called as cross origin. So due to this, our Angular application is making a CORS request first to Amazon S3. So now as I remove this attribute, once I reload the browser, you can see that the call went through successfully, and I'm able to play the video also successfully in the browser, right? So this is good. So we have created the form for the add video metadata functionality, and we have also implemented the functionality to view the video, to display the video in the save video details page. So now what we are going to do is we are going to implement the save video details functionality, and after that we are going to secure our Angular and Spring Boot application using OAuth 2. We are going to mainly use Auth0 as our external authorization server. So without any further delay, let's start the video. So I opened the save video details component HTML file, and here you can see we have already created the form. As I mentioned before, we have created a form group called as save video details form, and also a mat form field called title, description, video status, and we also have a chip list where we are going to add the relevant tags for the video, followed by the upload thumbnail file picker. And lastly, we have the save button, and when the user clicks on the save button, we have to send the details to our Spring Boot backend, and our backend will indeed save these details into the MongoDB database. So to implement the save video details functionality, I'm going to first define an ng-click directive here, the save button, and from here I'm going to call a method called as save video. Of course, this save video method is not yet existing in the component, so I'm going to create this method save video inside the save video details component.ts file, and inside this save video method I'm going to make a call to video service. Let me first save these details here. So to make a HTTP call to our backend, right? So for that, first we need to create the DTO, the video DTO object, to make a put request. So if I open the backend and go to the video controller, you can see that we have already created the required endpoint to edit the video metadata with the put HTTP method with the put mapping, right? So we have to make a HTTP put call from our video service in this case. So for that, let's open our component.ts file, and in here first we have to, as I said before, construct the video DTO, right? For that, I'm just going to create a variable called video metadata, and this variable is going to refer to object of type video DTO, right? This video DTO contains fields for video ID, right? The video ID is going to be this.video ID followed by title. So this is going to be this dot save video details form dot get, and I'm going to type in title dot value. What I'm doing here is whenever the user types in the title inside the form, we are going to make use of the save video details form, and we are going to retrieve the whatever value which is typed inside the title field, and we are going to assign this value to the title field of the video metadata object. So next, I'm going to also create a field for the remaining fields of the video DTO. It's going to be description. For this description, I'm also going to do the same thing, this dot save video details form dot get description dot value followed by tags. The tags, I already have all the tags inside the tags array here. So whenever the user is adding or removing any tags in the UI, we are maintaining it already inside this array, right? So I'm just going to assign this array to this tags field, and followed by video status. For video status also we have a form control, so I'm going to type in this dot save video details form dot get video status, right? And I'm going to type in dot value followed by URL. So the URL is going to be this dot video URL, and thumbnail URL is going to be this dot. So we don't have the thumbnail URL, so I'm just going to scroll up, and right inside the constructor, whenever we are reading the video, we are also going to define the thumbnail URL, assign the thumbnail URL to a different variable. So I'm going to type in this dot thumbnail URL equals data dot thumbnail URL, right? So I'm just going to type in, create a new field called thumbnail URL, and now I can assign this thumbnail URL to the thumbnail URL field inside the video metadata object. Okay, it looks like there's an error. Let's see what it says. Type video ID is not assignable to type video DTO video ID does not exist. Okay. Yeah, so it should be ID instead of video ID, right? So I'm just going to rename video ID to ID, and there is also an error that URL does not exist in type video DTO. Let's see. So it's called as video URL instead of URL. So I'm just going to also rename it to video URL. And now the object should be created with, you have created the object which we will use as a request body for making the HTTP call. So now let's go ahead and call the video service dot save video method and pass in the video metadata as an argument to the method. And of course this method does not yet exist, so I'm just going to create this method inside the video service class. And inside the save video method, I'm going to make a HTTP put call. So I'm just going to make use of the HTTP client, this.http client dot put. And in here, I'm going to type in the HTTP URL. So I'm going to type in the URL. So it's going to be HTTP localhost 8080 /API/videos. And as a request body, I'm going to pass in the video metadata, and that's it, right? And let's see what we are returning as a response for this particular endpoint. We are receiving the same video DTO as a response, right? So let me open again the video service and define the return type as video DTO. And let's also add a return statement here. And I'm going to also change the return type of this particular method as observable of video DTO. So now we have defined the save video method inside the video service. Let's go back to our save video details component file, TypeScript file. And in here we have made the call. And now we have to also subscribe to this observable so that we can get hold of the response of what we are receiving from the Spring Boot backend. And now once we got the response, what we have to do is we have to show another notification, like how we did for upload thumbnail functionality. We want to show another notification in our save video details page that the save operation is actually successful, right? So for that, I'm going to type in, make use of the mat snack bar, which we have configured in the previous video. So I'm going to type in this.mat snack bar .open. And I'm going to type in video metadata updated successfully, right? And I'm going to type in the close action as okay. All right, let's see whether this is working or not. Let me open the browser, and in here, let's define the title of this video as sunset, description as sunset video, the video status as public. The tags I'm going to type in as sunset, video, river, something like that. 3 tags are enough. And I'm going to choose also a thumbnail for this video. So again, I'm going to choose the thumbnail and see that the upload functionality is still working or not. So yeah, the upload functionality is still working. And then I'm going to finally save the video. So I'm just going to click on save, and you can see already that the notification video metadata updated successfully. I'm just going to click on OK. And now you can see that the snack bar has disappeared. So let's verify whether this data is actually saved into the database or not. So I'm just going to open my MongoDB database UI. So I'm just going to show you the last document inside the video collection. You can see that whatever data we have typed in, called title as sunset video, the number of tags, the video URL, the video status, and also the thumbnail URL are all saved inside the database. So that's good. So now we can go ahead with our next functionality, that is to secure our Angular and Spring Boot applications using Auth0. All right, so before we go ahead and secure our Angular and Spring Boot applications, you need to know what is OAuth2 and why we need to use it, and what does actually OAuth2 means, right? So for that, you can I highly suggest you to refer the Spring Boot OAuth2 tutorial, which is already existing in my YouTube channel. So I suggest you to go through all the 3 parts to get a good understanding about OAuth2. Alright, so I'm going to open a new tab and search for Auth0, and I'm going to click on the auth0.com link, and in here just make sure to create a new account for Auth0. I already have an account, so I'm just going to go ahead and log in. All right, so once you have logged in to your account, you can see in the left side, you can have different tabs called as application, authentication, and all the settings which is required to secure your applications using Auth0. So I'm just going to click on applications, and here you can create different types of Auth2 clients for your applications or APIs. So I'm just going to click on applications. Then just to serve as a recap, in the very first video, we have defined the application architecture, right? And if I go to the blog post, so you can see that in the architecture diagram, we have two clients, the Angular client and the Spring Boot REST API client. These two clients are communicating with Auth0. So Angular client will use Auth0 to request new tokens, and these tokens are sent to the Spring Boot REST API whenever we make a call, and our Spring Boot REST API will validate the token against Auth0 whenever it receives a new token, right? So we have to create two clients also in Auth0, one for our Angular application and another for the Spring Boot REST API. So first, let's go ahead and create a client for our Angular application. So I'm going back to Auth0, and I'm going to click on the button create application. Let's make sure that you are under the applications tab. So I'm going to click on create applications, and I'm going to name my application as YouTube clone Angular client, right? So here you can select the type of the application. So this is a single page web application, right? So it's very easy to choose, and I'm just going to click on create. So this is going to create our Angular client application. And here you can see that by default, it will show you how to implement Auth0 authentication in your Angular application. I'm going to choose the technology as Angular, obviously. And here you can see the complete guide. Already Auth0 has configured the guide how to configure Auth0 in your Angular applications. As part of this tutorial, we are using the Auth0 Angular SDK, but we are not going to use it. We are going to use another library. You can see that in the later part of the tutorial. I'm just going to click on settings, and in here you can see that we have the name of the client we have just provided, the domain programming techie, and it has created a client ID and also a client secret. Make sure. And we can also provide an application logo. So whenever you click on the login button, you can see the login page of Auth0 whenever you want to authenticate. And in there, instead of showing the Auth0 logo by default, you can provide your own logo URL. And here we have to specify under the application URIs tab, the callback URL. So whenever we are trying to request an authentication to Auth0, Auth0 after providing the authentication, it should call back to our application URL, right? So we have to provide to which URL Auth0 should return back the response once the authentication mechanism is completed, right? So for that, I can just provide the callback URL as our localhost URL, http localhost 4200. Right? And similarly, we also have to define the logout URL. So I'm just going to type in as localhost 4200, right? So after the logout is completed, we are going to we want to be redirected back to the root page. And similarly, the allowed web origins, as of now, we are just going to allow localhost 4200 as the allowed web origins. I think that's it, right? We also have some other information. I'm not going to go into those details now. I'm just going to click on save changes. Now all these changes are saved successfully. So I'm going to go ahead and now create another client for our Spring Boot REST API. For that, I'm just going to click on APIs and click on create API. API is going to be called as YouTube clone Spring Boot API client, and the identifier is going to be the URL at which our Spring Boot API is available. So for that, I am going to type in http localhost 80IT. And so I'm just going to leave it as RS256. I'm just going to click on the button create. And now you can see that the Spring Boot API client is created successfully. And if you go to the settings, we have an ID and the name and the identifier for our API client. And we also have a default expiration time for our token. So it's around 86,400 seconds. I'm just going to click on save to save these changes. So as part of this video, we have created the clients. So in the next video, we are going to go ahead and do the actual implementation of Auth2 using these two clients. So I will see you in the next video. Until then, happy coding techies. So we have configured the clients in Auth0 for our Angular and Spring Boot REST API client applications. And let's go ahead and secure our Angular and Spring Boot applications with Auth0. So as I mentioned previously, we're not going to use Auth0 SDK to implement the Auth0 authentication mechanism in our Angular application, but we are going to use a generic Auth2 library called as Angular Auth OIDC client, where this is an npm package where we can use it to implement the Auth2 code flow in our application. It also supports proof key code exchange authorization code flow mechanism, which is the preferred way of performing OAuth2 inside the single page applications and also for the mobile applications. This particular library is very easy to use. I found this is very easy to use and also provide some good best practices here. So let's use this library and install it in our Angular application. So make sure you are in the GitHub page for Angular Auth OIDC, and I'm just going to scroll down until I find. So one thing I forgot to mention is this library is certified by OpenID Foundation. Whenever you are using any library regarding OAuth2, just make sure that it is certified by OpenID Foundation, right? So I'm just going to continue scrolling down, and in the installation section, I'm just going to copy this ng add command, and I'm going to open IntelliJ, and I'm going to open a new terminal and go into the CD to the front end and YouTube clone UI folder, and I'm just going to paste in the command which I just copied before, right? So this is going to add the Angular Auth OIDC client based on the Angular version which is installed on your machine, right? So it's asking me that package Angular Auth OIDC client 12.0.3 will be installed and executed. This is fine for me, so I'm just going to type in Y. And during the installation, it will ask what kind of auth flow we have to use. So if you have already referred to the video I've mentioned before, you can implement OAuth2 in different kinds of flows. One is authorization code flow, the normal authorization code flow, and the other is authorization code flow using proof of key code exchange, which is a more secure one when you're using single page applications like Angular or using mobile applications. Or else if you are just using time leaf or like server-side rendered web applications, then you are safe to use also authorization code flow mechanism there, right? As we are using a single page application with Angular, I'm going to go with the PKC authorization code flow, but I'm just going to scroll down and see if they already provide the authorization mechanism from Auth0. So it's already existing here. So I'm just going to select Auth0, and it's asking us to enter the authority URL or the tenant URL. So this we can find it by opening Auth0 and going to applications, and here the tenant ID we can find first just going into the Angular client. The tenant ID is nothing but the domain, so I'm just going to copy the domain and paste in this information inside the terminal. So once this information is provided, this Angular Auth OIDC client is automatically going to add some modules, and it's going to successfully complete the installation, right? So you can see that it's added a file, a config file, auth config module.ts file inside the folder auth. So let's see what kind of file it has created. So I'm just going to open front end, YouTube clone UI, going to source, app, auth config.module.ts. So I'm just going to quickly add this into my local Git repository. So if you're wondering what shortcut I've used, it's Ctrl-Alt-A and IntelliJ to automatically add the file to your local Git repository, right? So inside this file, you can see that it's just a class called auth config module. Above this class, we have the ng module decorator. So it's defined as a module, and inside this imports array, we are defining the configuration for the auth module, for the Angular Auth OIDC client auth module. So here we have provided the authority URL as a domain. We have provided it in while performing the installation. And after that, the redirect URL is going to be the present location of the browser. So from which URL you have started the flow, that's going to be the redirect URL. And the client ID. So we have to provide the So for the client ID field, we have to provide the client ID from Auth0. So we can find the client ID by going into again to Auth0 portal, and I'm just going to copy the client ID from here, and I'm going to paste in the client ID. So coming to the scope is nothing but if you want to provide some kind of custom permissions, you can add these inside the Auth0 configuration, and I can define these permissions here. And the response type is going to be code, so we are going to be using authorization code flow mechanism here. And the silent renew is going to be true. That means if a token is expired, the library is going to renew these tokens automatically, and we are also going to use refresh tokens to recycle the auth tokens. Right. So this is the standard configuration mechanism which is generated by the Angular Auth OIDC client. All right. So now let's go ahead and implement the login functionality in our Angular application. For that, I'm just going to make use of the documentation in the Angular Auth OIDC library. So I'm just going to scroll down here until I find the section quick start, and in the configuration, we have already completed the configuration part. And in here, it says that we have to call the check auth from our app component.ts file, and the method check auth is needed to process the redirect from our security token service and set the correct states for the token and all. So as this is a mandatory method, we have to call. So this is going to check whether the authentication is done or not. So I'm just going to copy this, which should be added. So this block of code should be added inside the app component file. So I'm just going to go ahead and open the app component.ts file, and I'm going to implement the onInit interface, and I'm going to now implement all the members. So that's going to be ng onInit method, and inside the ng onInit method I am going to paste in the code called as check auth OIDC security check auth. And of course this OIDC security service is not yet injected into our app component, so I'm just going to type in constructor, create a new constructor, and I'm going to inject the OIDC security service here. So OIDC security service, I'm going to create a variable, and OIDC security service, right? So I'm going to select this class. So now this class is injected into our app component, and inside the ng onInit we are calling the check auth method, which will check that the authentication is functioning correctly or not. And while subscribing to this method call, the observable which is returned from check auth, we can use different kinds of responses. The object is going to include different kinds of fields, like the field which indicates that whether the user is authenticated or not. We can also have the user data, the access token, and as well as the ID token. And in here we don't need all this data. I'm just going to remove all the unnecessary object, but I'm just going to keep the is authenticated boolean flag. And inside the subscribe, I'm just going to log out whether the app is authenticated or not. I'm just going to pass in the is authenticated flag to the console log statement. Right, now we can go ahead and implement the login. So first of all, we have to show the login button to the right side of the header component. So if you open the header component HTML file, we have the YouTube clone title, and we have a button where we can upload the video, and also a button where we are showing the user information, right? So instead of showing the user information, if the user is not authenticated, we have to show a button called as login. So I'm just going to create a new button called as mat raised button, and I'm going to provide the text as login for this button. So this button should be displayed whenever the user is not authenticated. So the next question is, how do we know whether the user is authenticated or not, right? So for that, we can make use of the OIDC security service again. I'm going to again inject the OIDC security service inside the header component also. So just type in OIDC security service and type in OIDC security service. And inside the ng onInit method, I'm going to type in this dot OIDC security service dot is authenticated, right? So this is authenticated is going to return us an observable. So I'm going to now subscribe to this observable, and again this is going to return an object, and we are going to make use of this boolean variable, and we are going to expose this boolean variable to on the class level, on the header component class level, right? So how can we do that? By first creating a boolean variable called is authenticated, which is boolean, which is going to be false by default, right? And inside the subscribe call, I'm just going to type in this dot is authenticated is equals is authenticated. So while loading the header component, if the OIDC security service is returning true, then this is authenticated boolean flag will also be set true, and then based on this flag we can show or hide this login button, right? So if the user is authenticated, then we have to show this account circle button, that, or else we have to show the login button, right? So for that I can just make use of the ngIf is authenticated, then we have to show this account circle, else we can display the login button. For that I'm just going to create a placeholder called as no auth, right? And I'm going to find the template called as ng template and call this ng template as no auth, right? And I'm going to now embed this button inside the ng template, right? So again, let's recap what we are doing. First of all, while loading the header component, we are going to check OIDC security service if the user is authenticated or not, and based on the result which is returned, we are assigning this value to the flag is authenticated, and based on this flag, if the user is authenticated, we are displaying the account circle, that means that the user is logged in, or else we are going to refer to a template with the placeholder name called as no auth, which contains the login button, right? So now let's go ahead and test if this is working or not. So I'm just going to open the application, and just to make sure, I'm just going to restart the application. So once the application is restarted, I'm going to open YouTube Clone UI, and just to make sure, I'm also going to open the console so that it will throw any errors. So I'm just going to refresh. Okay, so looks like we have an error. So it's trying to get the well-known endpoints from localhost 4200 and the domain, right? So it's appending the domain to our localhost 4200 URL. So something is wrong. Let's see. I'm going to open the auth config module.ts file, and here, instead of providing the complete URL, we have just provided the domain name. So I'm just going to type in https programmingtechie.eu.all0.com. So now I think hopefully it should work. All right. So you can see that the app is now reloaded automatically, and the app is authenticated is set to false, because of course we did not kickstart the authentication workflow yet. When you click on login, nothing happens because we did not create any trigger to start the login workflow when we click on the login button. So let's do that now. I'm going to open IntelliJ and go to the header component.html file, and whenever this button is clicked, the login button is clicked, so for that I'm going to type in the click directive, and we are going to call a method called as login. So I'm just going to let's create this method login inside the header component.ts file, and starting off the login is pretty easy. I'm just going to also consult the documentation just to show that we are correct. So if you want to start off login, it's just as easy as calling the authorize method. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this inside the login method. So whenever the user clicks on the login button, we will call the OIDC security service authorize method, which will kick off the login workflow in auth0. And also similarly, we can create a method called as logoff, then use another method from OIDC security service called as log off, or we can also use another method called log off and revoke tokens, which is what we want, right? You just don't want to log off and clear the tokens from our browser, but also we want to revoke those tokens so that it's not used anymore. So for now, we have implemented the methods which are required for login. So let's go back to the browser, YouTube clone UI, and click on the login button. I'm going to close the console, and now you can see that it is redirected to the Auth0 login page. This is the login page which is visible by default. You can observe that it's showing the application name, which is YouTube clone Angular client. And here we have the options to log in with Google, or you can also create your own account. So I'm just going to go ahead with sign in with Google option. I'm going to accept here in the consent screen, and now you can see the account circle button instead of the login button. That means the user is logged in and authenticated successfully. So if you open the console again now, in the app component.ts, the app is authenticated, the variable is authenticated is set to true. And now so the next step we have to do is we have to enable our Spring Boot backend also with Auth2 capabilities. So let's do that next. Alright, so now let's go ahead and implement the Auth2 functionality in our Spring Boot backend using the Auth0 authorization server. So I'm going to open IntelliJ, and I'm going to open the backend module, backend Maven project, and I'm going to open the pom.xml, and in here I'm going to add a new dependency to enable Auth2 capabilities in our Spring Boot application. For that, I'm just going to type alt insert, and I'm going to select the option generate dependency, right? And in here I'm going to search for Spring Boot Auth2 resource. So I'm going to search for Spring Boot starter Auth2 resource server, and I'm going to select add. So you can see that IntelliJ has automatically added the Spring Boot starter Auth2 resource server dependency of 2.6.3. But if we go to our parent project, the YouTube clone parent project, you can see that we are using the Spring Boot starter parent of version 2.5.2, right? So instead of overriding this 2.5.2 version with 2.6.3, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this version. In this way, Maven will just download the Spring Boot starter Auth2 resource server dependency of version 2.5.2, right? So if we add 2.6.3 version into the class path, this may lead to some other problems. So it's always a best practice, use the same version of the starter as the parent. So just keep this in mind. So the next step is to configure the issuer URI inside our Spring Boot application. For that, I'm going to open the application.properties file under source main resources, and I'm going to add a new line and type in spring security.auth2, and IntelliJ, and in the IntelliSense is already suggesting me the values. So I'm going to mainly select the property spring security auth2 resource server .jwt.issuer URI. So this is the URL for the Auth2 discovery document. So I will let you know what is discovery document shortly. To find out the issuer URI, I'm going to open Auth0 portal. Under the Auth0 portal, go to applications, click on the API client we've created before. So it's YouTube clone Spring Boot API client, and copy the domain information from here, right? Open IntelliJ and type in HTTPS and paste in the domain of your Auth0 API client instance, right? And also make sure to add the trailing slash to this issuer URI. So now let's understand what is this issuer URI. So now your Spring Boot application is configured with Auth2, right? And what happens is whenever the front end or Angular application is sending some access tokens, so our backend will verify this access tokens against the Auth0 authorization server, right? So how our backend will understand to which service it has to make a call to verify the token, right? How it will understand? It will understand by taking the issuer URI and appending some standard URL path to it. Let me show you how it is done internally in Spring Boot, right? I'm just going to copy this issuer URI, open the browser, and I'm going to go to the URL which we have already saw, .wellknown OpenID configuration. So if I open this this link. This is the discovery document, and here, as we saw before, it contains all the links to the important information, like what is the authorization endpoint, what is the token endpoint, so what is the endpoint which we can request a new token. All this information is provided as a JSON response in this OpenID configuration, well-known OpenID configuration link. So we'll call it as a discovery document. So Spring Boot internally will append this .well-known OpenID configuration in the background, and whenever it requires to communicate with the Auth0 authorization server, it will use these, it will get the values from this discovery document and will make the request. So that's why we have to provide the issuer URI as a property while configuring our Spring Boot application as the OAuth2 resource server. Hope this is clear. If it is not yet clear, again, please go through the OAuth2 tutorial I have linked before in the video tutorial. After adding this information, the next thing we have to do is to create the security configuration class, right? For that, I'm going to open Java package, and inside the root package and inside the config package, I'm going to create a new class called as security config. And this class is going to extend another class called as web security configurer adapter. Here, observe what I did here. So I did not type in the complete name web security configurer adapter, right? I just typed in WSCA. You don't need to type the whole big class name in IntelliJ. IntelliJ is smart enough to understand. If you just type the starting letters of each word, it will provide you the matches it found, right? So I'm just going to select the first option, web security configurer adapter. And inside this class, I'm going to override one particular class. For that, I'm going to select the option alt insert, and in there I'm going to select override methods. And in here I want to override the method configure which takes in HTTP security as a method parameter, right? So I'm going to select this method and click on OK. Now you can see that IntelliJ automatically generated the required code. So I'm just going to remove the super call. Alright, so inside this configure method, we are going to first define the security configuration. So first of all, we have to make sure that all the requests which our backend is receiving, those should be authenticated, right? So let's go ahead and define this configuration. So for that, I'm going to type in HTTP dot authorize requests, any request dot authenticated, right? So we are making sure that all the requests, any requests we are receiving to our backend, that should be authenticated. And we are also going to make sure that our session management policy is stateless, right? As we are using the JWT token, which is a stateless way of authenticating. So we are going to make sure that our session management policy is stateless. So for that, I'm going to type in session management dot session creation policy dot stateless, right? And after that, I'm going to enable the resource server capabilities in our application, and we are also going to support JWT tokens for the token based authentication. So I'm also going to enable that by typing .jwt. And once we have configured all these details, we have to now configure the JWT decoder in our application. So what happens is, whenever we receive a request from our Angular application, the backend will first decode this JWT and make sure that the JWT is actually valid or not, and we will also check whether the JWT is intended to us or not. So to do that, we have to create a bean called as JWT decoder, and inside this decoder, we will make this validation happen, right? So let me copy and paste some code so that it will be easy for me to explain, and paste some code here. So here, as you can see, we are creating a bean called as JWT decoder, and inside this JWT decoder bean method, we are creating the decoder from the issuer URL, from the OIDC issuer location, and we have to pass in the issuer location here, right? So how we can get the issuer location? We can read in directly the property Spring Security OAuth2 resource server JWT issuer URI. We can read you can read this property in our class. I can do that by typing at value and from the factory.annotation package. And in here, I'm going to provide the expression $and braces, This is a Spring expression language, and here I'm going to pass in the name of the property, Spring Security Auth 2 Resource Server JWT Issuer URI, and I'm going to assign this value of this property to a variable called as issuer, right? And the JWT decoder bean will take the issuer and it will first scan the discovery document I've shown you before, and from there it will get the location of the decoder and it will create an object of type Nimbus JWT decoder, right? And to this decoder we also have to provide an information about the audience, right? So we have to provide the information to which backend, to which API this JWT is intended to, right? So for that I have to create a new property called as auth0.audience. And what will be the value of this audience? If you remember, when creating the Spring Boot HTTP Spring Boot client inside auth0, YouTube clone Spring Boot API client, we have defined the identifier as HTTP localhost 8080. So this is the address where our Spring Boot backend is running, right? So this is the identifier of our API client, Spring Boot API client. I'm going to pass in this value as the auth0 audience, right? And now I'm going to, similarly what I did for issuer, I'm going to read in the value auth0.audience and assign it to the variable audience here. Right, now we will have the audience inside our class, and I'm going to pass into the audience validator. So this audience validator is nothing but it will check whether the JWT contains is intended to this particular audience we passed in or not. So for that I'm going to create a new class called as audience validator inside the config package, and this class, as you can see, is going to implement the auth2 token validator interface of type JWT. And this class should now implement the method validate, and inside this method we will validate whether this JWT we are receiving contains the audience or not. For that I have to first define a class level variable for audience, so private final string audience, and I'm going to add the constructor parameter, and I'm going to assign this class level variable to the constructor, to the variable inside the constructor here. And now I'm going to type in jwt.getAudience.contains audience, and let's enclose this inside an if statement. So if the JWT audience contains if the JWT is intended to this particular audience, then we are going to return an auth2 token validator result as success. That means the token is valid, right? If not, we are going to return auth2 token validator result dot failure. And inside and in here we can also provide some custom error message, right? So for that I'm going to type in new auth2 error and with a message invalid token. So it's not invalid token, but something like invalid audience for the given token. Make some room here. So you can see invalid audience for the given token. Let's go ahead so now let's go back to the security configuration, and now you can see that we have defined auth2 token validator for the audience validator, and we also have the URI, and we also created another token validator with the issuer. And after that we are creating a token validator called as delegating auth2 token validator, which will pass in the issuer and as well as the audience. And finally we are providing this validator to the JWT validator of the JWT decoder bean. So this is what we have to do to enable auth2 inside our backend application. I'm going to start our backend application now, and let's test whether this is working fine or not. Alright, so now I open Postman HTTP client, and right now we will just do a small test by trying to access the get video endpoint. So I'm just going to type in HTTP localhost 80/API/videos, and in here I'm going to pass in the video ID which is existing in the database. So I'm just going to type in the ID. Let's make a call and see what happens. So as you can see, we've got a 401 unauthorized exception because our backend is now expecting a JWT token inside the authorization header, right? So the first thing we have to do is to get this token. For that, I'm going to open a new tab. I'm going to make a post call to auth0 to retrieve the token. So how can I get the token? We have a very nice documentation inside the auth0 website. So if you open the YouTube clone Spring Boot API client section, we have a tab called test, and in here we have a curl command. So I'm just going to copy everything which is inside the data section, right? Inside the data section, whatever we have, I'm going to copy the whole body and paste it inside the Postman client. And with this body, we are going to make a request to this endpoint, programmingtechie euauth0.com/oauth/token. So I'm going to make a request to this endpoint with a post request. So if I click on send, you can see that we have got the access token, which is of type bearer, and we also got the timeline in which the token will be expired, right? So let's copy this token and go back to the tab where we have tried to make a call to the get video endpoint. And in there, I'm going to go to the authorization tab and select the option bearer token and provide the whole token, which I've copied before, and click on send. And now you can see that we are able to retrieve the information about the video, which we have saved before, and we have enabled the OAuth mechanism in our Spring Boot API. So that's it for this video, guys, and in the next video we're going to see how to communicate between our Angular application and as well as our Spring Boot application using the token based mechanism. So we have configured our Spring Boot application to use OAuth 2. Now let's also check how our Angular application will behave when making requests to the Spring Boot applications. So I'm going to open our Angular application in the browser and refresh. And if I pull in my DevTools, you can see that first of all, we are getting a CORS error. So even though we have configured our Spring Boot application to handle the CORS requests, but we are still getting the CORS request when calling the backend from our Angular application, right? So this is because if I open the Spring Boot application, you can see that we have configured the CORS settings in the WebMVC config class. But if we go to the security config, what we have to know here is we have to tell Spring Security that it should not try to block the CORS request, right? So by default, Spring Security will try to block all kind of requests and it will try to handle CORS in its own way. So now what we have to do is to tell Spring Security that to not handle the CORS using Spring Security, but to leave Spring MVC to handle the CORS request. So I can do that by adding a small line inside the security configuration inside the configure method. So just above the auth2 resource server line, I'm just going to create a new line and type in .CORS. And we have to make use of the default Spring MVC configuration, right? So for that, I'm going to type in with defaults. So this will make sure that the Spring Security will not try to handle CORS and it will leave it to the Spring MVC CORS configuration. And one last thing I'm going to do in the security config class is to add the configuration and enable web security annotations so that all the CORS functionalities will work correctly when working with the security configuration. Right, so I'm just going to restart our Spring Boot server. And now if you try to refresh, we are still getting a 401 error here because we are not sending the authentication, the JWT token as part of the HTTP request. For that, first we have to configure our Angular application to send the token whenever we are making a new HTTP request, right? For that, we can refer to the Angular auth OIDC client GitHub page. And in the documentation section, I'm just going to scroll down until I find the documentation. So I'm going to click on read the docs and go to documentation, and using access tokens, So here you can see that in the documentation, it's clearly specified how we can get the access tokens and also how we can make use of the access tokens to add those tokens to the HTTP headers. So in this way, whenever we make a HTTP call from our Angular application, we can add this HTTP options and set the HTTP headers. In our case, we need to add the token to the authorization header. So we have to copy this code and we have to use it whenever we are making a HTTP request to the Spring Boot backend. Think about it. So our Angular application is highly dependent on the Spring Boot backend. It's not maintaining any state. So to maintain the state, we have to make multiple calls to a Spring Boot backend, and it doesn't make sense to add this particular piece of code every time we make a HTTP request. So the better way to do this is to make use of a HTTP intercept, right? So what is HTTP interceptor? It will just intercept whatever HTTP requests you are making to our Spring Boot backend, and it will automatically add the token to the HTTP request. So in this way, we don't need to repeat the code whenever we need to create a new HTTP service, whenever we are making a new HTTP call. There is no need to add this code manually, right? So everything will be done automatically in the background. To do that, first we have to add which route we want to secure in our auth config module. So for that, I'm just going to open IntelliJ and I'm going to go to the auth config module.ts file, and in here I'm going to create a new line after the use refresh tokens true line and type in secure routes. This will take in an array. Inside this array, I'm going to type in HTTP localhost 8080. So we are basically securing our Spring Boot backend, which is running at localhost 8080. And after that, we also have to provide what is the audience, so the intended audience inside the auth config module. So for that, I'm going to type in custom params auth request. So this would be an object. And in here, I'm going to type in audience and provide the value HTTP localhost 8080. So I have to add it inside a string. And the next thing we have to do is open the documentation section. We have to also provide and we have to also define the interceptor inside the providers array of our app-module.ts file. So for that, I'm going to open app-module.ts, and inside the providers array, I'm going to create a new object, type in provide, and we have to provide a HTTP interceptor. So I'm just going to type in HTTP underscore interceptors from Angular common library. And this HTTP interceptor is going to use a class called as auth interceptor from Angular auth OIDC client. And we have to use it for multiple requests, right? So we have to use this HTTP interceptor for multiple requests. After adding this configuration, we just go through our Spring Boot, our Angular application, open the browser, and just refresh the application. So now you can see that the HTTP request has went through. So let me pull out the dev tools, and here you can see that if I filter for the XHR request, so this is the request which was made to our Spring Boot backend, API videos followed by the video ID. And if you just scroll down in the request headers, you can see that the token is added automatically to the authorization header, and in the response we are getting the response successfully from the backend. So this is how we can make our Angular application talk with the Spring Boot application using auth2. So now let's go ahead and implement the further functionality in our application. All right, so now let's go ahead and implement the functionality to display the video in a new page, in a standalone page. So for that, I'm going to first open IntelliJ and go to the terminal and cd into the front end YouTube clone UI project. And in here, I'm going to create a new component called as video detail. So I'm going to type in ng-gc video detail, and this will create us 4 files: the HTML, the spec, component.ts, and the component.css files. So I'm going to open the video detail page and make sure to add all these to the Git and open the HTML file. So after adding this component, we have to define the route inside the app-routing.module.ts file, where we can define which route can access this component. So I'm just going to copy the existing code here and just paste in. So instead of save video details, we are going to call this path as video details, right? So I'm just going to type in video details followed by the video ID. And this is going to be video details component. So whenever the user goes to video details / video ID, we'll load the video details component. And inside the component, inside the video detail.component.ts file, similarly for what we did for save video details component, let me open the save video detail component.ts file. We have to also read the video ID from the URL parameters, right? So for that, we can reuse whatever code we have written inside the save video details component.ts file. So I'm just going to copy this line 35 and paste it inside the constructor. To be able to make this work, first we have to inject the activated route class into the constructor. So I'm going to type in private activated route. This is of class activated route from Angular router, and we also have to define a new variable called as video ID, right? So I'm going to create a variable called as video ID. So once we receive the video ID, we have to make a call to the video service to fetch the video details again, right? So again, I'm going to go to the save video details.ts file and also copy the call to the get video method inside the video service and paste it inside the constructor. So to make this class work, we have to inject also the video service. So I'm going to type in private video service. And now we have also the video information. We have to define the video URL and thumbnail URL variables on the class level. But in this component, we don't need access to the thumbnail URL. So I'm just going to remove this line, and similar to video ID, I'm also going to create a new variable. This time I don't want to type the whole thing again. I'm going to make use of a shortcut with Control D, right? This will duplicate the existing line, and I can just rename this as video URL. Now we have the video URL inside the video detail component.ts file. Now what we can do here is to display the video player inside the video detail component.html file. For that, I'm going to make use of the app video player component. So this will display the video player inside our screen, inside the HTML. So let's go to the app video player, and you can see that the video URL, we have to provide it as an input. So I can go back to the video detail component.html file and provide the video URL as video URL. Let me open the browser and type in video details / the ID. So you can see that in the whole screen, the video player is displayed. So we don't want to fit the whole screen with the video detail with the video player, right? So for that, I'm going to make some changes. Video details HTML file. So I'm going to open the video detail component HTML, and I'm going to make use of Angular material flex layout and create a div with fx layout as row. So I'm going to create a row, and inside this row, I'm going to mainly create 3 columns. So I'm going to make use of fx flex attribute of Angular material to define the columns. So fx flex, it's going to be 65%, right? And next we will leave 5% as empty, and another 30% we will reserve for the suggested videos, right? So how we are going to arrange the video detail component.html file is, first we are going to display the video player, right? And in the last column, we are going to display the suggestions bar. So let's see how this will look like. I'm just going to comment this out. And if I open the video details component, so if I open the browser, now you can see to the left side, we have the video player, and to the right side, we have the suggestion bar. This looks good, but now let's try to display the video player in the first column. So go back to IntelliJ, and I'm going to uncomment this code, paste it inside the first div, right? All right, so now you can see that the video player is embedded quite nicely inside the first column. I don't want to have the video player to the edge, right? So I want to have some space from the start of the page to the video player. So I'm going to define some CSS attributes for that. Let's go back to IntelliJ, and I'm going to create a class called as video detail. Let's go and create some attributes inside the CSS file. I'm going to open the video detail component.css CSS file and define the video detail CSS. So basically I am going to define the margin left attribute as 100 pixels and also a margin top attribute as 50 pixels. So in this way our video player will not be so close to the header and also not so close to the margin. So now you can see that there is some room to work here. Alright, so now if you can see that if I try to refresh the browser, there can be some instances where the response from the backend can take some small split second, can be delayed for a split second, and meanwhile the video player may have been already loaded before we get the response of the video URL, before we get the video URL back from the backend, right? So in that case, if I try to play the video, you can see that it's not playing, it's just buffering, but it's not playing the video, right? So in this case, what we have to do is we have to synchronize the video player so that we will display the video only when the response is coming from the backend, only after the response, or only after we receive the response from the backend, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you the response here. So when we did the refresh, we got the 200 OK response back from the backend, but meanwhile the video player has already loaded and it's not synchronized with the video URL, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open IntelliJ and I'm going to open the video detail component.ts file. And here, when you are making the get video call, after we get a response, we are subscribing to that observable, and after that we are assigning the video URL, right? So what I'm going to do here is to set a flag as video available as true. I'm going to create a Boolean flag also on the class level, video available, just Boolean, just false by default, right? And when we get the response, we are setting this variable as true. And we are going to make use of this variable inside the video detail component.html file. And I'm going to add it for the app video player. So I'm going to show the app video player only when the video available flag is true. If I go back to the browser now, and if I try to refresh, you can see that for a split second, you will see a blank screen, and after that, the video will be loaded, right? So in this way, we can make sure that how many times you refresh, we can make sure that the video player will play the actual video, even though the response from the backend is slightly delayed. So let's go ahead and let's try to implement some other details, like, well, let's display the video title, the description, and some other metadata which is coming in from the backend. So all right, so if you see the response which is coming from the backend for the get video details, we have the description, the title, and the tags. So these are the main fields which we are interested and we want to display inside the video detail page. So let's open the video detail component.ts file, and in here, after the video URL, we are also going to read some other fields called data.title and data.description, data.tags, right? And we are going to assign all these values to specific fields. So I'm going to call it this dot video title and this dot video description, this dot tags. So let me create also the fields on the class level. I'm going to type in Control D for 3 times, and I'm going to rename this variable as video title, video description, and the last one is going to be tags, which is going to be an array. So this is going to be an array of string, right, which is going to be empty by default. Syntax is a bit it's wrong. So yeah, so it's going to be tags, an array of string, which is empty by default. So let's go ahead and show these details inside the video detail.component.html file. So after the video player, I'm going to create a new div called as div fx layout as row. So I'm going to create a new row. So inside this row, the first part of the video, the first part, I'm going to reserve it for the video details. Like if you remember the YouTube, so from the first part, you will display the video title, the description, and the likes and the view count. And to the end of the second part, you will see the likes and number of likes and dislikes, right? So we're going to follow the same way here. So we are going to split this row into two sections. And in the first section, we are going to display the video information. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new div with 50% capacity. So I'm going to provide 50% of the space to that div with the fx flex attribute as 50%, right? And let's copy this again for the second section. And I'm going to provide the title above this row. So I'm going to type in div with class as mat title. So this is going to be used for the mat title attribute. And I'm going to bind the video title field for this. And inside the first section of the row, I'm going to provide a span tag with video description. And above that, first I'm going to provide a span tag with the video upload date. So I'm going to provide the present day upload, like 3rd Feb 2022. So let's see whether this is visible correctly or not in the browser. So I'm going to open the browser. Title of the video as sunset, video upload date followed by the description, right? So here the upload date and the description are defined side by side. So let me open the IntelliJ, and instead of defining it as a span, I'm going to define it as a div. So all right, so at least we can see some video details. In the next video, what we'll do is we will enhance our get video detail API with additional attributes like view count, like and dislike count, and we'll also implement the functionality to add the comments. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to complete the backend part of our YouTube application. So just let me show you what all we'll be creating in this video. So we'll be creating an API to save user details to the database. We have implemented OAuth 2 in our database, but we did not yet save the user details to the database. So we will be doing that first. And after that, we will be creating an API to like or dislike a video, and also to subscribe or unsubscribe from a channel, from a user. So it's not a video, from a user, and add and view comments on a video. So let's go ahead and implement all these functionalities. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is to create a repository for our user. So if you remember, we have already created the user entity for the MongoDB, but we did not yet create the repository to store the users. So I'm going to open the repository package and create a new class. It should be an interface called user repository. And this repository should extend Mongo repository, which takes in generic types of user, and the key is of type string. So the next thing is to create the controller. To create the endpoint, first we need the controller class. So I'm going to create user controller and add the REST controller annotation followed by the request mapping annotation. It's going to be /API/user, and inside the class I'm going to create a get mapping annotation called as register. That's it. And we are going to create a method public string register. So we are just going to send a confirmation message whether the user registration is successful or not. So this is going to be return user registration successful, right? Something like that. As part of the registration, we need some kind of user information, right? To register the user, to save the user details in the database, we need some kind of user details. But we are just receiving a token from the backend, from the front end, as well as like from the HTTP client, right? So just from the token, how can we receive the user information? So we can make use of the user info endpoint, which I have mentioned before. We can get this endpoint details from the discovery document. So let me open the discovery document one more time. So if I open the link programmingtechie.wellknown OpenID configuration, here you can see that we have the user info endpoint. So when we call this user info endpoint, we will get all the information about the particular user, right? What we are going to do is make use of this particular URL and call this particular URL from our Spring Boot application, and then we will receive all the relevant details of the user. So let's go ahead and do that. For that, first we have to define a new property inside our application.properties file. So that's this I'm going to call as auth0.userinfo endpoint equals this one, right? So I'm going to keep this aside and continue building the endpoint. So back inside the user controller, we have to read the JSON web token coming in from the HTTP client or from the Angular application, right? So we can read that by first just adding the method parameter called as authentication to the register method. So what Spring will do is it will automatically inject the authentication object. So whatever object which is created while the user authentication is successful, it will inject into the method. And from there I can type in authentication.getPrincipal. So this will return a generic object. So this we have to parse this according to our requirements, as we need a JSON web token coming in from the client. So I'm going to cast this object into a JSON web token object from Spring Security or to JWT package. Let me import this class, and I'm going to create a new variable called as JWT and store this object here, right? So now we have the JSON web token with us. So next what we have to do is to call the user info endpoint. So as we don't want to add all the business logic in our controller, let's create a service called as user service, or else like user registration service. And this class is going to be a service. So I'm going to add the service annotation, and inside this class I'm going to create a third called as register user. And inside this class we also need access to the user repository so that we can save the user details to the database. So for that, first I'm going to add the required args constructor so that the user repository will be automatically injected through the constructor, and I'm just going to define the user repository. So now we have access to the user repository and also created the method register user. So inside this register user method, first we have to make a call to the user info endpoint, right? And after that, fetch user details and save them to the database. So this is what we are going to do in this method. So for that, first we need to inject the user info endpoint into the class. So for that, I'm going to type in @value annotation so that we can read the properties into our class. So I'm going to type in $ and brackets, and inside the brackets I'm going to type in auth0.userinfo endpoint. Let me make sure that I've typed correctly. So this user info endpoint, so I've made it info as small I. So let's use the same property here. I'm going to read the value of this property into a string called as private string user info endpoint. So now we are going to make a HTTP call to this user info endpoint, and we need to also get hold of the token so that we can pass the token when making the call to the user info endpoint, or else we will receive an unauthorization error. If you check the discovery document, when I clicked on this user info endpoint, you can see that we received an unauthorized error because I did not pass in the token when making a call to this endpoint, right? So first we have to get hold of the token, the JWT token, and then include that token as part of the request. All right, so to get the token, we have to pass the JWT which we have inside the user controller to the user registration service. So for that, I'm going to first inject the user registration service class, private final user registration service, and I'm going to add the required args constructor annotation so that it will create automatically the constructor and inject the required user registration service. So I'm going to use this user registration service variable inside the register method. So I'm going to type in user registration service dot register user, and we need to provide the JWT here, right? So I'm going to type in JWT dot get token value. We are passing in the token value as the method parameter, but our register user method is not defined with this particular string argument. So I'm going to type in string token value to fix the compilation error. So now I have the token value. From using this token value, I can make a HTTP call to the user info endpoint. So I can do that by making use of the HTTP client, inbuilt HTTP client of Java. So I'm going to first create the HTTP request using the HTTP request dot new builder, and I'm going to make a get call. So for that, I'm going to type in dot get, and the URI is going to be URI dot create, and I'm going to pass in the user info endpoint. Right, and after that I'm going to set the header, the authorization header. It's going to be authorization header, and the authorization header should be in the form of bearer followed by the JWT token, right? So for that, I'm going to type in string dot format so that I can easily append the JWT token to the bearer string. I'm going to type in bearer, and I'm going to type in %s as the placeholder, and at the runtime the string.format method is going to add in the token value. So it's going to add in the token value. So at the end it will be resolved as bearer space, the actual token value will be replaced to this placeholder. And after that I'm going to call the build method so that we will receive the HTTP request object. I'm going to create a new local variable called as HTTP request, and after that now I'm going to make the actual HTTP call. So for that I'm going to make use of the HTTP client class. So the HTTP client dot new builder, I'm going to again build the HTTP client class. So I'm going to make use of the HTTP client version 2, so version HTTP 2, and then call the build object so that now I will receive the HTTP client. Let's rename this as HTTP client. So now we have the HTTP client and as well as the HTTP request. So let's make the call by typing HTTP client dot send, and the send method is going to take the request and the body handler. So what is the kind of body we are going to receive? So as we are receiving a JSON, as we'll be receiving a JSON as a response, so it's easy to just set the body handler as string. So I'm going to type in HTTP request, comma, HTTP response dot body handlers dot of string. So in this way, our HTTP client will understand that the response is going to be a string, and we are getting an error here. So it says that it may throw an IO exception and interrupted exception. So let's enclose this particular HTTP send call into a try catch block. And inside the catch, I'm going to call in the exception and throw a new runtime exception called exception occurred while registering user, right? And I'm going to provide the exception details. Now we can save this response we'll get from the HTTP call into a new local variable called as response string, something like that. We also close this project window so that you can see it better. So this, now we have the response string. Now we have to parse this response string into a JSON object, right? So, but first of all, let's understand how this response looks like. So let's make a call to this user info endpoint from Postman. So I'm going to create a new tab, pass in the user info endpoint, and in the authorization, I'm going to make use of the bearer token, and the bearer token will be automatically added to the new tab. So I'm just going to click on send. All right, so you can see that here we're still getting the unauthorized error back from auth0. This is because the token we have used to make this call, we got it from making a call to the token endpoint from auth0 using the grant type as client credentials. Right. So in the client credentials grant type, what will happen is you won't get the necessary profile details like the user information about the user. To get the access token, which has user information, we have to use the token which is created by the front end itself. So for that, I'm going to open the Angular application. And first of all, I'm going to add some information in our authconfig.module.ts file. So I opened authconfig.module.ts file, and inside the scope, we can define the permissions as well as the kind of data which our application can access, right? So in the scope, you can see that, so the OpenID data, the data about the access token and the ID token and the opaque token, the profile information, which means the information about first and last name of the user. And I'm going to add another scope called as email, so that the token will also have access to the email information of the user. So, right, because to save the user details, email is one of the primary field we are going to use in our in our database. So we also need access to the email. So for that, I added the email scope to our authconfig.module.ts file. So once this is done, make sure you start your Angular application. And first of all, I'm going to make sure that I clear my cache. So first I have to log out. So for that, temporarily, I'm going to open DevTools and go to the session storage and make sure you clear the session storage, right? So this will make sure to, then this will ask you to relog in. So I'm going to refresh. Now you can see the login button and click on the login button. And now you're logged in. If I open the DevTools one more time, then in the session storage, you can see that in the authentication result tab, access token information. So I'm just going to copy the access token, which is inside the whole access token. All right, make sure you copy it correctly without the quotes. So let's go back to the Postman client, and in the user info endpoint call, I'm going to replace this token, remove the token and paste the new token. And now if I make the call, you can see that we have received the user information. So this is just my information. Let's make use of this information now. So you can see that we have the given name, family name, the nickname, and the picture of your Google login, of whatever login you have made. Some information will be there here. So now let's make use of this information and save this information in the database. So I'm going to open IntelliJ and go to the user registration service. So now you can see that we have received the JSON body, and now we have to transform this JSON string into an object, right? So for that, we can make use of something called as an object mapper inside Spring. So this one object mapper, I'm going to create a new object for the object mapper. And if we be able to convert to an object, first we need to create a class, right? So to which object we have to convert the JSON string. So for that, I'm going to create a new object called as user info DTO inside the DTO package. So let's create a new class called as user info DTO, and I'm just going to copy paste the fields which we need for the user info. As you've already saw the response which is coming in. So in each of the fields which we are receiving from the response, I have created a field with the same name, sub, given name, family name, nickname, name. And if I open IntelliJ again, it's the same, sub, given name, family name, name, and picture. So whatever fields I want to retrieve from the JSON response, I've just defined it inside the class. And the important thing is I've added an annotation called as JSON property. So this will define the exact field name which is inside the JSON object. So for example, we have the given name, which is defined as given_name, but I don't want to define the field inside the class as given_name, right? This doesn't fit with the Java naming convention. So for that, I just use the JSON property. So I'm going to now parse this string to the user info DTO object. So for that, I'm going to go back to the user registration service, and I'm going to type in object mapper dot read value and pass in the body of the JSON, and I'm going to parse it into a user info DTO object, right? Again, just to recap what's happening. So first we will get the token, and from that token, we're going to make a HTTP call to the user info endpoint from auth0. And based on the response, we are going to parse that response into a user info DTO object. And once we get all these details, we are going to save this to the database. So we are going to do that next. Before saving this to the database, we have to add some small configuration to the object mapper, right? So you can observe that we are not reading all the properties which are inside the response, right? Like, so what will happen is, while reading the information through the object mapper, if we are not reading all the values, it will fail, right? So just to make sure that it will not fail, we are going to add a property called as object mapper dot configure. I'm going to type in deserialization future dot fail on unknown properties, and I'm going to set it as false, right? So if we don't set this property, what will happen is, if the auth0 is sending some other two fields through some other two additional fields, and we are not reading those additional fields, then object mapper will fail. So we are configuring object mapper to not fail when we have received some unknown properties to us. Now we will have the user info DTO object. So now let's create the object for the user. So I'm going to create a new user and set user dot set first name as user info DTO dot get given name, user dot set last name as user info DTO dot get family name, user dot set full name as user info DTO dot get name, and finally user dot set email address as user info DTO dot get email. Save this user to the database. So I'm going to type in user repository dot save user. So let's test whether this is working correctly or not. I'm going to restart my server, and let's just add a breakpoint to check whether everything is working fine or not. Now let's go back to our Postman client and make use of the same token. Just don't forget that, or else it won't work. You will get a 401 unauthorized error. So make use of the same token to make a call to the register endpoint. So I'm going to make a call to send. Yeah, first of all, we have a breakpoint at the user controller. So I'm going to resume the program execution. All right. So now you can see that inside the body, we have already got the required information as a JSON response, as a JSON string. And now we are able to easily parse this information to the user info DTO object. So I think as everything is fine, I'm going to remove the breakpoint and just let the program execution continue. So now the user should be saved successfully. Let's confirm this by checking the MongoDB. So if you check the user collection inside the MongoDB, you can see that we have all the fields we have configured: the first name, last name, full name, and the email address. So, all right, so this is working fine. Let's go ahead and implement our next functionality to like or dislike a video. All right, so now we have 6 more APIs to implement on our backend side: the like or dislike video, subscribe or unsubscribe a user, implement suggested videos API, add and view comments, and add video to your user history. And lastly, the API to get all the video information. So now let's go ahead and implement the like or dislike video API. So I'm going to open the video controller.java file, and in here I'm going to make a post call with response status as OK, right? And I'm going to name this method as public video DTO like video, right? And the URL mapping for the post mapping annotation will be /id/video id/like, right? Inside for the like video method, this video ID will be a path variable. So I'm going to add the path variable annotation string as video ID, and we are going to call the video service dot like video method, which still does not exist. And let's add a return statement already to specify that this particular call will return the video DTO object. And let's create the video let's create the like video method inside the video service. Let me close this project window so that we will have some room. So we have the like video method inside the video service, and in here what we have to do is we have to first retrieve the video, get video by ID. We can already do that by making use of the helper method here, get video by ID. So let me call this get video by ID method and pass in the video ID, and then we will receive the video back from the database. So now to this video we have to add the like count. So we have to increase the like count, and also whenever the user has already liked the video, we have to decrease the like count, right? Generally on YouTube, when you click on a like button, it will be, the video will be liked, and if you click on that again, then the like will be removed, right? So we have to implement the same functionality here. To store the likes, we are using the variable called as likes field, which is an integer. And also to store the dislikes, we are using the field dislikes. To add to likes and dislikes, I'm going to create a new method here inside the video class called as public void increment likes, right? So increment the likes field here. So the disadvantage of using incrementing the integer like this way is whenever we want to make sure that our logic also works in the multi-threaded environment, right? So usually whenever we upload a video, it's not like the likes will happen synchronously, right? Like the requests can come in all at once, and we have to handle those requests concurrently. And our also data structure, which we are using to handle the like count, should also be able to synchronize and work correctly in a multi-threaded environment also. So for that, instead of using integer, what I'm going to use is I'm going to use an atomic integer. So if I go to atomic integer, you can see that in the documentation, and an atomic integer is used in applications such as atomically incremented counters and cannot be used as replacement for an integer, right? So as we are using like a like counter, and also we'll be using also the same for the view counter, we can use an atomic integer in the place of integer. So I'm just going to rename this to atomic integer. Also for the dislikes, I'm going to change it to atomic integer. And to increment an atomic integer, it's very easy. So I'm just going to replace this with likes dot increment and get, right? So this will increment the likes integer automatically. Similarly, I'm also going to add a method for decrement likes. We want to decrease the like count. For the decrease in like count, it's called as decrement and get. Similarly, we can do this also for the dislikes field. So I'm just going to copy the whole thing, paste it again. So increment dislikes and decrement dislikes. So here inside the increment dislikes method, instead of likes, I'm just going to increment and get the dislikes, and also decrement and get the dislikes. So now we have the logic inside our video class. So it's now just a matter of calling them from the video service, right? So now we have the video. If it is a like, if the user is liking, then we have to increment the like count. So increment like count. Also, if user already liked the video, then decrement like count, right? Also, if user already disliked the video, then increment like count and decrement dislike count. So let me explain this with an example, right? So imagine the like count is something like 0, dislike 0. This is by default, right? And the user comes in and likes the video. So then the like count will be like 1, dislike 0. The same user will change their mind, and now then I will click on the like button again. So in this case, it should be like 0 and dislike 0. And in other case, if the user has already disliked the video and if the user likes the video, what we have to do is we have to decrease the dislike count and increase the like count. So from this, we have to put the dislike count to 0 and like count to 1. So we have to handle both these cases whenever the user is liking the video, right? So now let's go ahead and implement this functionality. First, I'm going to create a new class called as user service inside the service package and add the service annotation on top of the class and required args constructor. And inside this class, I'm just going to first auto-wire the user repository. And in here, I'm going to first create a method called as public user get current user, right? So we have to retrieve the user which is currently logged in into our system. That means who has the active JWT session. So for that, I'm going to use the security, I'm going to call security context holder from security core context package. And I'm going to call get context and get authentication dot get principal. Inside the user controller, we already got the principal directly when Spring has injected the authentication class into our as an authentication object into our method. But here we have to retrieve the principal authentication object manually. So for that, I'm going to query the security context, right? So after getting the principal, we have to first cast this principal into a JWT, Spring Security OAuth 2 JWT. And now I'm going to add one more braces here, set of braces here. And I'm going to call get claim, right? So our JWT contains a different set of claims, and in that one of the claim is the sub field. So this sub field contains the ID of the particular user. We are also storing this sub field inside the user info DTO, if you remember. So it's called as sub. And we have also stored this sub information inside the repository also, like inside the database, right? So all we have to do is we have to retrieve the user based on this sub field. So for that, I'm going to go back to the user service class, store this particular return value to a local variable. So this is going to be a string called as sub. So I'm going to use this sub variable and call the user repository dot find by. We don't have the method find by sub, so I'm just going to type in find by sub and pass in the sub value. And now let's create this method inside the user repository find by sub, and this should return an optional of user, right? So let's also import this class. When we don't have any user with the sub, we have to throw an exception. So for that, I'm just going to add in the or else throw method call, so that it will throw a new illegal argument exception, right? With a message cannot find user with sub, and let's pass in the sub value here. So now let's store this in a new variable called as user, and let me add this into a new line, then just directly return this from our method as this method is retrieving the current user. So I'm just going to use this current user method whenever we want to get the user information, right? So I'm going back to the video service, and in here I'm going to first handle the normal case like video by ID. So whenever the user likes the video, I'm just going to increment likes, right? So this is going to be a normal way where we can handle the likes. After we have incremented the likes, we also have to add this video to the like history of the user, right? So if you go to the user class, we have a liked videos and a dislikes videos field, right? So we have to, whenever whenever the user liked the video, you have to add it to the liked videos field. So let's do that. I'm going to open video service and I'm going to here call user service dot add to liked videos, right? So the user service is not yet present inside the video service. So for that, I'm going to go scroll up and type in private final user service. All right, so just scroll down and we have to create the method add to liked videos. So for that, I'm just going to pass in the video ID. So that just to maintain the history, I'm just going to pass in the video ID and I'm going to create a new method called add to liked videos, right? So now we can get the current user, and for the current user, I'm just going to, we don't have yet the method to add to liked videos. So I'm just going to create add to liked videos, video ID, and I'm going to create this method again inside the user class. So here I'm just going to add this particular video ID to the liked videos set, right? So I'm just going to add liked videos dot add video ID. So before doing that, we have to first instantiate this particular string or else we'll get a null pointer exception. So here also we cannot use a new hash set because we have to make sure that this collection is thread safe, right? So I'm just going to make use of new concurrent hash map dot new key set. So in this way we will get a set which is thread safe. So I'm just going to make use of this also for the disliked videos, right? So now we can be sure that we don't get any null pointer exception whenever we add to liked videos, and also whatever set we have initialized is thread safe, right? I'm going to go back to the user service, save this information to the user repository, right? So user repository dot save current user, and I'm going to go back to the video service now. So now let me create two methods inside user service called as public boolean if liked video ID. So here we will make sure that if a video is already liked by the user, then we have to decrement the like count, right? As we saw before. So for that, I'm just going to call get current user dot get liked videos. And in here, we have to find whether this liked videos set contains this video ID or not. So for that, I'm going to type in stream from Java 8 and any match, right? So this will make sure that inside the stream of elements, if any of the element matches the given element, that is video ID, then it will return variable true. Then it will return either true or false, right? So for that, I'm just going to type in liked video dot equals video ID. So whenever there is a match, then we will just return this particular boolean value back to the video service. We can use the if liked video inside the video service. Let's also create a method called as if disliked video, right? So here instead of get liked videos, we'll call get disliked videos, and we'll check whether this video is part of the disliked history or not, right? So I'm going to go back to video service and I'm going to add a particular condition called as if user service dot if liked video of video ID. Then I'm going to say video by ID dot decrease likes, and I'm going to say user service. Now I have to remove from the liked videos. So I'm just going to type in remove from liked videos. So now we have to remove the video ID from the user's like history, right? So I'm just going to create a new method called as remove from liked videos, and this should take the video ID as the input argument. So let's quickly add this also inside the video service. Okay, now I'm going to the remove from liked videos, and similarly I'm going to copy the same code here inside the add to liked videos and paste it here, and instead of adding to the liked videos, I'm just going to do remove from liked videos. Of course, this method still does not exist inside the user class. I'm just going to create this particular class, and I'm going to say remove liked videos dot remove video ID, right? So I'm going to go back to the user service, and now we are removing the video from the user like history. Go back to the video service. So now we are going to implement the case where the user already disliked the video and changed the mind and liked the video again, right? So in this case, I'm going to type in else if user service dot if disliked video. Now what we have to do, we have to decrement the dislike count and increment the like count, right? So video by ID dot decrement dislikes and user service dot remove from disliked videos, right? We have to remove it from the disliked videos history list. So I'm going to create this method again inside the user service, and this is going to be the same as the removed from liked videos method. I'm going to change this as remove from disliked videos. Again, create this method inside the user class, and this is going to be disliked videos dot remove video ID. So now go back to the video service. So if the user likes the video, then if the user already liked the video, then we are going to decrement the like and remove it from the liked videos list of user. Or else if the user already disliked the video and if the user wants to like the video again, then we'll first decrement the dislike and then increment the like count. We have to add this to this list here. And also, if none of this is true, then we will just increment the video and we will just increment the like count and add it to the liked videos of the user. And after that, we are just going to return the video DTO back to the controller. So I'm just going to have to create the video DTO from the video object. For that, I can just make use of this particular code which is already existing in the get video details method. Paste this here, and we don't have access to the like count and the dislike count, right? So I'm just going to add private integer like count and private integer dislike count. And you may be wondering why we are using integer here instead of atomic integer, as we are using this particular class as just a data transfer object. We are not making any kind of calculations on top of this like count and dislike count. So it's fine to use integer here instead of atomic integer, right? So I'm just going to go back to the video service, and instead of saved video, it should be video by ID. I'm just going to replace this reference variable with video by ID. And after that, I'm just going to type in video DTO dot set like count as video by ID dot get likes dot get, and video DTO dot set dislike count as video by ID dot get dislikes dot, and finally I'm just going to return the video DTO from our method. So this looks fine for me. I'm just going to start our YouTube clone application and test whether this is working fine or not. And let's also make sure that you started the front-end application so that we can get the token out from the front end, and then we can use this token to make a request to this like endpoint. So open the front-end application and just try to log in so that you will get the latest token inside the session storage. So I'm just going to drag this dev tools here, and under the application tab, just go to session storage and select localhost 4200. And here in the authentication result, you can copy this access token completely as we did before, and open Postman and replace this token, and make sure you make a call to the like endpoint by providing the video ID and by providing the bearer token in the authorization header, and just click on send. You are getting an error. We are getting the error cannot find user with sub, because apparently when we made the call to register the user in our database, we did not add the sub information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a call again. So I'm going to create a new tab and type in http localhost 8080 API users register, and I'm going to add the bearer token, and I'm just going to make use of the same bearer token as we did for the like endpoint call, right? So I'm just going to click on send, and now you can see that the user registration is successful. And now if I open the database, you can see that we have the sub information, one more database entry with sub enabled. So I'm just going to do what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the previous entry, right? So at the end, we have to have only one user inside our user collection because we cannot have multiple users with the same first name and the same email address. So now let's try again. Go back to Postman and try to call this like endpoint. So I'm just going to make a call again. Okay, so we are receiving still another error because the atomic integer is null because we did not initialize the likes and dislikes atomic integer field. So what I'm going to do is, by default, this is going to be a new atomic integer of 0, initial value as 0. And similarly, I'm also going to do this for dislikes. So now I'm going to restart the application, go back to Postman again and make a call one more time. And now you can see that the like count is 1 and the dislike count is 0. Now if I try to make one more call to the like endpoint, let's see what happens. And you can see that the like count is -1. That's wrong. It should be 0. So let's see what is happening. I'm going to open IntelliJ and go to video service. And you know what? This is the problem is, after we decremented the likes, we are not saving this to the database, right? That is the problem. If you don't save it to the database, when we are making another call and when Spring is retrieving this video object again, this is going to be initialized to 0 because we have initialized the likes and dislikes to 0. And if we incremented this likes, we have to save it to the database, or else it's going to be 0 anytime. So I'm going to just type in video repository.save video by ID. Now the like count should be persisted into the database, and hopefully also the user like history is also persisted. Yeah, right. So once we add the video to the like history and also removed it from the like history, we are saving the user, but we didn't save the video. I'm just going to show you a trick. Instead of restarting the video and restarting the server, what you can do is IntelliJ, and just going to right click and select compile and reload file. Right. So what this will do is it will do a hot swap of this class, the runtime, and you don't need to restart the debugging session, right? I'm just going to add the breakpoint on line number 103, or like whichever line you have this video repository.save statement. And I'm going to open Postman again. I'm going to first make a call to the like endpoint. So it's being triggered, the breakpoint is being triggered. I'm just going to resume the program execution. You can see that the like count is 1 now. If I make a call again, it's again stopping at the breakpoint. I'm just now going to remove this breakpoint and let the program execution run. And now you can see that the like count is 0 and the dislike count is 0. This looks good, right? Now let's go ahead and implement the dislike functionality. Right, so now implementing the dislike endpoint is not so complex. So I'm just going to go to video controller, copy the existing like endpoint, and just paste it down here and rename this like to dislike, right? And change this like video to dislike video. And also rename this like video inside the video service as dislike video, and make sure you create a new method called dislike video. And we are going to make use of the same code here, right? Almost all the code will be the same, but we just have to invert the like and dislike variants, right? This is going to be, first we are going to again retrieve the video, and if the user is already dislike the video. So it should be if dislike video. Then we have to decrement the dislikes, decrement dislikes, and remove from disliked videos, right? And if the user liked the video, then we have to decrement the like count and remove it from the liked videos of the user history, increment the dislike count and add to the disliked videos. So this is not yet present in the user service. So just liked video method. So I have to add it to the disliked videos, right? So I'm just going to make use of the same code which I've already written in the add to liked videos, and this is going to be add to dislike videos. Also, this is not existing inside the user class, so let me add this to disliked videos dot add video ID. Right, so we have the add to like videos and add to dislike videos, remove from liked videos and remove from disliked videos. And if we go to the video page, we have increment likes, increment dislikes, and decrement dislikes. So we have all the possible permutation and combinations, and I'm going to copy the same configuration to a new tab called as like. I'm going to select the call as a post call, and I'm also going to copy the bearer token. So add bearer token and paste it. Okay, so first time what I'm going to do is I'm first liking the video. So you can see that we got the like count as 1, and I'm now going to dislike the video. Right, it says the 404 error. I think I got the request mapping wrong, so I'm just going to open the video controller, and this is going to be dislike with a capital L, right? So let's go back to Postman and replace the dislike with a capital L, and now you can see that the like count is 0 and the dislike count is 1. Now let's try to like this again. Right, so I'm going to like this again. Now you can see the like count is 1 and the dislike count is 0. So if I try to like this again, the like count will be reset to 0, and let's dislike this again, and the dislike count is 1. So if I try to dislike one more time, this is going to be dislike count as 0. Right, all right, so now let's go ahead and implement the API to add video to the user history and also to increase the view count of the video whenever the user gets the metadata of the video, right? So I'm just going to open IntelliJ, and in here I'm going to choose the get video details API, and in here whenever we get the video details, that means the user is viewing the video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the video count. First I'm going to create a method called as increase video count and pass in the saved video, and in here I'm going to call saved video dot increment view count. So I'm going to create this increment view count method inside the video class, and this is going to be the view count, which is integer. So this is going to be an atomic integer. Again, similarly, I'm going to initialize it as atomic integer of 0. So view count dot increment and get. So this is going to be view count dot increment dot get, and let's go back to the video service. And now I'm going to save this video repository, save video. Now we will track also the video count, and after that we also have to add this video history of the user. So I'm going to create another method, user service dot add video to history and pass in the saved video, and I'm going to create the new method add video history, And in here again, I'm going to call get current user. It's going to be user current user, and this is going to be current user dot add to video history, and I'm going to pass in the saved video dot get ID into the add to video history method. So I'm just going to create this add to video history method inside the user class, and similarly this is going to be a list of video entry. So let's make it a set instead of a list, because we don't want to show duplicates, right? So I'm going to create again a concurrent hashmap.new key set. So this is going to be video history dot add ID. So let's rename this as video ID instead of ID, right? And I'm going to open user service one more time, and then type in user repository dot save current user. You know what, we are actually passing the saved video complete video object instead of the video ID, and inside this method all we need is a video ID, right? So I'm just going to change this input parameter to a video ID, replace this with video ID, and go back to add to video history, and instead of saved video it's going to be just video ID. So whenever we get the video details, we are increasing the video count and also adding the video to the video history. So let's go ahead. So let's restart our server one more time and test whether this is working correctly or not. So now I'm going to open Postman, and I'm going to just remove the dislike part here. Just let's confirm whether the request mapping is correct or not. I'm going to open video controller. So it's just /video ID, right? And the root path. So it's going to be video ID, and this is going to be get. So let's do a get. Okay, so we are not getting the like count and also the dislike count and also the video count in as part of the video DTO response. So we have to do one more thing. Go to video service, and inside the get video details you have to add video DTO set like count as saved video dot get likes dot get, video DTO dot set dislike count saved video dot get dislikes dot get, and lastly we also need the field set view count. I think this is still not yet existing in the video DTO object. So you can see that we are not maintaining this field. So I'm just going to duplicate this line and call it as view count, right? I'm going to open again the video service and call video DTO dot set view count as saved video dot get view count, and this is going to be dot get, right? And now you can see that IntelliJ is complaining that there is a possibility of a duplicated code, because let me copy this again. We are using the same video details, we are using the same mapping to the video DTO also inside the like video and the dislike video methods, right? So I'm just going to replace this with this newly added information. So this is a duplicated line of code. What we can do is I can extract it to a separate method. So I'm just going to type in Ctrl-Alt-M, and this is going to be map to video DTO method. And I'm going to also replace this across all the classes, right? So I'm just going to replace all the occurrences. So now you can see that we have the map to video method, which will take care of mapping the video to video DTO. So I can just make a small enhancement. Instead of storing it to a separate variable, I can just return it right away. All right, so now let's restart and open Postman and just get again. So you can see that the like count is 0, the dislike count is 0, and the view count is 2, because we have already increased the view count before. So if I go to send. You can see that the view count is 3. Alright, so now let's go ahead and check whether the user history is also implemented correctly or not. So I'm going to open the database and I'm going to open the user collection and click on run. And you can see that the video history, the video ID is added. No matter how many times we view the video, it's only added once. Alright, so we are going to continue building our backend APIs. So first we are going to now create the subscribe or unsubscribe API, and followed by the API to add and also read comments, and also the user history API where we can see all the viewed videos of the user. And we're also going to implement the API to get all the video information from the backend. I'm going to first go ahead with the subscribe or unsubscribe API. For that, I'm going to open source main Java folder, and I'm going to mainly create it inside the user controller class. So I'm going to create a new endpoint of type HTTP method post. So I'm going to type in post mapping, and this is going to be subscribe, the request mapping / user ID, right? So this method is going to be public void subscribe user, and this method is going to take a path variable of type user ID. So this is going to be a string user ID. Now I'm going to make use of the user service class to create the subscribe user method. So for that, I'm going to first inject the user service into the user controller, private final user service, and I'm going to type in user service dot subscribe user, and I'm going to pass in the user ID as the input parameter. Now I'm going to create this particular subscribe user method inside the user service. And now what we have to do is we have to retrieve the current user and add the user ID to the subscribed to users list, users set, and we have to also retrieve the target user and add the current user to the subscribers list, right? You got the idea? So mainly if I open the user class, we have two sets, the subscribers and the subscribed to users. The subscribers field will store all the information of all the subscribers to our channel, and the subscriber to users field will store all the information where we are subscribed to the other channel. So here I'm using the term channels and users interchangeably because we are not maintaining a separate concept like channels, but just to make you understand easily, I'm just using the concept of channels. But we are going only with the users, not the channels in this tutorial. So one thing we have to do is to initialize also the sets, the subscribers and subscribe to users, similarly what we did for the other sets. So I'm just going to copy the declaration of the set using the concurrent hashmap.new key set, and I'm just going to define it in the subscribers and subscribe to users field. Alright, so now what we have to do is we have to first get the currently logged in user. So for this, I'm going to just copy paste the existing code we have. So I'm just going to copy and paste it from the other method. And now we have the currently logged in user. And for the currently logged in user, I am going to add to subscribed to users set the user ID, right? Because as the currently logged in user is subscribing to another user, I have to add it to the subscribed to users set. And of course, this method does not exist yet. So I'm going to create this method and call in subscribed to users dot add user ID. After that, we have to find out who is the user with this user ID. So for that, we need access to the user repository. So I'm going to type in user repository dot find by ID, and I'm going to provide the user ID. And if we don't get the user ID, if we don't find any user with this user ID, we have to throw an exception. So for that, I'm going to make use of the or else throw method call from the optional, and I'm going to throw a new illegal argument exception. Close this project window so that we'll have some more space. Alright, so in the illegal argument exception, I'm going to throw an error message, cannot find user ID, and I'm going to pass in the user ID. So I'm going to add this into a new line, and now let's store this return variable inside a new local variable called as user. And now I'm going to add in user dot add the current user to the subscribers field. So for that, I'm going to add in add to subscribers, a new method, pass in the current user dot get ID, and I'm going to create this method again and add it to the subscribers set. Let's make it as user ID, not the ID, just to make it more descriptive, the field name. Okay, so now we have the subscribers field, also the subscribe to users field, which we have filled. Now we have to save the user, the target user, and also the current user to the database with this information. So I'm going to type in user repository.save, and I'm going to call current user, and similarly I'm going to duplicate this line with the help of the shortcut Control D and type in user. We have made this change for the subscribe user, and for the unsubscribe user it's pretty same. We just have to invert the logic. First, let me remove the comments as we don't need this anymore. For the unsubscribe users, it's also pretty same. Just I'm going to copy the existing subscribe user logic and I'm going to rename it as unsubscribe user. Also here we have to retrieve the current user, and we don't want to add to the subscribe to users, but we have to remove from subscribe to users. So I'm just going to name this method as remove from subscribe to users. Let's create this method inside the user class, and I'm going to remove from the subscribed to users set the user ID. And also here I'm going to remove from the subscribers, so I'm going to add a new method called as remove from subscribers, and I'm going to create this method again inside the user class. Let's also change the input parameter to user ID, and I'm going to type in subscribers but remove user ID. So let's go back to the user service. Now we have, after removing the users from the subscribe to users and also from the subscribers set, we are again saving the user details. So let's go back to our controller. Now we have all this logic, right? Instead of returning nothing, like returning void, a better idea would be to maybe return a boolean, right? We can return a boolean. So return true, something like return true, and we are going to return a boolean just to make sure that our operation is successful or not. So I'm just going to copy this post mapping, this subscribe user method again, and I'm going to create a new post mapping called as unsubscribe, and I'm going to call this method as unsubscribe user. And inside this method, instead of calling subscribe user method, I'm going to call unsubscribe user method. And now I think now we have two methods, one for the subscribe and another for the unsubscribe. All right, so I'm going to go back to the user controller. Now we have completed the subscribe or unsubscribe to user functionality. So I'm just going to remove this from the list. Now let's implement the functionality to add and read comments. So for that, we already have a model created for the comment field, for the comment. So mainly we have the ID, the text, the author ID, the like count, and the dislike count. I'm going to create a new method inside the video controller with the post mapping, and which is going to take a video ID, and I'm going to call this as comment. And so I'm going to call this method public void add comment, and this is going to take a path variable called as video ID, and this is also going to take a request body of type comment DTO, right? We have to get the information about the comment text and what is the user ID of the who is doing the comment, and also the video ID. We already have it here. So for that, first we have to create the DTO class. So I'm just going to create a class inside the DTO package, and this class is going to I'm going to add the getter and setter annotation, followed by the no args constructor and all args constructor. Inside the class, the main fields are going to be the comment text, and it's going to be the author ID. It's nothing but the user ID. We are going to mainly make use of these two fields for now, and I'm going back to the video controller. Inside, now I'm going to call the video service dot add comment method, and I'm going to pass in the video ID and the comment DTO. And this add comment method is still not existing. I'm going to create the add comment method, and in here we have to first get the video on which the user has commented. So first that I'm going to type in third get video by ID to pass in the video ID, and let's store the return object inside a variable called as video. And from the comment DTO, we have to map it to the comment object. So I'm going to first create an object of the class comment, and I'm going to type in comment dot add set text is going to be comment DTO get comment text. Comment dot set author ID is going to be comment DTO dot get author ID. Now I'm going to set the comment to the video, so by typing video dot add comment and passing the comment, and I'm going to create this method inside the video class, typing in comment list dot add comment, and here we also have to initialize this comment. So just to again make sure this is thread safe, we are going to initialize it to copy and write array list instead of array list. If you want to improve your knowledge about multi-threading on concurrency, there is a very good book, which is not a beginner's book, but it's a very good book by the name of Java Concurrency in Practice. This will help you understand and also increase your understanding about the Java concurrency, and it's one of the best books written on this topic. So I highly recommend you to read this book if you are interested to improve your knowledge about multi-thread and Java concurrency. I will provide a link for this book inside the description section. If you like, you can go and buy the book from there. So going back to the video service, we have added the comment to the video. Now it's time to just save this video by typing video repository dot save video, and we are going to add the response status back inside the video controller. We are going to add the response status http status dot OK, and I think we did not add the response status for the other ones we added, so I'm just going to add the same response status also for the subscribe user, unsubscribe user, and also for the registered user endpoints. Now let's implement the endpoint to get all comments and finally get all videos. So for that, it's going to be a get mapping video ID followed by comment, and also here the response status is going to be http status OK, and here I'm going to return a list of comment DTO as we are retrieving all the comments for a given video. So I'm just going to return a list and make sure that I import the list from the Java util package, and I'm going to call this method as get all comments. Right, this is going to take in a path variable called as video ID, and in here I'm going to type in video service dot get all comments for the given video ID, and I'm going to create a new method called get all comments. And similarly also here I'm going to get the video by ID, video ID, and I'm going to store this object into a variable called as video, and I'm going to get the video comment list, store it inside a list of comment, and now we have to map this list of comments into a list of comment DTO object, right? So we have to return a list of comment DTO from this method instead of void, and now I'm going to loop through this comment list but stream, and I'm going to map it to a comment DTO. So I'm just going to type dot map, and I'm going to create a new method called as map to comment DTO, right, and add the comment as the input variable, input parameter. So I'm just going to create the map to comment DTO method, and this method is going to return a comment DTO. So here I'm going to create the comment DTO object, and I'm going to set the comment text as comment dot get text, and comment DTO dot set author ID as comment dot get author ID, and finally I'm going to return the comment DTO. So now we are mapping to the comment DTO, and then I'm going to collect to a list and finally return this list from this method. Alright, so now here we can improve this method by replacing lambda with a method reference. So let's do that. Alright, so now we have the get all comments method, and I'm going to go back to the video controller, and I'm going to just return this from our video controller method. Right, so we have the API also to get all the comments. We have created an API to add the comment. Now let's implement the API to get all videos, right? So I'm going to type in get mapping. So this is going to be a get mapping without any further mappings, because as the root request mapping is /API/videos, we are not going to add another mapping to this one. So and the response status is going to be okay, followed by public list of video DTO, and I'm going to call get all videos, and I'm going to call the video service dot get all videos method. And also this, let's add the return statement here. And the get all videos method is still not existing. I'm going to create the get all videos method, and in here I'm going to simply type in video repository dot find all. Right, this will return a list of videos. So I'm going to map this list of videos to list of video DTOs. For that, I'm going to call in stream.map, and inside the map, I'm going to call map to video DTO method, which we have created already, and I'm going to pass in the video. Now I'm going to call the method to list to retrieve the videos, to retrieve the video DTO list and pass it as a return and return it to the back to the controller from where we are calling. Also here we are going to make use of the method reference instead of the lambda and improve this code. We have quickly implemented all the required APIs, and the last API we have to implement from our backend is going to be the user history API. So for that, I'm going back to the user controller and create a new get mapping, and I'm going to type in user ID/history. Right, so this is going to be the list of videos which the user has watched. So for that, I'm going to add the response status also as okay. We are going to return a set of strings, right? So we are mainly going to return the set of video IDs where the user has watched recently. And let's also make sure to import this set. So I'm going to call it as user history, and I'm going to take in the path variable called as user ID. And I'm going to call in again the user service dot user history method and pass in the user ID. Let's also add the return statement, and I'm going to create the user history method. And now first I'm going to get the user based on the user ID. So for that, I'm going to simply copy the existing code we have written for the unsubscribed user. So mainly we have to retrieve the user based on the user ID. So let's do one thing. Let's extract this particular code inside a new method. I'm going to type in Ctrl+Alt+M, and this will create a new method called get user by ID, and IntelliJ is going to suggest some changes. I'm just going to keep original signature, and I want to replace this on the all areas of the code. So now we have the get user by ID method, and now I can use this inside wherever I want without duplicating the code, right? So now we have the user. So now I'm going to type in user dot get video history, and I'm going to just return simply from our method. So we are mainly adding the video IDs to the user's video history. So whenever we are getting the video metadata, so let me open the video controller, and if I go to the get video details method, you can see that we are adding the video ID to the video history of the user. So we are just retrieving that particular data by using this user history API. So we have implemented almost all the APIs which are necessary from the backend side. So in the next video, we're going to implement this functionality from the front end side. And all right, so we're going to implement the homepage component now. So as you can see in the homepage, we have the sidebar. So we are going to implement first the sidebar. So if I click on the sidebar, you can see that we have the home section, subscriptions, history, and once you've logged in, you can also see the liked videos. So first we are going to go ahead and implement the sidebar and also the other components like the subscriptions, history, liked videos and all. So let's go and see the plan. So first I'm going to create 5 components: the homepage component, to display the home page, the history component to display all the user history, the user video history, the subscriptions component to display all the videos where the user subscribed to the other user, and to create the liked videos component to display all the videos which the user has liked, and finally the sidebar component to make sure that we can navigate between these components through the sidebar, right? So let's go ahead and implement them then. So I'm going to open the terminal first and cd into the YouTube clone folder. Alright, so now I'm going to type in ngGC home because I want to create a new component called as home. The ngGC will create the component, and once I press enter, this will create 4 files: the HTML, the TypeScript, CSS, and the spec.ts file where we can write the tests. So now let's go ahead and create the history component. So I'm going to again type in ngGC history. This will also create the history component, followed by the subscriptions component. So I'm going to type in again ngGC subscriptions, followed by ngGC liked videos, and finally ngGC sidebar. This will create also 4 classes for the sidebar component. Now you can open the project structure, and if I go to the front end, you can see already that we have all these folders created for the history, home, liked videos, sidebar, and the subscriptions. Let me make sure to add these to my Git repository. Also the liked videos, home, and history. I'm going to type in Ctrl-Alt-A so that this will be added to my local Git repository. So as the sidebar component is first essential to navigate between all the components, I'm just going to go ahead and implement the side nav component first. So for that, I'm going to open the Angular material website, and in here I'm going to click on components, and I'm going to search for the side nav section. And in here, if you open the basic side nav, the option to edit the example in Stackblitz, this will open the Stackblitz here. So what we're going to implement is a side nav component like this. So we need a side nav component and followed by the main content. We want to have it side by side, right? So to implement this, I'm just going to take this example here. I'm just going to copy paste this example, and I'm going to open the sidebar.component.html file, and in here I'm going to paste this inside the HTML file. So to be able to use these tags, match side nav container, match side nav, and the match side nav content, I have to first import these modules, the side nav container modules, into the Angular module file, right? For that, I'm going to import this match side nav module to our Angular application. So if you don't see this option to import the side nav module in IntelliJ, you can go to the app routing app module.ts file and make sure that you import this match side nav module from Angular material side nav package, right? So make sure you add this import statement followed by adding it in the imports array of the ng module decorator. And we don't need this class, this example container and ngIf should run statements here. So I'm just going to remove this, and we're going to replace it with some custom CSS soon. And we have this match side nav tag, which represents the side nav bar, and followed by attribute called as mode, and in here we are providing the value for this attribute as side, as we need a side nav bar similar to what we see here also in IntelliJ, and we want to have it open because we won't want to have it closed by default. We want to have the side nav bar opened by default, so that's why we're also going to use the opened attribute of this match side nav tag, right? And inside the tag we have this text side nav content followed by the mat side nav. So inside the mat side nav content we will show the main content. In our case it would be the videos. So whenever whatever option we have selected in the side nav in the sidebar component, we are going to show this content inside the mat side nav content section. So now what I'm going to do is display this sidebar component inside the homepage component. So I'm going to open the homepage component. I'm going to type in app sidebar, because if you go open the sidebar.component.ts file, you can see that the selector is app sidebar. So that's why I'm typing in app sidebar to display the sidebar inside the homepage component. So now let's start the Angular application and see how this is looking. So I opened the address localhost 4200 on my browser, and you can see that you can't see anything yet. This is because we did not define the route inside the app routing module.ts file. So whenever we are opening localhost 4200, we have to display the homepage component, right? So to define that route, I'm going to go back to IntelliJ and go to app routing.module.ts file, and I'm going to just copy this existing path, and whenever we have an empty path, so whenever we are accessing the root project and the root path, I'm going to show the homepage component, right? So after adding these inside the app routing.module.ts file, I'm going to open my browser again one more time. And here I can already see that we are able to see the side nav content and the main content. So but the problem is we are not able to see this side nav bar across the whole page, which just displayed in the starting of the page. So we are going to apply some CSS and make it visible across the whole page, the side nav bar across the whole page, right? So I'm going to open IntelliJ, and in here I'm going to first create for the mat side nav container tag. I'm going to add a class attribute, and I'm going to type in side nav container. So I'm going to copy the side nav container and open the sidebar.component.css file, and I'm going to define this side nav container inside the CSS file. And here I'm going to first define the height as 100%, because we want to make sure that the side nav container component is displayed completely. So once I add this CSS attribute, if I open the application now, you can see that we are able to see the side nav content followed by the main content. And if you just scroll down, you can see the text which comes by default in the homepage component called as home works. But as I mentioned before, we want to display whatever content of the home page to the right side, right? Not to the bottom, to the right side of the side nav component. So for that we need to make some small refactoring. So I'm going to open IntelliJ, and here we see that inside the sidebar component HTML file we have the mat side nav container tag, which acts as a container for the sidebar, right? So if you put the container inside the sidebar component itself, we can't display the text of the we can't display the contents of the home page inside the side nav content, right? So for that, what we have to do is we should not add the container in the sidebar component itself. So I'm going to cut and paste this side nav container tag to the home page component tag, right? So I'm going to enclose this app sidebar component with mat side nav container component. So instead of sidebar component being the container, we are making the home page component as the container, right? And I'm going to close this with mat side nav container tag, and I'm going to remove this from mat side nav container tag from the sidebar component HTML file. I'm also going to remove the mat side nav content from the sidebar component HTML file, as we have to display the content inside the home component file. So after removing this, I'm going back to the home component HTML file, and here we'll show whatever text we have, this home works, to the side of the sidebar, to the right side of the sidebar. So let's open our application in browser and see how it is looking like. So you can see that we have the side nav content, but we still are not displaying the whole page. It's just displaying the components in the small part of the page. That's because we forgot to add the CSS, change the CSS from sidebar component CSS file, because the side nav container definition is not anymore in the sidebar component, but inside the home component HTML file, right? So for this reason, I'm going to open home component.css file and paste in this side nav container CSS definition. So if I open the application now you can see that we are able to see the side nav content, and the homeworks text is aligned below the side nav content because it's trying to display the homeworks here. So what we'll do is we will try to display the home content of the home page to the right side of the side nav content. So for that we also need to add some CSS code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div just beside the app sidebar definition with a class called side nav content. And I'm going to move in this paragraph to the inside the div, and I'm going to create this side nav content CSS class inside the home component.css file. I'm going to type, and here I'm going to define the margin left as 12, right? So in this way our home component, the text homeworks, will display 12 units to the right side of the margin. So now you can see that we are able to display the homeworks text just right side to the side nav content. So the next step is to style the side nav bar to include the home page, to include the links to home page, the subscription page, the user history, and the liked videos. For that we are going to make use of a component in Angular material called as navlists. So I'm going to open again the Angular material website, material.angular.io. I'm going to click on components and scroll until I can find the component list. And here mainly we are interested in the navigation list. So basically you are interested in this mat nav list tag. We want to use this mat nav list inside the sidebar component HTML file. So we can also see some examples of this, how it looks like. If I click on the examples tab, this is a basic list, how it looks like. So if I click on the view code section, we have the mat list item, and to be able to use mat nav list, we can use the similar code. So I'm just going to copy this from the basic list HTML, and I'm going to open IntelliJ, and I'm going to go to the sidebar.component.html file, and I'm going to replace this mat side nav content with the code, and I'm going to type in, instead of mat list, I'm going to type in mat nav list, right? So I'm going to now import the mat list module into the app module.ts file. So if I scroll down and go again to the map module.ts file, first of all you have to add the mat list module class, import the mat list module class from Angular material list package. So make sure to add this import statement, and also add it to the imports array, the mat list module class, right? So once you have added all these definitions inside the app module.ts file, you should not see any compilation errors. So if you now open the application, now you can see that item 1, item 2, and item 3 are displayed to the inside the sidebar component. And what we need now is to display the icons for home, subscriptions, and watch history, and also the liked videos. So for that we can make use of the mat icon attribute from Angular material. So I'm just going to add some code here. So I'm just going to remove mat item 1, the text, and in here I'm going to type in an icon, a tag called as mat icon, right? And in here I have to provide the class of the name of the icon I want to use. So for that I'm going to use a home icon from Angular material. So I'm just going to type in the text home, and this mat icon is going to take an attribute called as mat list icon, as we want to inform the Angular material that this icon is used as part of a list item. So I want to add the mat list icon attribute, and followed by the name of the icon. So for that we are going to provide a name called as home, right? So this would be displaying the icon followed by the text home. So now let's see how this looks like in our Angular in the browser. So I'm going to open the application, and you can see that we see the home icon followed by the text home. But here you can see that the icon and the text are not aligned in the same line. So for that, what we can do is we can go back to IntelliJ, and we can add an attribute to the paragraph tag called as mat line. So this will inline the text inside the list item. So if the list item contains multiple elements, it will make sure that it will add it in the same line. So if I open the browser now, you can see that the icon and the home are now aligned together without any problems. So in the same way, let's also add the other icons for the subscriber, for the subscriptions, watch history, and the liked videos. So I'm going to go back to IntelliJ, and I'm just going to copy this mat list, the mat icon and the paragraph tags, and replace it with item 2 and item 3. Alright, so now we have the home list item. The next one we want to have is the for the subscriptions, right? So for that, I'm going to make use of the icon called as subscriptions, and for the text, I'm going to also call it as subscriptions. Followed by the third list item, we are going to call it as history. And also here, I'm going to change the text of home to history. And finally, we need one more list item. So for that, I'm just going to copy paste the last one. And the last list item, I'm going to call the icon as thumb underscore up, and call this as liked videos. So I want to show a thumbs up, and with the text by liked videos. And for the watch history, we want to show a history called icon called as history. And similarly for subscriptions, we want to show an icon from subscriptions. So if I open the browser, you can see that we are nicely displaying the home, subscriptions, history, and liked videos icons inside the list items. So you can find all the names of the icons which I've used before, the subscription, history, and the liked videos like the thumbs up and all, in GitHub page, this GitHub page. I will add this link in the description section. So basically you can find all kinds of icons which is used by Angular material. So if I search for thumb underscore up, so you can see that we are able to find the thumbs up icon. Similarly, we can find also the subscriptions icon here. So I just found this icon name. So whatever icon you want to use, just copy this text and use it in the under the mat icon tab. So the next step is to enable navigation between the components. So by default, we are displaying the home component content to the right side of the sidebar. So whenever we click on the subscription icon, we have to display the subscription works text here. Similarly, if I click on the history, I have to show the content of the history component, and also for the liked videos component. So for that, so first we have to add the router link for whatever icons we see inside the sidebar. So for that, I'm going to open IntelliJ, and in here under the mat list item section, I'm just going to add router link attribute. And I'm going to just leave this as empty, as the home page is, we have to display the home component under the root URL. And for the mat list item where we are displaying the subscriptions icon, I'm going to add the router link attribute, and I'm going to type in /subscriptions. And also for the history, I'm going to add the router link, and this is going to be /history. And lastly, for the liked videos list item, I'm also going to add a router link with /liked videos as a value, right? So we have defined the router links for each list item, but what we are missing are the route definitions inside the app route module.ts file for the subscription history and the liked videos component. So I'm going to open app routing module.ts file, and in here I'm going to add some more route paths. So I'm just going to copy the existing JSON object, and I'm going to create 3 objects, and here the path is going to be for subscriptions. So whenever we are accessing a subscriptions path, we have to display the subscriptions component, right? Similarly, if we are accessing a history router URL with path history, we have to display the history component in the page. And when we are accessing liked videos route, we are going to display the liked videos component. Let's go to the application and see what is happening. So if I click on subscriptions, you can see that we are taken to the subscriptions component, but the sidebar component is missing, right? So if I go back and click on history and also liked videos, is the same. The sidebar component is actually missing from all these components because we have defined the sidebar component inside the home component, right? And we also saw that the home component should act as a container for the sidebar and as well as the content of the sidebar to the right side, right? So what we have to do here is what we have to do to display this subscription, the text, the content of the subscription component to the right side inside this box is we have to consider the routes we have defined before, this subscriptions history and the liked videos, as the children of the home component. So we cannot define these routes as standalone routes because we want to display these contents inside the home component. We have to consider these 3 routes as the children. So for that, what I can do is I can type in children, the attribute children, and this is going to be an array. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut and paste these paths inside the children's array. So now the subscriptions history and the liked videos are going to be the children of the home component, and the home component is going to be a parent. So whenever we are accessing the subscriptions, they are going to display the subscription stack. This is going to be a child of the home component and should be displayed inside the home component. So for that, what we have to add one more step. So I'm going to go to the home component.html file. So I want to display the subscriptions and history and the liked videos inside the side nav content, right? So for that, I have to add add a nested router outlet here, router outlet. So whenever we have triggered the child route, whenever we have triggered the child route like subscriptions or we liked videos or history, we will display this particular component inside the router outlet section, right? So let's now open the application and see how is this going to work. So I'm just going to refresh it and I'm going to click on subscriptions. Now you can see that the subscription works is also displayed to the right side of the sidebar. If I click on history, now you can see the history works text. For the liked videos, we have the liked videos works text. If I click on home, you can see we have the home works text, but there's nothing displayed below it. But you may observe already that the home works is displayed whenever we are accessing the subscriptions subscriptions component. So we should not display this home works text whenever we are accessing the other components. So for that, what I can do is I can only show this home works whenever whenever I'm loading the home component, right? For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component called as featured. So the home section, we usually show the featured videos like the trending videos and all. So for that, I'm going to create a new component called featured videos, and we'll only display these featured videos whenever we are accessing the home component. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to open the terminal. I'm going to type in nggc featured. So this will create a component called as featured with the HTML file, TypeScript file, CSS file, and the spec file which contains the unit tests. So after I created this featured component, I'm going to open the app routing module.ts file, and in here I'm going to add one more path as a children for the featured component. So I'm just going to copy the existing path JSON object, and I'm going to paste it and rename the path as featured. And whenever we access this path featured, we are going to display the component called featured component, right? So after we have added this featured path inside the app routing module.ts file, now I'm going to open the featured method folder. So you can see that we have all these 4 files. I'm quickly going to add it to my local Git repository, and I'm going to go back to the home component.html file, and here we can remove the home works now, because whatever content we want to display here, we will display it inside the featured component.html file. So I'm going to remove this. Whenever we are loading the home component, we have to show featured component inside, right? So if by default, if I open the application, you can see that whenever I am trying to load the home component, I'm not seeing anything here, because we are actually displaying the children components here, right? So whenever we are loading the home component, we have to navigate to the featured component so that we can see the featured data from the featured component here. So for that, we can make use of router class in Angular. So whenever our component is initializing, we can navigate to the router, to the featured component from our home component. So for that, I can make use of the router class from Angular routing module. And I can type in this.router.navigate by URL, and I'm going to navigate to the featured component. So at the time of initializing the component, we are navigating to the featured component. So let's see how this is going to work in the browser. So you can see already that if I try to click on home, so if I try to refresh, we are going to the featured page automatically. So if I click on the home icon, we are still not going anywhere. So for that, what I can do is I can go to the sidebar component HTML file, and where we have this router link for the home list item, I can just type in /featured, right? So I'm going to open the browser again, and if I refresh, you can see that by default we are navigated to the featured component, and if I click on home, we are going also to the featured component. Let's also try with the other components. Let's click on subscription. You can see that we are displaying the subscription works data text. So likewise, the history, liked videos, and the home component are all working fine. So the next thing we're going to do is to display the videos inside all these components. So for that, we first need to create the video card to display the video. So we're going to do that next. So in YouTube, you can see that the videos are displayed in the form of cards. So we first see the thumbnail, followed by the title of the video, and followed by some description of the video and the metadata of the video, right? So to be able to display the videos in this format, we can make use of component inside Angular material called as cards, which you can represent it with mat card tag. So if I go to the examples, you can see that we can display the videos in this format. So you can see that we have a card with multiple sections. We have a header section followed by the content and also some additional details here, which we don't need. So what we really need is like this image section and also this header section where we are displaying this title followed by some metadata, right? So this looks like something we can use. So for that, first we have to create the component inside our application. So I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to type in nggc video card, right? So this will again create all the necessary files to access our component. And from that, I'm going to first open this video card component. And again, I'm going to add these 4 files to my local repository. I'm going to open video card component.html file. And now I'm going to open the Angular material website, and I'm going to click on this second icon called as view code. And here you can see that this is how this mat card looks like, right? We first have a header where we are displaying the title and the subtitle, the title called Shiba Inu. And after that, we are displaying an image. So all we need right now is this image and this header, right? We don't need this mat card content and actions, right? I'm going to just copy this whole HTML, go back to my IDE and replace this video card works with this code I've copied from the Angular material website. And now you can see that we have some compilation errors, that this mat card module is not imported into our Angular module.ts file. So I'm just going to go ahead and import the mat card module. Once I did that, if I go back to the app module.ts file, you can see that this mat card module class is added to the imports array of the app module.ts file, and also the mat card module. So after this, I'm going to go ahead and make the changes which are necessary. So I'm just going to, as I mentioned, we don't need this mat card actions and mat card content. So I'm just going to remove this from the code, and I'm going to show the image on top of the mat card header, right? So first we have to display the thumbnail in our videos, and after that we have to display the necessary information about the videos, right? So this is how it works. So we now got an initial version of this video card component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the featured component.html file, and instead of displaying this text featured works, I'm going to display the video card component in here. So for that, I'm going to type in app video card, and I'm going to save it, and let's open the application to see if this is working or not. All right, so you can see that we are displaying the video card inside the whole component. So what we need is we want to display the video in just in a small format, right? We don't want to display it in the whole page. So for that, we need to add some CSS, video card CSS file. So to add the CSS, I'm just going to open the Angular material website one more time. And here I'm going to click on the CSS section, and I'm just going to just copy and paste the CSS into the video card component.css file. So here you can see that for the example card, we are defining the max width as 400 pixel. So that would be the width of the card. And after that, in the header image, example header image, we are providing a background image and the background size as cover. So if you add this CSS, let's see how this looks like in our application. So you can see that this looks far better. We are displaying the card on a max width of 400 pixel, and we are displaying this image as background size as a cover. So the next step is to increase the padding of these video cards so that they are not so close to this borders, right? To the headers. So for that, I'm going to open again the IntelliJ, and I'm going to go to the home.component.css file, and inside the side nav content CSS definition, I'm going to add the attribute padding, and I'm going to give them 16 pixels, right? And now you can see that the card is not so close to these borders, to the header and also to the sidebar. So what I'm going to do again is also to decrease the size of the card, because this looks too big for the screen. So I'm just going to go back to the CSS file, and I'm going to go to the video card component.css file, and I'm going to provide the width as 300 pixels. And now you can see that the width of the card is now decreased, so that now we can it can fit more elements into the screen, and it looks good, right? So let's also try whether with the width 250 how it looks like. And yeah, this looks a bit smaller, but I think we will go with this way with the width of 250, so that we can see much more elements on the screen instead of one card fitting the whole screen. So the next step is to display a title called as featured videos just above the video card. And so let's do that now. So I'm going to open the featured component HTML file, and I'm going to first enclose this app video card using a div tag. And I'm going to define this app video card in a separate row by using the fx layout attribute, and I'm just going to type in the values row and wrap so that this app video card will be displayed in a different row. And after that, I'm going to again create one more div, and I'm going to define fx layout as row and wrap similar to the one below, and inside here I'm going to type in the h3 tag as featured videos so that we will display a title. So let's open and see how it's displayed here. So we have this featured videos title followed by the video card on the new line, right? So now I want to display not one video card but bunch of video cards here, right? So for that I have to create some kind of grid. So if you open the YouTube, you can see that the YouTube videos are displayed in a kind of a grid, right? So to also define the videos in grid, we can define an FX layout gap as 12 pixels, and I'm going to define this gap as a grid. So what this FX layout gap attribute will do is it will create a grid with a gap of 12 pixels between the cards. Right? So to define a grid, I have to not display one card, but I have to display multiple cards, right? So for that, I can just create another div and I can add ng_for, and I can just display this card until we get the response from the backend multiple times, right? So I'm just going to type let num of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? So what this is doing is this is going to repeat this app video card inside a for loop for 8 times. So each time it's going to print this app video card, right? So let's see how is this going to how is this displayed in the browser. So now we can see that the video card is multiplied 8 times and it's showing 8 times here. We can do some small improvement here by adding a FX flex attribute as 30%, so that we can just add some FX flex as 30% so that each element can occupy 38% of the row, so that we can have 3 elements per row. So now I'm going to do the same thing also for the subscriptions, history and the liked videos component. So I'm going back to IntelliJ and I'm just going to copy the whole thing inside the featured component.html, and I'm going to open the history component.html file and just paste in and replace this featured videos by watch history, and I'm going to do the same thing also for the liked videos. So replace watch history by liked videos, and finally we are also going to do the same thing for the subscriptions component. So I'm going to replace liked videos by subscriptions. Right, so I'm going to open the application now, and you can see that we are displaying the same content inside all the components. All right, so now it's time to make the home. So now it's time to make this screen dynamic. So instead of showing these placeholders, let's call the Spring Boot backend and get all the video information and display those video information in here, right? So it's time to make these pages. So it's time to make all these pages dynamic. So what I'm going to do now is to call our Spring Boot backend, get all the video information from the database and display this video information as the cards in the home page, right? So for that, I'm going to first go to the video service.ts file, and here you can see that we already have the necessary methods to call all the methods in our video controller. So we have one for upload video, one for upload thumbnail, get video and save video, right? So I'm going to create another method here called as get all videos, and this is going to return us an observable of list of, it's not a list but an array of video DTO, right? This is going to return an array of video DTOs, and I'm going to call this .http client.get of array of video DTO, and the URL is going to be http localhost 8080/API/videos. And finally, I'm going to add the return statement here. So this method is going to call this /API/videos endpoint, and this is going to return us all the videos which are present in the database, right? So now this get all videos, I have to call this from a component, right? We have to call this from some place. So for that, I'm going to open the featured.component.ts file, and in here I want to call the video service.getAllVideos method, right? So for that, we first need to inject the video service into the component to be able to access the video service, right? So for that, I'm going to type in inside the constructor as private video service, and I'm going to define the video service class, and inside the here I'm inside the ng on init, I'm going to call video service this dot video service dot get all videos, and I'm going to store the response inside a variable called as featured videos, and this is going to be an array of video DTO, right? So by default this is going to be empty, the featured videos variable, and I'm going to assign this get all videos dot, so as this get all videos is going to return us an observable, to be able to assign this response to the featured videos variable, we have to first subscribe to this get all videos method, right? The observable which is returned from the get all videos method. So I'm going to type in subscribe response, and inside here I'm going to type in this dot featured videos equals response, right? So now our featured video should contain all the information which is returned from the backend. So I'm going to open the featured.component.ts, and inside the ng4, instead of defining an array of numbers, I'm going to define now featured videos, and I'm going to rename this variable num as featured video. So this is going to loop through the featured videos array, and each element inside the array is going to be defined with a variable called as featured video here, right? And now we have to show this information of the featured video inside the video card, right? So we inside the featured video, we contain all kinds of information about the video, like the video title, description and all. So this information we have to somehow pass to the app video card, so that if I go to the HTML file, so that we can display the thumbnail here, the title and the description inside each video card. So for that, we have to provide the featured video as an input to the app video card, right? So I'm going to open app video card, and I'm going to now define an input decorator called as video. This is going to be a video DTO. And now I'm going to use this video attribute, this video variable inside the video card component.html file. And for the mat card image, we have the source of the image URL here. So I'm just going to remove this image URL, and I'm just going to add a source directive here from Angular, and I'm going to type in video.thumbnail URL, right? So this is going to be the thumbnail, and I'm also going to remove the alt as, and I'm going to rename this photo of a Shiba Inu as thumbnail. And for the card title, I'm going to define video define video dot title, and similarly for the description, for the subtitle, I'm going to type in for now as programming techie, right? This would be the user which uploaded the video. As of now, I think we don't have this information inside the video DTO. So for that, I'm just going to hard code this information, and I'm going to add one more subtitle here, which will show the number of views, right? So for that, I'm going to type in again video dot. I'm just going to type in 1 million views. So it would be awesome if we get the 1 million views, right? So yeah, I'm just adding and I'm also again hard coding this views as 1 million views, and the title and the thumbnail URL should be displayed dynamically based on the video. So now let's go back to the featured component.html file, and in here I'm going to provide the video attribute as featured video, right? So now let's take a step back and see what is happening. Again, I'm just going to recap. In the featured video.component.ts file, when the component is initialized, we are going to make a call to the getAllVideos method, and the response, whatever response we are getting from this method, we are assigning it to the featured videos variable. And this variable we are using to loop through all the responses, all the videos we are getting as a response. And for each featured video, we are sending the attributes, we are displaying the data. For each featured video, we are sending the metadata as an input to the app video card component. And inside the app video card component, we are displaying the video thumbnail and the video title dynamically. And the rest of the fields for now, we are hard coding it. So now let's open our application and see what's happening. So it looks like there is an error. Let's open the console and see what is the problem. Okay, so you can see that we are getting a 401 error. This is because we did not yet log into our application, right? So this calls will only work when we are logging into the application, right? Once we are logged into the application. So I'm just going to first log in. So after logging into the application, you can see the videos information, the thumbnail, as we have provided the same thumbnail for the two videos, we just see the same image here, and also the titles also are the same for the two videos. So these are the two videos which are existing in our database as of now. And if I click on the video, nothing happens because there is no link between our video card and the video detail page, right? So the next step is to create a navigation link, a router link between the video card so that we can go to the video detail page. So let's go ahead and do that. So I opened the video card component HTML file, and inside the mat card, I'm just going to add a router link attribute. And this router link attribute is going to point to the video detail page. So I'm just going to type in /video and provide the video ID. So for that, I'm going to type in video.id. Right? So whenever the user clicks on a card, the page will be navigating to the video detail page, and the video ID will be provided as the URL parameter. So if you go to the apploading.module.ts file, you can see that for the video detail component, the path is video details /video ID, not video /video ID. So this is one mistake I did. So now let's go back to the video card component HTML and replace the text video with video details. All right, so now let's go and open the application, and if I click on the card, you can see that we are navigated to the video details page. And now let's go ahead and implement the video detail page. So now we have all the necessary details like the video title, the video description, and the date on which the video was uploaded, but we don't yet have the other information like how many views the video has, and what is the like count and the dislike count, and also some other information, right? So let's go ahead and implement them. So first of all, if I open our backend and go to the video controller class, and if I check the video DTO class, you can see that we are already sending all the necessary information like the view count, like count, and the dislike count from the backend to the front end, right? But if you check our video DTO class inside the front end, if I go into the app and video DTO.ts file, we are not actually consuming the response which is provided by the video DTO from the backend, right? So all we have to do is, I'm just going to, for my convenience, just copy this from these three fields from video DTO class and paste it inside the video DTO.ts file. And I'm going to remove the Java syntax and provide TypeScript syntax for like count, and I'm going to provide this data type as a number. Similarly, for the dislike count, this is going to be a number, and also for the view count, this is going to be a number. In Java, whenever we are using integer, we use the corresponding data type number in TypeScript, right? So we have all the necessary information, like count, dislike count, and view count. So now it's just a matter of displaying these fields inside our video detail component. So I'm going to open video detail .component.ts file, and now let's add another field called as like count. This will be a number, and this will be 0 by default, and dislike count is also going to be a number, and this is going to be 0 by default. And inside the video service.getVideo call, whenever we are subscribing to the response, I'm also going to assign the response we receive from the backend to the like count and the dislike count fields. So I'm going to type in this dot like count equals data dot like count, and this dot dislike count equals data dot dislike count. Finally, I forgot to also add the field for view count, so I'm going to quickly add this view count field also, and I'm going to assign this view count to the response to the view count variable coming from the backend. All right, so now we have initialized the required fields for us. So let's go ahead to the video detail component.html file, and we have to display all this information inside the HTML file, the like count and the dislike count, as well as the view count. So for that, what I can do is inside the first row, I can add another div tag just about the date. So I'm going to type in div, and I'm going to display the value view count here. So we will display whatever view count. So we will display the view count just as a first field. Okay, so let's check if view count is visible in our video details page or not. So I'm going to open the browser, and you can see an error, failed to compile. Let's see what is the issue here. So I'm going to open IntelliJ and going to go to the terminal, and there is an error inside the save video details component.ts file. It says that the type is missing the following properties: like count, dislike count, and the view count. So this is because we are creating an object of video metadata inside the save video details component.ts file. And you can just scroll down. So whenever we are saving the video, we are constructing an object of type video DTO. TypeScript is complaining that the fields like count, dislike count, and the view count are not present inside this object, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create these three fields. So I'm going to type in like count. This will be 0 by default. And similarly, I'm just going to copy this like count field and paste it inside the new line and call it as dislike count. And let's make sure that the dislike is spelled correctly or not. So for that, I'm going to open the video DTO and check that it's spelled as dislike without any capital L. So I'm just going to copy this dislike count variable and paste it here just so that we have the same naming convention. Finally, we also have a view count field, which is also going to be 0. So now we have added all the necessary details inside the video DTO object. So if I open the application now, if you open the browser, we can see the view count as 6 and followed by the date. So instead of providing just the value 6, maybe it's more intuitive to provide details like 6 views or something like that. So for that, I'm going to open again the HTML file, the video detail component HTML file, and I'm just going to add views. right? 6 views. So let's now open the browser, and you can see we have the attribute 7 views. So the next thing we are going to do is to display the view information and also the published date information side by side. Now we are displaying it in new lines. What we want to do is display these two information side by side. So for that, I can just change this div tag to span tag, and already you can see that the view information is seen side by side with the date published, the published date, right? And I want to separate these two fields. I just don't want to display them so close. So for that, I'm going to display some kind of separator here. So some kind of a dot separator. So for that, I'm going to create a new span tag, and I'm going to assign a class CSS called as separator, and inside the video details.component.css file, I'm going to create a definition for the separator CSS class, and I'm just going to paste in some CSS where we are going to create a separator of type dot. So it contains a border radius as 50%, width as 5 pixel, height as 5 pixel, the background color is black, and I want to display it inline block style, right? So if I open the application now, you can see that we have 14 views followed by a dot and followed by the published date. All right, so we are halfway through building our video detail page. So what I'm going to do now is to copy some HTML and CSS to make our video detail page look more similar to YouTube, right? So I'm going to open GitHub GIS, and from there I'm going to copy mainly the code for two files, video detail component.html. So for that, I'm just going to click on the section raw here, and you can see the whole HTML code for the video detail component HTML page. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to go to the video detail component HTML file and just replace everything with the code which I've copied from the GitHub GIS page, right? So it's just mainly building upon the code which we have built in the previous part, where we are displaying first the video player if the video URL is available, like once we are reading the video metadata from the server, and after that we are displaying the title of the video. So here it's of course hard coded, so I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to show the video title instead of the hard coded title. And in here we also have the hard coded view count, so I'm just going to delete the view count and add the view count which we are reading from the backend. Next, we have the like and dislike section, where we are mainly displaying two buttons. The one button which has the matte icon button class as thumbs up, because of course you know that the YouTube video we have two icons, thumbs up and thumbs down. As we are using the icons used by Angular material, so we're just going to mention the class as thumbs up, and we have some area label tag here, attribute here. We don't need this for now, so I'm just going to remove this code. And inside this button we have the icon, matte icon tag here, and inside this matte icon tag we are showing the thumb up of Alt. This is the text which will display the thumbs up icon inside the button. And inside the button we are also displaying the like count for this particular video. Similarly, we also have a button for the dislike count. So the matte icon is going to be matte thumb down of Alt. This is the text which displays the thumbs down icon. Similarly, I'm just also going to remove the area label attribute. And we are also displaying the dislike count of this particular video inside the button. And if you just scroll down, we have a matte divider, so that we can just divide these sections so that it won't look cluttered inside the video, inside the page. All these attributes don't look cluttered. We are just going to add a divider. After the divider, we have the matte card header, where we are displaying the title of the video. So here it's going to be the title of the author of the video. and inside the mat card subtitle, we are showing the number of subscribers to the channel. And we also have two buttons here, one with subscribe button and another with subscribed button. Like if the user is not yet subscribed to the channel, we are showing the subscribe. We will show the subscribe button. And if this user is already subscribed, of course, we show the subscribed button. And we also have some CSS classes. We'll copy this shortly. And after that, we have the div tag where we are showing the description of the video, followed by the divider again. And after that, we have an tag called as mat chip list. So this is the same mat chip list we saw when in the upload in the edit video metadata component. So we're just going to display all the tags inside the component mat chip, right? And now I'm also going to copy the CSS code from the video detail component.css file inside the GitHub guest. So similarly, I'm just going to click on raw button and copy all the CSS from here. And I'm going to open IntelliJ and paste it inside the video detail.component.css file. After we updated both these files with this code, let's open our application in the browser. And now you can see that the video detail page looks somewhat similar to YouTube. We have the title of the video, the view count, the like and dislike buttons. If you click on them, these two icons, these two buttons are doing nothing. We will make them functional soon. We have the name of the channel followed by the subscribers. These are hard coded. And we also have two buttons, subscribe and subscribed. And below these two buttons, we have the video description. And then we have the two tags, which we have hard-coded, Spring Boot and Angular. If you have any doubts about how this HTML and CSS is implemented, you can just write a comment, leave a comment and mention me. You can use this button and you can mention me and write a comment. Then I will try to help you. Similarly, also for the HTML file, we also have a comment section here, so you can just write your comments and mention me, and I will try to help you as soon as possible. Alright, so now it's time to add some additional functionality to our video detail page. So we are going to start with implementing the like and the dislike count functionality. I'm just going to open IntelliJ, and in here we have these two buttons, the like count and the dislike count. And in here I'm just going to add, for the button tag, I'm just going to add the click directive, and the click directive is going to call a method called as like video, which should be defined inside the video detail component.ts file. So I'm just going to press Alt Enter and select create method like video, and a method will be created inside the video detail component.ts file. And in here, I'm going to make a call to the backend through the video service. So I'm just going to type in this dot video service dot like video, right? And into this video like video method, I'm just going to pass in the video ID, as this is what we need in the backend to increase the like count of a video. So if you open the video controller, you can see that inside the API definition, we are taking a video ID as a path variable. So I'm just going to pass in the video ID to the like video method. And this like video method is still not existing inside the video service class. So I'm just going to create method called like video. And this like video method, inside this like video method, we are going to make a HTTP post call, right? So I'm just going to go inside the like video method. I'm going to type in return this dot HTTP client dot post, and I'm going to type in the URL as HTTP localhost 8080 /API/videos, and I'm going to assign the video ID to the URL, and I'm going to end with /like. For this post call, as we don't have any body, I'm just going to pass null as a body, and that's it, right? So if you open the video controller class, you can see that we are returning a video DTO as a response whenever we are calling the like video endpoint, right? So for this reason, I'm just going to add the generic arguments here inside the post method call for the HTTP client as video DTO, so that Angular will understand that the response which you are receiving from backend for the like video endpoint is going to be of type video DTO, right? So now I'm going to define the return type as an observable of video DTO, right? And similarly, we also have to create a method for dislike video. So I'm just going to copy this like video method and I'm going to name it as dislike video with a capital L. And inside the method, I'm just going to change the /like text to /dislike. If I go to the video controller, you see that we have a dislike with capital L. So make sure that you have also the similar dislike text here. And now we have the two methods, like and dislike. So let's go back to the video detail component.ts file. And in here, as we are returning an observable from the service, from the like video method inside the video service, we have to first subscribe to that observable. So I'm going to type in subscribe. And in here, I'm going to subscribe to the data which is coming as a response from the backend, and I'm going to update the like count from the response which is coming from the backend. And similarly, I'm also going to update the dislike count with the response coming from the backend. So as we have the like video method, similarly, I'm just going to copy this like video method and I'm going to paste in and create a similar method for dislike video. I'm going to call it dislike video with capital L similarly, and I'm going to change this like video method to dislike video method, right? So we have the both like video and dislike video methods. So I'm just going to go back to the video detail.component.html file, and from here we can now call the dislike video method whenever the dislike button is clicked, right? So let's change this to dislike video. So whenever the user clicks on the thumbs up, we are going to call the like video API, and the like count and the dislike count is going to be updated. And whenever the user clicks on the dislike count, similarly the like and the video dislike count should be updated. So let's test whether this is working correctly or not. So I'm going to open the application, and if I click on the like button, the thumbs up button, you can see that the like count is updated. And if I click on the thumbs down button, the like count is decremented by 1 and the dislike count is displayed as 1. Similarly, let's try again. I'm going to click on the like count button again and it's working fine. And I'm going to try and click on the like button again one more time. And you can see that the like is taken back. So now we do have 0 likes and 0 dislikes. Alright, so now it's time to implement the subscribe and unsubscribe functionality in our Angular application. So here you can see the subscribe and the subscribed buttons side by side, and we are displaying it both of them at once. So what we have to do is, when the user is not yet subscribed to the channel, we have to show the subscribe button. And once the user clicked on the subscribe button, we'll make a call to the backend to actually subscribe this particular logged in user to the channel. And then we have to show the subscribed button once the user is subscribed to the channel. And likewise, if I click on the subscribe button, then I have to unsubscribe from the channel and I have to show the subscribe button back again once the user is unsubscribed. Right? So let's implement this logic. So I'm going to open IntelliJ and the video detail component.html file. I'm just going to scroll down until I find this mat card header section. And in here we have this button where we are showing the subscribe button. And here I'm going to again add a click directive. And this is going to refer to a method called as subscribe to user, right? And I'm going to again create this method inside the component subscribe to user. And this time I'm going to call the method subscribe to user, which is not in the video service, but I'm going to create a new service called as a user service, right? So for that, I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to open a tab and cd into the front end and YouTube clone UI folder. And in here, I'm going to generate a new service called as user service, right? So for that, I'm going to type in nggs user. So this would be ng generate service user. And if I press enter, this will create two files. One would be the user.service.ts file and the user.service.spec.ts file, which is the test file. All right, so let's check whether this file is created successfully or not. So you can see that we have these two files, and let me add this to the Git repository, to my local Git repository, these two files. And in here, first we have to make the HTTP call to subscribe to a channel. So for that, we have the API already created in the previous parts. So I have to open the user controller class, and here we have two APIs, subscribe and unsubscribe. So we are doing a post mapping, which is taking the user ID as the path variable, right? So let's add a call, HTTP call inside the user service to subscribe to the user. So for that, I need the HTTP client from Angular. So I'm going to type in private HTTP client. So in this way, we can inject the HTTP client into the user service class. And I'm going to create a method called as subscribe to user. And this subscribe to user is going to take in a user ID, as we need to provide the user ID as the path variable. So I'm going to type in user ID, and this would be of type string. And I'm going to make a HTTP post request from the subscribe to user method. So I'm going to type in return this dot HTTP client dot post, and I'm going to make a post call to the URL HTTP localhost 8080 slash. So let's have a look at what is the request mapping. So it's going to be /API /user. So let's go back to the user service. It's going to be /API /user followed by subscribe /user ID. So I'm going to go back to the user service, add this request mapping, add this URL mapping here, and I'm going to assign the user ID to the URL, right? And the body of this request is going to be null, as we are just passing the user ID as the path variable and nothing else. So I'm just going to, so this will make the post call to the REST endpoint where we can subscribe to the user, and it will return a response back. What kind of response we are receiving? So we are just receiving a Boolean as a response. So I'm going to add this as a generic argument to the post call, and we are going to return an observable of Boolean from our method, right? I'm just going to add the import statement for observable class from RxJS package. So here we can, instead of adding the capital Boolean with capital B, we can just use the primitive type. So we can do that. All right, so now we can see that the IDE is also not complaining. Let's go back to the video detail.component.ts file. And in here, first, what we have to do is to inject the user service into the video detail component class, right? So for that, I'm just going to add private user service, and I'm going to declare the user service class, and we are going to import the user service from our root package, but not from Angular auth OIDC client package, right? So just make sure you select the right user service class. And after we define the user service, after we injected the user service into the class, go down to the subscribe to user method, and in here I'm going to type in this dot user service dot subscribe to user, and we have to pass in the ID of the user to this method. So how do we get the ID? So we don't have access to the user ID in our Angular application yet, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about. So I opened the application now, and if you open the dev tools and go to the application tab and access the session storage, if you click on the localhost 4200 in the session storage, you can see the auth configuration here, like the JSON Web Token and all the related OID or auth configuration here. And under the user data, you can see the subject. We have the subject which coming from the auth0. This is nothing but whatever authentication I've used. It's like a unique identifier of the authentication which I've used. So this is going to be the subject, but this is not the unique identifier in our database, right? So this is not, according to our data model, this is not the unique identifier in our database. If I open the database again, you can see that we are storing the user inside the database, and here we have the ID of the user which we have stored in the database, and the sub is like another unique identifier we have, right? But the actual user ID is the ID which is stored inside the database. So we have to first do two things. The thing is, after logging in our Angular application, we have to store the user information inside the database. That means register the user in our database, and after that get the user ID and store it in our Angular application so that we can reuse it whenever we want to make calls to the backend, right? For this instance, if we want to make a call to the backend to subscribe a particular user to another user, we have to pass in the user ID. So for this reason, the first thing we have to do now is to register the user as soon as the user is logged in, right? So for that, if I open the auth-config.module, you can see that the redirect URL. So whenever we have performed the login, auth0 will redirect us from the auth0 page to our application, right? So that redirect URL is going to be this window location origin. So this is going to be nothing but localhost 4200. If you remember in our auth0 configuration, so if I open auth0, here we have the configuration for our YouTube clone Angular client. If I just scroll down, you can see that we have the allowed callback URLs, and in here we have provided the callback URL as http localhost 4200. So let me just explain with the diagram this works. So here we have our user, and on the first ever login to our Angular application, so what our Angular application do, it will call the auth0, right? And auth0 will provide us a login page, and there we will log in either through our credentials or using some single sign-on like Facebook or Google login. After completing the login, auth0 will redirect us back to the callback URL, back to the Angular application. So in our case, this would be localhost 4200, right? And after receiving this localhost 4200 request, our Angular application will understand that, okay, this is the callback URL triggered from the Angular application, and it will call the Spring Boot application to register this particular user who is logged in for the first time to the database, right? So after saving the user details in the database, Spring Boot will respond back with the user ID as a response, so that the Angular application will know the user ID of this particular user who is logged in. So now there is a problem in this approach when we are using localhost 4200 as the callback URL, right? So whenever after the user is logged in, after we have registered the user in the database, whenever I refresh the application homepage, it will again call the Spring Boot backend and it will try to register the user, right? So this is a bug. So we have right now in our approach. So what we're going to do is, instead of redirecting from auth0 to localhost 4200, we will redirect back to a different URL. So this URL is going to be I'm going to add /callback here. So after the user logged in after the user has logged in, so we are just going to redirect the page to auth0, and after the successful authentication, auth0 will redirect us back to the localhost 4200 callback URL. And after coming to the callback URL, then we can try to register the user in the database. So to handle this flow, I'm going to create a new component inside our Angular application called as callback. So for that, I'm going to open the terminal, and I'm going to type in nggc, the short form to create a component, and I'm going to call this component as callback. And this will create 4 new files for the callback component, and I'm going to go ahead and add these 4 files to my local Git repository. So the next thing I'm going to do is to create a route inside our app routing module.ts file. So I'm going to open app routing.module.ts file, and I'm going to create a new object with path called as callback, right? So this is going to be callback, and I'm going to assign this path callback to the callback component, right? So whenever auth0 is calling localhost 4200/callback, we will be triggering the callback component. And if you open the callback component, and in here, whenever we are initializing this callback component, actually we have to call the user, again we have to call the Spring Boot backend and register our user inside the database, right? So for that we can make use of the user service to make that call to the backend. So I'm going to first inject the user service into the component. I'm going to type in user service and define the user service and import it from the root package. And now inside the constructor, I'm going to make a call to the user service. So I'm going to type in this dot user service dot register user, and I'm going to create this method inside the user service. And this register user method is going to make a HTTP request to our Spring Boot backend. So I'm going to type in return this dot HTTP client dot. Let's check what kind of HTTP method the register endpoint is serving. So this is going to be a get mapping, and and this is going to be calling, and this we have to call /API/user/register endpoint, right? So this is going to be HTTP client.get, and we are going to type in HTTP localhost 8080/API/user/register. And as a response, we are expecting a user ID as a response. So this is going to be a string, but inside this implementation of the register method, we are returning a hard-coded string called as user registration successful, right? What we want to do is we want to return the user ID instead of returning this hard-coded string. So for that, we have to make some small changes inside the register method. So first of all, in the user registration service, I'm going to go to the register user method. So here you may remember that we are first retrieving the user details by calling the user info endpoint, and after we receive the user details as a user info DTO, we are directly saving these user details into the database, right? So what happens if the user is already saved into the database? We don't want to duplicate the user, right? We don't want to create another user with the same information. So for this reason, we are going to make a check here just before creating the user object and saving it to the database. I'm going to make a check, right? So what kind of check? So I'm just going to verify whether the user with this particular subject is existing already in our database or not. So for that, I'm going to type in user repository dot find by sub and provide the subject which is coming in from the user info DTO, so that I'll know that whether the user is already saved. Then I don't need to save it again. I can just return it, the user ID which is existing, back to the client, right? So I'm going to call the find by sub method, and I'm going to store this return variable inside a return value inside a local variable called as user by subject, something like that. And if the user by subject is already present in the database, so for that I can use the isPresent method of optional. Then I just have to return user by subject dot get, because then I have to get the object from the optional object, right? So for that I'm just going to use get method, and then I'm going to type in get ID. So this will return the user ID of the user which is already saved in the database. Now you can see that we are receiving an error, compilation error, because this return type of this method is not string, but it's void, right? So for that, I'm just going to change the return type as string, so that we will return the user ID as a return type, as a return value from this method. And lastly, if the user is not yet present, then I want to save the user details in the database, right? So I'm just going to add an else condition here and move this whole piece of code inside the else condition, right? So now once we save the user to the database, I want to return the user ID of the user back to the client again in this else condition, right? So for that, I'm just going to type in after the save method dot get ID, and I'm going to add the return statement. This is because the save method of the repository of the Spring Data JPA repository will by default return the object which is saved in the database. So if you see the save method, you can see that it is returning the object which is actually saved into the database. So now we have refactored this method to return the user ID. So now I have to change the user controller so that we will use the return value, the user ID, which is returned from this register user method, right? So I'm going to open the user controller, and I'm just going to simply delete this return statement. I'm just going to add the return statement to the user registration.register user method, so that once the user registration is completed, it will check whether the user is already existing or not, and will provide the user ID back to the client. So now we can call this endpoint inside our user service. So the remaining thing here is we have to define the return type of the response coming from this particular endpoint call, right? So as we already saw, this register method is returning a string. So I can add the generic argument here as string. Here I've made a mistake. It's actually the return statement is not really necessary. And what I can do is I can store the user ID in memory inside the user service. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called as user ID, and I'm going to assign the response which is coming from the backend to this user ID variable, right? So for that, I need to first subscribe to this data which is coming from the backend, right? So for that, I'm going to type in .subscribe, and inside the subscribe method, I'm going to assign the data coming from the backend. So there's going to be this .user ID is going to be data. So in this way, we are maintaining the user ID in memory using the user service. And whenever we want to access a user ID, we can just access this variable, right? But we cannot yet access this variable directly by the variable name because it violates the encapsulation property. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new method called as get user ID, right? And this is going to return this .user ID. And the return type of this method is going to be a string. Let's define this. So whenever I want user ID anywhere in the application, I can just call user service.getUserID, and I can receive this user ID and do whatever I want with this user ID, right? And one more thing I want to do is I want to make this user ID as private so that it's not visible outside of this user service class, right? So now we have this user ID. So what I can do is I can go back to the callback. I can go back to the video detail .component.ts file, and in here where I have to pass the user ID, I can just call user service.getUserID, right? So I'm going to type in this user service.getUserID, and I'm going to store this inside a variable called as user ID and pass this user ID to the subscribe to user method, right? Now we have the user ID. So what I can do now is to test whether this callback is actually working or not, and whether the user is registered in the database or not. So as you can see as I've already shown you in the previous example, I have logged in as a different user who is not yet registered in the database, right? So when I access the callback URL, what I want to see here is I want to see another entry in the database with my user details, like the email and the first name and the last name details, with my user details saved to the database, right? So let's test whether this is working or not. So I'm going to open the application. I'm just going to call a URL called as callback. And here you can see that we are displaying the text callback works. That means our Angular application should have called the Spring Boot backend, and it should have already saved my user details to the database, right? Let's verify whether this is the case or not. So I'm going to open the MongoDB application, MongoDB one more time. I'm just going to refresh, and you can see that another user has been created. Another user has been created inside the database. And if I just try to refresh, you can see that again we see the text callback works, but in the database storing the user detail one more time. And this is a bug, right? It should not happen. Like with one user, it should only store this user inside the database only one time, as the subject is same for both these users. So you can see that it starts with Google Auth 2 and ends with 7297. And also the second record, it starts with Google Auth 2 and ends with 7297. So there is a bug on our side. So let's try to fix this bug now. So I'm opening the user controller and going to the registered user. And okay, so this is not really a bug. This is just a stupid mistake from my side. I just didn't restart the application whenever I've made the changes. So let's restart the application. So guys, just remember to always restart the application whenever you made the changes. Alternatively, you can make use of Spring Boot DevTools, so that it has a live reload. Maybe we have to use this in our project. I didn't use it, so we can save some time to fix this kind of silly bugs. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to again go to the database and remove this extra record which is just created right now. So I'm just going to click on document and just remove document. And now I'm going to call this callback URL one more time. I'm just going to refresh and I'm going to open the database. And now you can see that the user is not saved multiple times to the database. So it's just one entry you see with this subject. So in this way, we can make sure that the user is registered in our application. So one thing here you may have noticed is whenever we are calling the callback URL, we are just showing the text callback works. But this is not we should see, right? Like we should see something like redirecting. And we have to redirect back the user to the home page. Like this is the localhost 4200. We have to redirect the user back to the home page. So that's how usually the authentication will also work, right? So let's try to do that. Whenever we are initializing the callback component, we are making the call to the Spring Boot backend to register the user. And after this is completed, we will redirect the page to the home page. So for that, I'm going to open the callback component. So I'm just going to call callback.component.ts file. And after the registration is completed, so here I want to redirect to the home page. For that, I'm going to need the Angular router callback component class. So I'm just going to try inject router from Angular router package. And I'm going to type in this router.navigate by URL. And I'm just going to pass in empty string as the URL here. So this will redirect us back to the home page. So let's test whether this is working or not. I'm just going to open localhost 4200 callback, and you can see that instantly it's redirected back us to the home page. So everything happened in an instant. So in this way, we can make sure that the user is saved to the database after the login is completed. So now let's continue with what we were doing before. So we were inside the subscribe to user method. So we have got the user ID and we are subscribed to the user. And if you go to the subscribe to user method, here we are making a post call to the subscribe endpoint, and we are receiving a boolean as a response. So if the subscribe is completed successfully as a response, right? So I'm going to subscribe to this data subscribe user endpoint, and I'm going to, so when the user is subscribed, what we have to do is we have to hide the subscribe button, right? So if you open so once the user is subscribed, I have to hide the subscribe button and show the subscribed button, right? And when the user is unsubscribed, I have to show the subscribe button, and vice versa. So we can control this. Using the Boolean variables and the ngIf statement. So for that, I can create two variables inside our video detail component.ts file. So this is going to be, one is going to be show subscribe button, and this is going to be a boolean, which is going to be true by default, and I'm going to show unsubscribe button, which is going to be false by default, right? So after receiving the response from the subscribe to user endpoint, I'm just going to assign this dot show subscribe show unsubscribe button as true, and this dot show subscribe button as false, right? Similarly, when we are clicking on unsubscribe, when we are to unsubscribe, we want to show the unsubscribe button, we want to hide the unsubscribe button and show the subscribe button. So I'm just going to copy this whole subscribe to user method one more time and call it as unsubscribe user, and I'm going to call this as unsubscribe user. So I'm going to create this unsubscribe user method inside the user service class. So just I can go inside the subscribe to user method. I can copy the existing method and just rename it as unsubscribe user. And instead of calling subscribe, I want to call unsubscribe endpoint, right? So just verify what is the correct URL mapping. So this is going to be unsubscribe with a capital S. So I'm going to just replace this subscribe with unsubscribe. I'm going to open the video detail.component.ts file, and in here we have defined the unsubscribe method, and inside, once we have unsubscribed from the user, we have to show subscription button. So that means it should be true instead of false, and we have to hide the unsubscribe button. So this is going to be false here, right? So here we have these two variables. Now let's show the buttons subscribe and unsubscribe based on these two variables. So I'm just going to go back to the video detail component.html file, and in here I want to show this button only if the ngIf condition has show subscribe button, and similarly I want to show the subscribed button if has show unsubscribe button. And I'm also going to add the click directive for the unsubscribe button. So this is going to be click equals unsubscribe to user. And finally, instead of showing the text as subscribed, I'm just going to rename this text as unsubscribe so that it's more obvious what is happening, right? So after clicking, so now let's open the application and see that by default, the user, we are seeing the subscribe button here. And if I click on the subscribe button, we expect this to change to unsubscribe. This is not happening because we are receiving an error inside the console. We are making a call to the subscribe endpoint without the path variable here. So this is interesting because we are receiving the user ID from the register endpoint without any problems. So let's check whether everything is working fine or not. So I've just called the callback URL, and if I open the network tab, you can see that the register endpoint is returning the user ID, but in the console there is an error. Okay, so this is the error which we are getting inside the browser, right? So our register endpoint is returning the response as a text. It's not returning as a JSON, as it is just returning a string. The response is of type string, but our HTTP client is expecting the response as a JSON object, right? So that's why we have this OK as false, as it's expecting a JSON object as a HTTP response. So for this reason, I think the user ID is not assigned correctly to the user ID variable. So to fix this error, what we have to do is we have to define the response type as text whenever we are making the HTTP GET call. So I can do that by adding additional options to the GET method. So I am going to type in an object called as response type, and this is going to be text, right? So we just have to provide some options to the GET call along with the URL, so that which defines the response type as text. And now you can see that we are receiving some error inside the response type
field. This is because we have already defined the response type as text. That means the return type would be of type string, right? So there is no need to add this generic arguments one more time. It's just we are just repeating ourselves. So that's why I'm just going to repeat. I'm just going to delete this generic argument, and now the error is gone. So let's test whether everything is working fine now or not. I'm just going to open, and as we did the change, we have to call the callback URL one more time, right? So I'm just going to call the callback URL one more time and going to the video and click on the subscribe button, and now you can see that it has changed to the unsubscribe button. That means the call to the backend was successful, and we are showing the unsubscribe button here. And let's also try to unsubscribe now, and you can see that we are displaying the subscribe button, and we can do this multiple times.
Alright, so now it's time to implement the comment functionality inside our video detail page. So for that, first I'm going to open IntelliJ, and I'm going to first create a new component called as comments. So for that, I'm just going to type in, similar to all the components, I'm going to type in ng-gc comments, right? This will again create 4 files: the HTML spec.ts, component.ts file, and the CSS file. Alright, so now I'm going to add again the 4 files to my local Git repository, and now inside the comments.component.html file, we have to create the markup file, the HTML code, to show a form with a text area, and also beside the also below the form, we have to show the list of comments which are already existing for this particular video. So now let's go ahead and implement that. So for that, I'm going to again make use of the HTML file inside the GitHub guest. So I'm just going to copy everything inside the comments component.html file, and I'm going to open IntelliJ, and inside the comments component.html file, I'm just going to paste everything as it is. And now let's have a look at what's happening inside this particular code. First of all, we have the form field here, where we are first displaying a text area inside a mat form field. So a mat form field is nothing but a basic tag which represents a field inside a form. And here we have first a label and a text area which is taking an attribute called as mat input. And after that, we have a row, like a div with a row, and in that div we are taking the 40% of the last 40% of the div, and we are showing 2 buttons, a button called cancel and a button called comment, right? So this comment button is like a type submit. So whenever we click on this comment button, we have to post this comment to the backend. And similarly, we also have another button called mat cancel, just the normal button which does nothing as of now. And we have a mat divider to divide the comment form and the comments which are existing in the database, right? So for the given video, we have to display all the comments just below the form. So for that, we have a separate div, and inside that we have a row, and this row is divided into 2 parts. With 50%, the first 50%, we are displaying the details about the comment author of the comment. So we have a mat card header where we are displaying the avatar, and after that a link to the user, and also like some hard-coded text like when the comment is added to this video, right? And after that, in the next 50% of the part, we just have a normal icon called as delete, and below these 2 divs we have actual comment text, right? So this is also the hard-coded comment text. Now, if you open the application and have a look at it, so this is how the comment forms looks like. It's just a normal text area field, and in the next line we have this cancel and comment methods, comment buttons to the right side of the div here, and just below that we have some sample comments which we are displaying for this particular video, right? So now let's also copy the CSS files from the GitHub guest page so that we can just make it look half decent, right? So I'm just going to copy everything from here and paste it inside the comments component.css file. So if I open now the application, and now you can see that it looks quite better. It's like slightly better than before. We have some nice input animation here for the text area, where we are displaying the placeholder of the text area in the background, like share your thoughts. And if I just click outside of this text area, you don't see the placeholder anymore. And again, as previously mentioned, if you have any questions about this implementation of the CSS or HTML, just write a comment and mention me, and I'll try to help you as soon as possible. So the next step is to make this form functional, so that whenever we type in some data into this particular comment form, we have to post this comment to the backend and display the comments which are existing in the database inside this list, right? So let's go ahead and do this as the next step. So the first step I'm going to do as part of the implementation is to create something called as a form group inside our comments component. And for that, I'm just going to go inside the comments component, and inside here, I'm just going to define a form group called as comments form. And I'm going to use the class form group, define this as a type of form group coming from Angular forms package. And we have to initialize this form inside the constructor. So I'm just going to type in this dot comment form equals new form group. And this form group is going to contain the form control. So whatever field we have inside the form, we have to provide it as a form control. So we have a text area called as text area, which contains the comments, right? So for that, I'm just going to create a form control called as comment. So I'm just going to type in comment and type in new form control. And I'm going to provide the name of the form control. So it's going to be comment. And now I have to refer this comments form inside the HTML file and also assign the form control to the text area inside the HTML file. So for that, I'm just going to copy this comments form variable and just going to the form tag of the comments component HTML file, and as I'm going to add the form group directive, and I have to provide the comments form variable as a form group here, so that Angular understands that this particular form is assigned to the comments form group. And next, we also have a text area. For that, we have created a form control. So I'm going to add this form control directive for this text area. So it's nothing but form control name is going to be comment. So I'm just going to add this inside single quotes so that the form control understands, so that Angular understands this is a variable called as comment, but it's just not an absolute value comment provided to the form control name directive, right? So as we are referring to a variable, we have to provide single quotes for the comment variable. The next thing we have to do is to add a click directive for the comments button. So whenever the user types in the comment and clicks on the comment button, we have to post this content to the backend, right? So for that, I'm just going to add click directive, and I'm going to define a method called as post comment. And this post comment method is still not existing inside the component. So I'm just going to create this post comment method. And inside the post comment method, I have to first retrieve the data, whatever data is typed inside this text area, right? So for that, I can just retrieve and I can just refer to this particular form control name comment, and I can just get the value of whatever value is present inside the text area through the form control name, right? So for that, I'm just going to type in this dot comments form dot get, and I'm going to get the form control name for comment, right? So I'm just going to type in comment, and I'm going to type in dot value. So this will fetch the whatever data, whatever comment the user has typed in the text area. So I'm just going to assign this particular value to a variable called as comment. And after getting the comment, we have to make a call to the backend, right? So for that, I have to prepare the request body for the backend call. So if you have a look at the payload, like the endpoint inside the video controller, to add a comment, we have to provide the video ID as a path variable, and we have a comment DTO as a request body, right? So we have to prepare a request in the type of comment DTO. So for that, we just need comment text and author ID, right? So it's nothing but the user ID of the currently logged in user who would be the author of the comment, right? So for that, I'm just going to create a new object called as const comment DTO, and this object is going to contain fields called comment text, right? It's going to be comment, and this comment text is going to be referring to the variable comment. And lastly, we also have the author ID, right? For the author ID, we have to provide the user ID of the currently logged in user. So for that, I'm just going to make use of the user service. I'm going to inject the user service into the comments component and make sure to import the user service from the root package. And I'm just going to type in this dot user service dot get user ID. So after we've created the request body, the comment DTO, the next step is to make actually the HTTP call to the backend. So for that, I'm just going to open the terminal and create a service called as comment service. So I'm going to type in nggs comments. So this will create again the comment service and the comment service spec.ts file. I'm going to these two files. I'm just going to add this into the local Git repository. Here inside the comment service, as we have to make a HTTP call to the backend, again I need to have access to the HTTP client. So I'm just going to inject this HTTP client into our comment service class. So I'm going to type in private HTTP client and import the HTTP client class from Angular common HTTP module. Right, and after I've injected the HTTP client, I can just create a method called post comment, and this will take input argument of type called comment DTO. And as this is a generic JSON object, I'm just going to add the type as any, right? And inside this post comment method, I'm just going to type in this dot HTTP client dot post, and I'm going to make a post request to the endpoint which is defined here, which is /API /videos, and followed by video ID and the comment, right? So for that, I'm just going to go back to the comment service. I'm going to type in HTTP localhost 8080 /API /videos, and here we have to get access to the video ID. We don't have the video ID yet, so I can receive the video ID. So if I open the comments component, you can see that we will use this comments component inside the video detail page anyway, right? So here what I can do is I can pass in the video ID. Here we can pass in the video ID as an input comments component. So I'm just going to type in video ID. We don't have this particular input variable here inside the comments component yet. So for that, I'm just going to type in video ID, and inside the app comments component, I'm just going to add a variable called as video ID. This is going to be a string, and this is going to be an empty string by default. So let's define this as an empty string, and let's add the decorator as input, right? Because as we are receiving this video ID as an input from the video detail component HTML file, right? So now we have access to the video ID inside the comments component. What I can do is I can pass this video ID as an input argument to the post comment method. So I can just add this video ID as a method parameter inside the post comment method, and now I can just concatenate this video ID to the URL, and I can close the URL with /comment. And finally, as we are doing a post call, and this time we have the request body, so I'm just going to type in the request body as comment DTO. Now if you have a look at the response which is returned by this add comment endpoint, we are not receiving any response. We are just returning a void as a response back from the backend, right? So for that for this reason, I'm just added the argument, the generic argument for the post method call as any, and we are going to return an observable. Even though we are not receiving any response from the backend, we are going to return an observable of type any, because the comments component can subscribe to this method call post comment, and once this method call is successfully completed, try to do other tasks like show a notification that the comment is posted successfully. So now let's call this method from inside the comments component class. So for this, I'm going to first inject the comments service inside the comments component,
And we also need to display some kind of notification message like we do for whenever we have saved the video metadata details, right? So if I open the save video details component.ts file, and if I just scroll down until I find the save video method, after we are saving the video details, we are showing this mat snack bar, right, with the text video metadata updated successfully. So we want to do something similar also in this case. So for this reason, I'm also going to inject mat snack bar class into the comments component constructor, and inside the post comment method, I'm just going to call this dot comment service dot post comment, and I'm going to pass in the comment DTO and the video ID, right? So now I have to display a notification after the comment is posted successfully, right? For that, I'm just going to subscribe to the observable, which is returned from the comment service, and inside the subscription, I'm just going to type in this dot mat snackbar dot open, and I'm going to show the message as comment posted successfully, and I'm going to show an action message as okay, right? And after showing this notification message, we also want to clear the previous data of the comment, right? So whenever we post some data, post some text inside the comment, whenever you click on the post button, you have to clear this comment so that you can type a new comment maybe in the future, right? So for this reason, I'm just going to clear the text inside the comment text area by typing this dot comments form and dot get. I'm going to type in the form control name as comment, and I'm going to use the method called as reset, which will clear the text inside this particular form control. So let's test whether this is working fine or not. So I'm just going to open the application. I'm just going to type in this is my first comment and click on the comment button, and you can see that we are displaying the notification bar, the snack bar, and also the previous comment is cleared from the text area. So the next step is to display whatever comments we have posted inside this section, right, inside the view comment section. So to view the comments, it's pretty straightforward. To implement the functionality, I just have to call the get all comments method, that all comments endpoint from the backend inside our comments component. So I have to do it at the time of initializing this component. So the better place would be to add this inside the constructor. So whenever the component is loaded, we will show all the comments which are there in the there in the database for this particular video. So for this, I'm just going to first define a new method inside the comment service. So I'm just going to anyway initialize this inside the constructor by typing this dot comment service dot get all comments, and we also need to provide the video ID to this get all comments method. So just I'm going to type in this dot video ID, and I'm going to create this get all comments method inside the comment service class. And now I'm to make a HTTP GET call to our Spring Boot backend. So I'm just going to type in this dot HTTP client dot get, and I'm going to add the URL as http localhost 8080/API/videos. I'm going to again concatenate the video ID to the URL, and I'm going to end the URL with the request mapping /comment. And if you have a look at the video controller, you can see that we are returning a list of comment DTO as a response for the get all comments. So in the comment DTO, we have the comment text and the author ID as the two fields, right? So be able to receive this in a similar type also in our Angular application. The better thing would be to create a DTO TypeScript file, just like how we did for the video DTO.ts file. Either we can create a TypeScript file called as comment.dto.ts, and we can then specify this as a return type of the get all comments endpoint call. So for that, I'm just going to go to the root level of our application. I'm just going to collapse all these folders, and I'm just going to right click on the app folder and going to say new file, and I'm going to call this file as comment.dto.ts, and I'm going to type in export interface comment DTO, and in this interface we want to have two fields. The one is comment text, which is of type string, right? And we want to have another one called as author ID, which is like a string. Now we have the comment DTO interface ready. So what we can do is we can just add this as a return type inside the get generic arguments, and also add the return statement, so that this method will return an observable of a list, an observable of type a list of comment DTOs, right? So we also have to define this return type for the get all comments method. So I'm just going to type in observable and type in array of comment DTO, right? And we are getting a compilation error because here we have defined the generic argument as just a comment DTO, but we are returning an array of comment DTO, right? So for this reason, we have to just add the array declaration also here inside the generic arguments for the get method. Now we can go back to the comment component.ts file, and in here you can see that we are calling this get all comments method. Now I'm going to subscribe to this response, which is coming from the backend, and I'm going to assign this to an array called as comments DTO, which is of type comments DTO array, and this is going to be an empty array by default. So inside the subscription, I'm going to assign this dot comments DTO equals data. So in this way, we can assign the comments which we are reading from the database to this variable called as comments DTO. And now we have to display all the comments which are inside this comments DTO inside our application, right? So for that, what I can do is I have to go to the HTML file, and I can do a loop over this view comments section, right? I can loop through all the comments inside the comments DTO and show the text for each comment. So for that, I'm just going to use ng for and type the declaration for each comment as let comments DTO, and I'm going to, instead of showing the hard-coded text as comment text, I'm just going to bind this comment and show the field called as comment text. Now if you open the application, so if I try to open the application and try to load the comments, you can see that this is not working. This is because we are loading the comments at the time of creating this component inside the constructor, but a better thing to do is to load the comments when the component is actually initialized, right? Because we are using the video ID, which is coming from the video from the say video details component, from the video details component. So a better place to read all the comments would be inside the ng onInit method instead of the constructor. So I'm just going to move this inside the ng onInit method, and I'm also going to call this particular piece of code also inside the subscription of the post comment method, because whenever we have created a new comment, we want to update this comment inside the list, right? So for this reason, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a method called as get comments, right? And in here, I'm going to move this particular piece of code. Whenever it's needed, I'm just going to call this get comments method from multiple places, right? So for the first place, I have to call this inside the ng onInit method, right? So I'm just going to type in this dot get comments. And also, once the comment is posted successfully, I want to get all comments one more time. So I'm just going to paste in here just after resetting the text area for the comments. I'm going to get all the comments and update the comments with the latest comments, right? So let's test whether this is working or not. I'm just going to open the application, and as you can see that I've already created some comments in the background, so that's why you can see multiple comments here. So I'm going to type in another comment called as this is my latest comment, and you can see that the latest comment is with comment AAA, and if I type on comment, you can see that this is my latest comment is updated. So you can see that the comment list is updated with the latest comment. So we have implemented all the functionality inside the video detail page. We can of course view the video, we can like the video and click on subscribe and unsubscribe from the video. And the last thing which is remaining is to make some small changes. We have to implement the logout, and whenever we click on this video icon, we have to move to the upload video page, right? So we're just going to add some small changes. So implementing the logout is pretty straightforward, and what we want to do is whenever we click on this user icon, I want to see a menu item with an option called as logout, right? For this I can make use of Angular material. So for that I'm just going to go to the components inside the material.angular.io website, and I'm just going to search for the component called as menu, and I want to show a basic menu like this, right? So I just want to see these two items like item 1 and item 2, and instead of item 1 I just want to display the option called as logout. So for this I'm just going to view the code, how is this implemented, and you can see that this is kind of using a menu called as mat menu. And let's see how we are implementing this inside our application. If you go to the header component.html file, as of now we are just displaying a mat icon. So instead of a mat icon I want to now display a menu, right? So for this I'm just going to go back to Angular website, and I'm going to copy this mat menu code. So copy this code which contains the mat menu tag and paste this just below this button. And I also want to add this mat menu trigger for menu attribute, so that whenever this button is clicked we want to show this menu item, right? Also paste it under the button tag, right? So for this you can see that we are already seeing some kind of compilation errors. This is because we want to import the Angular module for mat menu. So for that, so I'm just going to import, so for this I'm just going to import the mat menu module from Angular material menu package. So if I just click on this import option, you can see that the mat menu module will be added to the imports array of the ng module declaration, and also make sure to import this mat menu module from Angular material menu package. So if I go back to the header component, now whenever we click on this button we have to see these two menu items, item 1 and item 2. Let's see whether this is working or not. I'm going to our application, and if I click on the circle on the icon, you can see that we already see these two options. That's good. So let's quickly go back to our IntelliJ, go back to the header component HTML file and change the text of this menu item from item 1 to logout, right? And when I click on this button, I want to again do some logic in the background, like where we are actually logging out the user from the application. So similar to what we are doing for login, I'm also going to add a click action for this button, and I'm going to call it as log off. So if you remember, we have already implemented this log off method. So by calling the log off and revoke tokens method from the OIDC security service, which will log off and revoke tokens from auth0. And this looks fine, and let's go back to our application and test whether the logout is working or not. So if I click on logout, you can see that nothing happens. This is because we are revoking and we are logging off and revoking the token in the auth0 server, in the authorization server. To be able to also revoke the tokens and log out in our application, we also have to add a small line of code to the log off logic. So just below the log off and revoke tokens method call, I'm going to add this dot OIDC security service dot log off local, right? This will do is it will also clear off all the tokens which are stored inside locally, and will also log off from the Angular application. So now if I open the browser and if I click on logout, you can see that the tokens are also, now you can see that the login button is displayed. That means in the background the application has logged the user out So in this way, we can implement also the log route functionality. And the last thing I want to do is to create a link between this particular icon and the upload video component, right? So for that, I'm just going to go back to IntelliJ, to the header component.html file. And inside this button, which contains the icon, video call icon, I'm just going to add a router link as /upload video, right? You can just verify whether this is a correct router path or not by going to the app routing.module.ts file. And here you can see that the upload video path is the same one as we have typed in inside the router link attribute. So let's check whether this is working or not. If I click on this particular icon, now we are navigated to the upload video page. This is fine.